always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just look to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, want some coffee?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday. It is good to see y'all. We are back in business this week. It's going to be our first normal-ish week in a while, at least in the last couple weeks. So I am glad to see y'all. I am glad to be back. I have missed y'all. It has been a crazy couple of weeks, week and a half, 2 weeks, a million weeks. I don't even know how many weeks. It feels like it all runs together. It's been wild, and I think we have finally gotten somewhat back on track a little bit, gotten caught up. I've got the podcast stuff kind of caught up for now. I'll be behind on that again as soon as this, with this trial starting. But we have a new trial starting, and we are back to our regular Monday through Friday. This is where we live. We spend every day together all day. This is our life. We're back to that. And I'm actually really excited about it because I have missed y'all. It has been, it's not the same when the schedules are off a little bit and we're not spending every waking moment with each other. I miss y'all. I'm needy. I'm clingy. Look at me. I wanted to start out our Monday morning with something a little bit new. I have, over the past week and a half, as we're going through all of these changes and all of this crazy stuff that's happening, I have relied very heavily on my people. I've had just this group of amazing people who have helped me get through a lot of things over the past couple weeks. Our mods have done so much to help out and chip in and get stuff handled. So in honor of our incredible, amazing mods, I wanted to do a mod of the week. We're going to start doing a mod of the week. So this week, our mod of the week, Cajun Kool-Aid. Cajun helped so much with getting all of our new Discord stuff together and helping out with a lot of the, tech stuff that I don't know what the heck I'm doing, and has, put in a lot of extra work on, on the Discord and on the website and all of these things. So round of applause for, oh, hold on, wait. I have round of applause. Hold on. Wait. Oh, I didn't turn them on. All right. We'll have round of applause in a moment. But round of applause for, oh, wait, here we go. Round of applause for Cajun Kool-Aid for all of the extra work that you have put in. We desperately need you and appreciate you. So thank you so much. I want to try to make sure that we thank the people who are putting in time to take care of us, and Diana says we've kept her busy. Yes, we have. Everybody's been busy. It's been awesome. Everybody chips in so much, and I truly appreciate it. So So congrats to Cajun Kool-Aid, our flavor of the week. Just joking, mod of the week. So glad you're here. I'm very thankful for you. All right, so we have a big day today. We had some people camping out overnight because we were excited. 80s Music Man has his tent camped out and ready for the stream today. He's always ready to party. Fur Baby's mom just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Fur Baby's mom. Stacy S., Brenda Meyer, Hockey Mom 223, Carrie 28, and Candace Hoff were all gifted memberships by Fur Baby's mom. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Y'all are the best. What a good way to start off a Monday, right? Thank you, Fur Baby's mom. That's awesome. We have 5 new members. Y'all look good and green. Very excited. Y'all see Lucy? Yeah, she's wandering around. What are you doing? You'll come say hi to your friends? No, good right there. All right. Do you, boo? She's a little bit ornery this morning for some reason. She's in diva mode because she only got 1 treat when we got back. This child, y'all think she's cute and sweet, but she's not. She runs things. All right, so we have a big week this week. We are starting the Dan Markel trial for Charlie Adelson, the brother-in-law who is, they're saying, possibly the mastermind behind everything. So jury selection starts today. So we don't know exactly when day 1 is going to be, if it's going to be, tomorrow or the next day or whatever. So what we're going to do is, so that we can get back into the swing of things and get ready for everything, since last week and the week before have not gone as planned, we are going to finish watching some of the testimony from the previous trials that we had started looking at before. We watched some of the Latin King fella who testified. We watched his stuff. There is also testimony from Wendy, the ex-wife, and from Katie or Catherine, the other co-defendant, who is now also, the first trial ended in a hung jury for her and a conviction for her baby daddy. And then the second trial, she was convicted. So we have testimony from her as well. So let's do a poll on which one of those you want to watch first. Which testimony first? We will do Wendy, the ex-wife, or Katie, the other co-defendant. Start that poll. Whichever one y'all want to watch first, we will watch first. All right. So, oh, I thought she was coming to her, and she's gone. Ornery little thing today. So that's the plan for today. We are going to watch some of those and see what craziness happens. It's been a long time since I've watched it. So I'm actually kind of excited to watch it again and catch up with it. My plan is, Silver Fox, I'm glad you asked this because I was just about to talk about this. My plan was, so they're not letting anybody do in for jury selection for that process. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to go for the first day, as long as we have enough warning for when they're done with jury selection. So if they finish jury selection today and they're like, hey, first day is tomorrow, I'm going to go for tomorrow. So I want to go and see it in person. I want to see, the jury myself, and I want to see, how the courtroom is set up, and I want to see all the things. So that is my plan. And then what we'll do is I'll do maybe a live, that night when I get back, and just kind of fill in, and then we can catch up on the day's testimony, just in 1.25 time and stuff like that, so we can catch up on stuff. But as of now, that is the plan. Martha Irene, new member, welcome. Yes, best friends, welcome to the jury. Glad to have you. So glad you are here. You look good and green. Thank you. We are our little family's just a growing. Danny Doe 420 gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Let's see who it went to. Eileen S. was gifted a membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are glad to have you. I love our little family, just a growing. It looks like everybody's wanting to see, most people, it's like 86 to 88% are saying, let's do Wendy, the ex-wife, first. So we can do that. Let me get it pulled up and get this party started. Get this party started. All right. And I have on the what's it called? Thumbnail. I have the little who's who thing. So let's see. Wendy. Hello, Wendy. This is going to be so good. All right. Wendy testifies. Well, I don't know why she smiles so big on the... It's a little bit weird. All right, let's see. Here's Wendy. Let me turn up the volume because I'm pretty sure that their volume is not great. Oh, look who decided to join us. About time. All right, let's see. All right, so this is Wendy.
Arranged the Collins's deposition for 4 o'clock today. I believe that Ms. Adelson will take a long time. I had asked the state.
We can.
The plan was.
We can try 1.25.
Still to take the deposition.
Most of these are
witnesses that are still going to be called.
Still good in 1.25.
But we had it set for 4. I believe that Ms. Adelson will be a longer witness.
Why would she be long?
Because I believe there'll be a lot of questions from the state, from Ms. Adelson.
Everybody beat that. The state is requesting the court to compel Ms. Adelson's testimony. Is that correct, Ms. Kaplan?
Yes, Your Honor.
And based upon that, Ms. Adelson, testimony you provide and anything derived from this testimony cannot be used against you, but you will be required to answer all relevant questions. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else you want to make?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Secretary, please.
So anything that she says cannot be used against her, but she has to answer everything.
Your Honor, could I just get an estimate on the time so I can know what
I think she said about 45 minutes.
would we then break after theirs and use a cross for Tuesday?
No. We're going to finish tonight with this witness.
I understand. I don't believe that we're going to be able to do the deposition.
That's up to you.
If you don't have a secure report for us, we'll use our reports.
Oh, tonight you mean? Have to work on that. Don't know.
Wait. Heard in the courtroom? Safe. Everybody be seated, please. Proceed, Ms. Kaplan.
All right, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Wendy Adelson, Wendiadelson.
How are you employed, Ms. Adelson?
I'm an attorney.
All right, and do you know?
Microphone up just a little bit, if you would, please, ma'am. All right.
I'm an attorney.
All right, how were you employed back in 2014?
I was employed at FSU Law School.
Okay, and were you a member of the Board of Bar at that time?
I was.
All right, and did you know Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Mr. Markel?
He was my husband.
When did you meet him?
We met in 2004.
Okay. And when did you marry?
We married in 2006.
They're doing jury selection right now. So this is her testimony from the previous
Did you
trial.
ever live in Tallahassee?
I did live in Tallahassee.
When did you first move to Tallahassee?
We moved to Tallahassee in the fall, August of 2005, and we lived in Tallahassee that academic year, so from 2005 until the summer of 2006. And then we spent a year living in Miami from 2006 to 2007, and then I lived back in Tallahassee from 2007 to 2014.
Why did you move to Tallahassee the first time?
The first time we moved to Tallahassee for Danny's job. He got a job at FSU Law School.
All right. And what about the second time?
And the second time we moved back to Tallahassee because he had tried to get a job at University of Miami Law School and it didn't work out.
All right. So both times it was for his employment?
Yes,
Okay. Did you like living in Tallahassee?
I did.
All right. And did you live on Trescott Drive?
We did. That was our home.
And where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm from Broward County originally.
Okay. And do you have family members in Broward currently?
I have one family member in Broward.
Where do you live currently? Or you can just tell us.
I live in Miami-Dade County.
A lot of people say this. A lot of people are
And what
very
about your
angry.
parents? Where do they live?
They currently live in Miami-Dade County.
All right. And what about your brother, Charles Adelson?
He lives in Broward County.
And do you have any children?
I do.
And how many children do you have?
I have 2 children.
What are their ages?
They are 10 and 8, turning 9 soon.
Okay. Both boys?
Both boys.
And both the biological children of Dan Markel?
Yes.
How are your family members employed, specifically your parents and your brother?
My mom is not currently working very much. She helps out with my dad's office. My dad is a dentist, and my brother, Charlie, is a periodontist.
And does your family have a dental practice in South Florida
They do.
that they own and operate?
They do.
Is your family in South Florida wealthy? And that's a relative term.
Are you asking me to speculate?
No, I'm asking if they're wealthy. If you don't know, you say you don't know.
It depends how you define wealthy.
Okay. Are they millionaires?
No.
Okay. When did you separate from Mr. Markel?
We separated in the fall of 2012.
And was part of the reason for your disagreement or separation having to do with how to raise the children in terms of your faith?
Yes, we had different ways of practicing our faith.
Okay. Do you know when you filed for divorce?
I believe it was the fall of 2012.
Okay, 9/10/2012 sound right to you?
That sounds right.
And when you separated initially in the fall of 2012, did you move to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
You didn't go to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
Was it your desire during that time to move with the children to South Florida?
I would say right then, no, it wasn't.
Are you familiar with a court order ordering you to come back to Tallahassee from South Florida?
I'm not familiar with that.
When you moved out from the marital home there on Trescott Drive, you lived at another residence in Tallahassee, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall the address there?
I do. 3303 Aqua Ridge Way.
Okay. And was there a time during the time that you were living there at Aqua Ridge that you determined that you would like to move to South Florida with the children?
There was.
All right. And were your parents very involved in trying to facilitate that relocation?
My parents were supportive of me moving to South Florida.
Would you describe your parents as being over involved in your personal business?
As compared to other people's parents?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What was the child custody schedule when you were living at Aqua Ridge? And I assume Mr. Markel continued to live in the marital home on Trescott.
He did.
Okay. What was the custody situation with kids?
So the custody situation changed over time and depending on the part of the year. But I think in the beginning, we would we would do a Wednesday night overnight. It was about 50-50 shared custody, but I don't remember the exact arrangement. I do remember in the summertime, it would switch to week on, week off, but during the school year, it was slightly different.
So still 50-50, but not necessarily every other week. It was mixed up within the week.
It was.
Okay. And you mentioned that you did develop a desire to move to South Florida. Did you file a motion to that effect on January 14th, 2013?
That sounds, I did file a motion. I don't remember the exact date,
Okay.
but that sounds about right.
All right. And in that motion, did you make some allegations that Mr. Markel was making things difficult for you at work?
I did.
Okay. And was that motion granted or denied?
That motion was denied.
All right. Denied with prejudice?
I don't remember.
Okay.
If you have it, I'm happy to take a look.
Okay. But in any event, you were not able to move at that time.
I did not move.
And were you upset about being stuck in Tallahassee?
I was relieved.
You were relieved. You wanted to stay in Tallahassee.
I was happy at my job.
Okay. Do you recall when your divorce to Mr. Markel became final?
The summer of 2013.
Okay. July 31st sound about right?
That sounds right.
Would you consider your divorce with Mr. Markel to be a nasty divorce?
I think most divorces aren't very pleasant.
Okay, but this one was like really unpleasant, right?
I found getting divorced to be unpleasant, yes.
And in the litigation that ensued between the two of you, you guys argued over things as small as a tennis racket, I noticed in one pleading.
I don't remember that.
Did he threaten to press kidnapping charges against you?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't remember
Remember
that. No.
Did he threaten to go after your law license? Remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Do you remember him saying you failed to disclose a bunch of assets in the divorce process?
I do remember that.
Okay, did you guys have any mediations as part of your divorce?
We did have mediations leading up to settlement.
2 8-hour mediations, correct?
I don't remember how long they were, but they seemed very long.
Yeah, and they both did not result in a resolution.
They did not.
All right, but you did reach a settlement, I think, kind of just on the eve of a trial on the matter, correct?
That sounds right.
Do you remember this motion that was filed by your deceased ex-husband on March 26, 2014, involving, among other things that had to do with your mother, an allegation that your mother was disparaging the children?
Objection.
I'm sorry.
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Disparaging him to the children is what I meant to say. Are you familiar with that pleading?
I am familiar with that pleading.
All right, and in that pleading, did he allege that you were depriving him of physical access to the children?
I don't remember the specifics.
Do you recall whether he was complaining about you refusing to communicate with him about right of first refusal to the children during your time with them?
I know he was frustrated about the Skyping.
Lack of communication via Skype?
It's hard to
between the
Skype
children?
with 2 toddlers, yes.
All right, and in that motion, do you recall him being upset about an allegation that you let the kids eat non-kosher foods?
I remember him being upset about that in general, but I don't remember whether it was an emotion or not.
What does that mean, non-kosher foods?
So kosher rules have to do with the separation of milk and meat, or dairy and meat. So non-kosher foods would be meat that hasn't been killed in a way that conforms with Jewish law, or the mixing of the two.
And is observing those types of eating habits something that's important to you?
It is not important to me.
And was it something that was important to Dan Markel?
It was important to Danny.
And it was important to him that the children observe that way of eating, correct?
It was.
And in that motion, did he seek to restrict your mother's contact with the kids to supervised visits only?
I don't remember, but if you'd like to show me the motion, I can take a look.
Okay.
So she's an attorney too, and you can tell that she is very almost calculated in her answers.
But you don't remember that portion?
No.
All right. Do you remember the allegation that your mother made statements to the children that grandma hates you?
Overruled.
Grandma says you're stupid. Your father is trying to take my sunshines away. Anything like that? Do you recall?
No, but again, I'm happy to look at it if you'd like to show me.
I understand. Do you recall that Mr. Markel was seeking sanctions against you personally in that motion?
I don't remember that.
Do you know whether this would have been a motion that you would have shown to your mother? Would she have been aware of it?
I probably would have shown my mom the motion.
Is it fair to say that your parents are very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Is it fair to say that your brother is very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. What about Dan Markel? Did your family like him?
Want to specify a point in time?
Well, I'm specifically thinking of a statement you made in the interview after his death, where you indicated that your parents were very angry with him. Is that accurate?
At that point in time, during our divorce, I do think they were angry with him. They felt like he had treated me badly.
And the motion to preclude your mom from having unsupervised contact with your kids, that was still pending at the time of his murder, correct?
That's possible. I mean, I don't think anyone took that motion very seriously.
Okay. Did your mom take it seriously?
I don't think so.
Did Dan Markel take it seriously?
I don't know how Danny felt about a motion. If he wrote a motion, he was probably taking it seriously.
I want to approach with some emails. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 80?
Her answers are very attorney-esque, attorney-ish, attorney.
I don't know if you want to do it now or.
Attorney-fied?
What's that?
I'm gonna request a sidebar on this.
The letter identified first.
This is State's Exhibit 80. Just take a moment and flip through and make sure this is the exhibit you reviewed previously.
I've been shown these exhibits.
Okay. And are these exhibits fair and accurate copies of emails between yourself and your mother, Donna Adelson?
They are.
And the email addresses on this exhibit, donnaharvey@gmail.com, whose address is that?
My parents have a joint email address.
Okay, but you were communicating with one of them in particular and using those, right?
Whoever signed the email, but it could be from either or both of them.
Okay, either could have used it, but we can deduce from who signed it who this one was from.
That sounds right.
Okay, and Wendy.Adelson@gmail.com, is that you?
That is me.
All right, Judge, at this time I ask you to move into evidence. State's Exhibit
We'll go
80.
sidebar. Let me give a brief legal explanation to the jury. You've heard a number of hearsay objections about things that were said by Mr. Markel, things that are in these emails by another person who may not be testifying. Normally, we refer to those things as hearsay, and they're not allowed without the person actually testifying, but there are a whole bunch of exceptions to that. And one of the exceptions to that is when it's not being offered to prove that what's said is true, but simply to show that it has been said because there's some relevance to the fact that these statements were made. So I'm not offering these statements to show they're true. These persons, I mean, obviously, Mr. Markel can't be here for us to have cross-examination of him. We don't anticipate that the other Miss Adelson will be here as a witness. We can't test. The attorneys will not be able to test that to see whether that's true or not, but I am allowing it for limited purposes to show state of mind of these persons. So you may proceed, Ms. Kaplan.
I saw that and they denied it, right? I think they denied it.
I noticed in the emails that your mother referring to, who I think is Dan Markel, as Jibbers. What does that mean?
Jibbers was a nickname that I gave Danny when he was being really difficult and causing me a lot of pain. Was sort of a nickname I gave him to make him feel less threatening.
So it was a derogatory thing.
I wouldn't say it was derogatory.
Did you call him that to his face?
No, I called him Danny to his face.
Okay.
And gibbers would be what? How would you spell that?
I don't know that I ever spelled it out. In the emails, I think it's spelled with a J, but I guess you could spell it with a G.
Jibbers.
That would be one way to.
Ms. Adelson, you had Mr. Markel's phone number programmed into your phone as Jibbers, didn't you?
That's right.
So she said she never spelled it, but then it was in her phone as that. Not a fan.
Do you know much about your brother Charles Adelson's business practices?
I know that he does implant surgery.
Do you know anything about whether he offers discounts for cash or does a lot of business in cash?
I have no idea.
Do you know if there's a safe in your parents' house that has stacks of cash inside?
I don't know about a safe with stacks of cash.
So you don't have a stack of cash in your parents' safe that's Wendy's stack?
No.
Okay. Did Charlie Adelson like Dan Markel? And again, I'm referring to the time frame before his death.
I mean, I think he was also, he would listen to me when I would tell him about things I was upset about at the time with the divorce. So whether he liked him or didn't like him, he certainly was supportive of me.
Okay, but he never expressed any dislike?
No.
Did he mention hiring a hitman to kill your husband?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
No.
Did he ever joke about he looked into hiring a hitman, but buying you a TV as a divorce present would be cheaper?
He did make that joke. He tended to repeat himself, and sometimes he would make jokes that weren't very funny about all kinds of things.
All right. And was that TV, did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
He did.
And was that TV the same TV that was being repaired at your residence at the time that your husband was murdered?
It was.
Who made the arrangements for that TV repair?
I did.
Your mom didn't make those arrangements?
I don't believe so.
And the repairman was at your house that morning that your husband died between 8:30 and 9:15. Do you agree with that?
I remember he was supposed to come between 8 and noon, and then he ended up coming on the early side.
That's when he arrived, between 8:30 and 9:15.
It's my best recollection.
Did Charlie ever say that he considered all possible options to take care of the problem being Dan Markel?
Objection, hearsay. And,
Oh.
Your Honor, I just have a standing objection, so I don't keep the
You bet.
voting statement. Thank you.
Did he ever say that?
No.
After the murder of Mr. Markel, did Charlie Adelson take you out for a celebration dinner?
No.
Do you recall any dinner where shortly after Mr. Markel's death where you were with Mr. Charlie Adelson and vomited?
I do remember that dinner. I'm sorry?
Go ahead, I interrupted you.
After Danny died, I was terrified that someone was going to come after me or my children and harm us as well. And so I didn't leave my house for about a month. And when I finally felt ready to leave the house and have dinner, I told my brother that I wanted to have dinner, that I was ready to finally go to a restaurant and eat a meal again. And I'd barely eaten for a full month, just out of grief and shock. And so that night, when I finally ate for the first time, they ended up taking a while before they sat us, and they sat us at the bar, and I had a drink, and I wasn't used to eating anything or drinking alcohol, and I threw up at the table. The only time in my life I've done something like that, but it was certainly not a celebration.
And you never heard your brother refer to it in that way?
No.
Were you involved in any way in a plot to kill Dan Markel?
No.
Do you have any knowledge other than the statements you said your brother made or the jokes your brother made? Do you have any knowledge of anyone being involved in a plot to kill your husband?
No.
Do you know Catherine Magbanwa?
I have met her before.
How do you know her?
We met one time at dinner when I came home, and my brother introduced me to her. And I think we might have gone to the beach once with her and a friend for a few hours.
Let me show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 36. Is that a photograph of you and Catherine Magbanwa at the beach?
With her friend, yes.
Okay, and do you remember the friend's name?
I don't.
All right, is this a fair and accurate photograph from that event?
That looks like the three of us at the beach, yes.
Do you recall when this was taken?
I don't.
Okay, does Father's Day weekend 2014 sound correct?
So June 2014, that's
Yes, ma'am.
possible?
We're gonna do a poll.
All right, would it refresh your memory to look at the data associated with that photograph?
Sure.
Take a look at this top block there that references this photo. Tell me if you can advise when the photo was taken.
It looks like it was taken on June 15th, 2014.
All right, and do you know where the photo was taken?
I think that's South Beach.
Close to where your parents were living in condo?
Yes.
And did you say how you know Ms. Magbanwa?
She was dating my brother.
Judge, at this time, I asked to introduce State 36.
Sir, objection.
None for Mr. Garcia, Judge.
None for Ms. Magbanwa, Your Honor.
To be admitted.
All right, so which one did you?
I'm the one in the middle,
And which one is Ms. Magbanwa?
the one on the left-hand side to the right of me in the photo.
All right, and this one is her friend?
Yes.
Ms. Magbanwa.
Yes.
Approach and show you one more photo.
Yeah, 98% say that she either was involved or had
I don't recognize
knowledge
that
of it.
photo, but I recognize the people in it.
Okay, who's in it?
That's my brother, and I think that's Katie.
Is Katie Catherine McDaniel?
Yes,
This is a very accurate photo of the two of them, when, I guess around the time of their dating.
that looks right.
Judge, this time it has to be 6:37.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor, this witness is not able to properly authenticate that picture in terms of when it was taken and where it was taken. So I will object.
Sustained.
Your brother dated Catherine McDaniel?
Yes,
Okay. And was that the context in which you became acquainted with her? Was through your brother?
yes.
Do you know when they began seeing each other, your brother and this McDaniel?
I have no idea.
Do you know when they stopped seeing each other?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether the relationship between your brother and Ms. McDaniel was a serious relationship?
I met many, many girlfriends of my brother's over the years. I didn't get any indication that it was a serious relationship.
Okay. He's a guy that has a lot of girlfriends.
He has had a lot of girlfriends.
How many girlfriends has he had since Catherine McDaniel?
I have no idea.
Several?
Probably.
And does he have a child with someone now?
He does have a child.
How old is your brother?
43?
Has he ever been married?
No.
Do you know whether your brother makes a practice of giving gifts to his former girlfriends?
I have no idea.
Are you aware of any specific gift he's ever given to a former girlfriend?
No.
Do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
No.
Have you ever met him?
No.
I want to ask you about the week prior to Mr. Markel's murder, like June 30th through July 10th, 2014. Were you in South Florida that week?
I know I was in South Florida for my father's 70th birthday. My dad's birthday is July 5th. I don't remember if his party was on his actual birthday or a little before or a little after, but I remember I went down for his birthday.
Can you tell the jury whether or not you were in South Florida on July 1st, 2014?
I couldn't say for sure.
Okay, but
I may have traveled that day. I don't remember exactly when I went down. I only remember I was there for probably about a week and then I went down for my dad's birthday, but I couldn't tell you more exactly than that.
Your dad's birthday's on the 5th?
It is.
What month?
Of July?
Do you hear her voice change when she addressed the judge?
Was Mr. Markel planning to leave town the day after he was murdered?
I believe he was.
Do you know where he was going?
I believe he was going to New York to visit his girlfriend.
And
To visit his girlfriend.
how old was Mr. Markel when he was killed?
He was born in 1972 and he died in July of 2014 before his birthday's in October. He was 41.
41 years old?
Yes.
Did law enforcement in this case analyze your cell phone?
I gave them my cell phone.
Okay. And in your cell phone, you have some contacts for Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, and Charlie Adelson, as well as Gibbers, who we've established as Dan Markel. Are all the phone numbers in your phone for them accurate phone numbers for those folks?
I would imagine so.
And I want to ask you about some recorded phone calls that were taken in association with this case. Did you have an opportunity to review a disc of some of those phone calls?
I did. The phone calls weren't played.
I'm sorry, hold on just a minute.
Yeah.
All right, so I provided you with a disc, correct?
Yes.
And a list of the specific phone calls and the voices on the specific phone calls that I was asking you whether you could identify.
Yes.
All right. And did you initial next to the letters of those calls that you were able to identify?
I did.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Exhibit 175. 175.
I just wanted to clarify that we didn't listen to the phone calls from beginning to end for each one, but that we were able to listen to parts of the phone call so that we could authenticate who was speaking on the phone call.
Okay, and when you say we, who are you referring to?
Myself and my attorney.
Okay, so you listened to another phone call in order to be able to tell me whose voice was on the phone?
That's right.
Okay, and when you initial next to the highlighted portion, okay, I guess I should say, the calls are listed by letter and number, each call, and then I have highlighted the names that I'm asking you to authenticate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and if you've initialed next to that call does that signify that you were able to authenticate that the highlighted names on that call were the voices of those people?
Correct.
Okay, so namely, Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence takes 175.
There's an objection from the second judge. I
Your
can't,
legal objection.
Your Honor, I think it would require a speaking objection, so I'm not sure how you'd like to handle
State
it.
your legal objection.
The legal objection is going to be relevant at this point, that's the proper foundation.
All right, I'll overrule that objection. I'll admit, Chase Exhibit 175.
I want to talk about your location on the day of Mr. Markel's murder. You know that law enforcement looked at your phone and sort of looked at your movements that day?
Yes.
Okay. And if that information indicates you were home at the Aqua Ridge residence at approximately 12:27 in the afternoon that day, is that correct?
I don't remember exactly what time, but that sounds right. I know I had left to meet some friends for lunch. So I guess I was home until that.
Lisa Dempsey, thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Since we're not in real time, I get to pause it so that I can say thank y'all, especially because we're listening in 1.25 time. So there's not as many breaks for me to thank you. And I want to make sure I say thank you. So thank you.
Time, that sounds right.
All right. So it seems like kind of around lunchtime, about half afternoon.
Sure.
All right. And then shortly after that at 12:29, it appears you were traveling on Centerville Road. Is that a normal way that you would ingress and egress from your Aqua Ridge residence?
That sounds right.
All right. And when you left your residence, you said you were going to lunch. Did you go directly to lunch?
No, I stopped and made a purchase for a party that I was supposed to attend first.
And what was that purchase?
It was my first time purchasing bourbon. It was for not a bridal shower. It was for a bachelor. No, it was for a wedding party, but it was the bride and groom together, and they had asked for people to buy certain alcohol to help them.
Like a stock the bar party.
A stock the bar party. I forgot what it's called.
Okay. And do you remember what type of bourbon you purchased?
I don't.
Does Bullet bourbon sound familiar?
Maybe. It was.
All right.
They had a list of what they wanted, and so I asked the person at the store if they had whatever kind it was.
Okay. And do you recall where you went to purchase the alcohol?
I think I went on Thomasville Road at ABC Liquor.
Okay. Is there a reason you went to that particular store?
No, I don't know many liquor stores. That was the first one that popped up.
All right. And you made that purchase according to the receipt that was in your vehicle at 12:49. Does that sound about right to you?
That sounds right.
Okay. And did you make any stops between leaving your residence and going to the liquor store?
Maybe I purchased gas?
I don't know if you did or not, but I'm referring to your visit to the crime scene.
I did not visit the crime scene.
Okay. You did not pull up to the crime scene tape on Truscott Drive?
No. I was driving on Centerville Road, and sometimes I would take the shortcut through Truscott.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I was driving on Centerville Road, I saw some sort of tape or obstruction, and so I didn't turn.
Okay. And then you went from liquor store straight to the restaurant?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. And what restaurant was that?
What was the name of that restaurant?
Mosaic?
Mosaic.
Have you seen the photographs that were taken of your vehicle?
I have not. That looks like my car. That looks like bourbon, yeah.
Who had your kids the morning that Mr. Markel was killed?
The kids were at preschool.
But I mean, at what home did they wake up that day?
That morning, I think they were at Danny's house.
Did you stand to gain anything from your husband's death, like financially?
No.
Do you know how much the lawyers that assisted you with the divorce process and litigation that followed the divorce, do you know how much they cost?
How much my lawyers
How
or
much you
Danny's
spent on
lawyers?
lawyers, yeah.
I honestly don't remember.
Fair to say it was a lot of money?
It felt like a lot of money to me.
How many different lawyers did you have during the pendency of your divorce and the litigation that followed?
I had 3.
Do you know how many Mr. Markel had?
I don't remember.
Hey, Angie.
Do you remember your mom suggesting a plan to offer Danny $1 million to allow the relocation of you and the children to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I'm sure I knew about it at the time that it happened. And then I had my memory refreshed about it recently.
Did you ever make the offer to Mr. Markel?
No.
Did you move to South Florida after their father was killed with the children?
So after he was killed, I packed a weekend bag and went to South Florida for what I thought would be a couple of days, maybe a week. My son's birthday was July 29th, and I thought we'd be back in Tallahassee by then.
Did you ever come back?
I did come back a few times, but not permanently.
Okay, so you ended up moving there permanently.
I wouldn't say it's permanent, but I'm living there right now.
Okay. Well, it's been 5 years.
It has been a while. I've been exploring options for employment in many different places.
Okay. And when you initially left to go to South Florida, was that the same day as the funeral service for your husband?
No,
Was it the day after?
it might have been the day after or the day after that. I don't remember.
Did you change your children's last name from Markel to Adelson?
I did.
When was that done?
So after Danny died, there was a lot of press coverage, and CNN put pictures of my children's faces unblurred on national television. Newspapers put their names without any consideration to the fact that they're children. And
I
I thought,
appreciate that, but the question is when did you change their names?
when they started school, I registered them under my name, hoping it would keep them safe.
And was
then
that approximately a year after their dad was killed?
it was whenever I registered Ben for school, so it was soon after. But I didn't legally change their name until after that.
Okay. And where did they start school? When you say you changed their name when they started school, was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in South Florida.
So that fall, they started regular enrollment like you would in the normal beginning of the school year?
That's right.
Okay. And did you also eliminate your older son's middle name?
When I legally changed their names, I did.
And you just dropped that from the name?
I did.
Okay. And that was a name that came from Dan Markel's deceased maternal grandmother, is that correct?
The name started with an A, which was to honor my grandfather, Aaron Adelson, and the second half of his name was to honor Danny's grandmother.
Okay.
So we lost an honor to both families.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Questions, Garcia?
Yeah, I thought the same thing, Barbara.
Ms. Adelson, I represent Mr. Garcia, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Charlie's your older brother or younger brother?
I'm the youngest in the family, so both my brothers are my older brothers.
And how many years older is Charlie than you?
He's approximately 3 years older.
Would you describe your relationship with your brother as a close relationship?
I would.
And the brother I'm referring to is Charlie. And just for the record, all the questions I have with regards to brothers is going to be focused just on your brother, Charlie, okay?
Okay.
Charlie graduated high school,
He did.
college,
He did.
dental school,
He did.
so he has a substantial educational background.
Yes.
Would you consider him to be book smart?
He did very well in his classes.
So that would
So,
potentially be
yes.
yes. What about street smart? Do you think he was kind of street smart?
I think he's good with people.
And would it be fair to say that he has a wide range of friends, different types of friends?
He has a lot of friends.
Would you say, well, are there certain friends that he goes out nightclubbing with?
I don't know. He doesn't talk to me about night clubbing.
Well, when he has social events, do you ever go out with him socially?
I haven't in a long time. I'm pretty busy with my kids. But I have once or twice gone out with him.
And is it the same types of friends that he goes out to these social events with?
He would usually go with his roommate, who's, I don't think they're living together anymore, but they lived together for a while.
Would you agree with me that your brother Charlie was, I don't want to call him like a socialite, but he would frequent the nightclub scene?
I honestly don't know that.
So your single brother, is a pretty handsome guy, right?
I think he's handsome.
Right. We've seen his pictures. Good looking guy. Never been married, right?
No.
And what kind of car does he have?
For a while, what does he have? What is he driving right now?
Well,
He likes cars. Like
he has a lot of cars, right? And these aren't like Hondas or Toyotas. They're Mercedeses and Ferraris, right?
he drove an unmarked police car for a while.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, did he ever have a Mercedes?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, and it wasn't like a C300. It was like a 5 Series, right?
I honestly don't know anything about cars.
Well, it was the bigger Mercedes, right?
Yeah, it was big.
It was the bigger one. And he also had a Ferrari, right?
I know he had one really fancy car, but I don't remember what brand it was.
So you're telling this jury that you don't remember if your brother had a Ferrari?
Cars are really not important to me. You saw mine. I drove a minivan.
Well, but you're not your brother, right?
I am not my brother.
And
No,
you-
I knew he had a fancy car. I just don't remember if it was a Porsche or if it was a Ferrari. It was something fancy.
Something kind of fancy,
Yeah.
right? Okay. So you have a pretty successful brother, right?
He's successful, yeah.
And he likes to show off his success with his extravagant cars, correct?
He likes fancy cars.
Okay. Handsome guy, in good shape, right?
He's handsome.
And you indicated that he had a lot of girlfriends, right?
Yes.
Now, I know you didn't go clubbing with him, but were you aware that he would go to like Miami Beach a lot
I mean,
or South Beach?
Sure. I mean, I couldn't say how often he went out or where he was going. It's just not something I would really talk to him about.
When your brother took you out to dinner and you vomited, do you remember what the restaurant was?
I do.
Which restaurant was it?
It's called Uvia.
Okay, where is that located?
It's on Lincoln Road.
Okay, Lincoln Road's in South Beach, right?
Lincoln Road is in South Beach.
Are you aware if your brother took steroids?
No, I'm not aware if he took steroids.
What about if your brother used illicit drugs?
I'm not aware of my brother using illicit drugs.
And the fact that you're not aware if he used it doesn't mean he didn't use it, correct?
No, I'm just saying I don't know.
Do you know when Luis Rivera started serving your brother drugs?
I don't know anything about that.
Your brother would frequent South Beach and Miami Beach sometimes, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? The restaurant that he took you to was in South Beach, correct?
I was living close to that restaurant at the time.
And your parents had a home in South Beach also, correct?
My parents did not have a home in South Beach. They were renting an apartment.
I'll rephrase it. They had a place to stay in South Beach, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She smiles so much when she's doing all this too. And she's very calculated in her answers.
Good afternoon, Ms. Adelson.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today? You doing okay?
I'm fine.
You nervous?
Am I nervous?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm nervous.
Okay. Now you stated on direct examination that you are a lawyer,
I am a lawyer.
right? So you understand that the oath that you took before you took the stand, correct?
Yes,
You know the consequences of not being truthful here,
of course.
and you also have a separate obligation as an attorney to tell the truth, right?
Of course.
Now, do you know who killed Dan Markel?
No,
Did your brother have anything to do with killing Dan Markel?
I don't believe so.
Your mother is Donna Adelson.
She is.
Where is she right now?
Right now, she's with my children
Not in Tallahassee.
in Miami.
Okay, she's not in jail.
No,
She's never been arrested before.
no.
Okay, she's not even testifying in this case, is she? To your
No.
knowledge.
To my knowledge, no.
What about your brother Charlie? Is he in Miami right now?
He's probably in Fort Lauderdale right now.
Okay, but he hasn't been arrested,
No,
hasn't been charged,
no,
and he's not testifying in this case, is he?
no.
Are you aware if the state has attempted to subpoena them to come to court?
I believe they have received a subpoena to come to court.
Okay, and it was for them to come and testify in this trial, or you don't know?
I don't know for certain.
Okay, but you know they've received some form of subpoena.
I heard about that.
When is the last time you spoke to your family, your mom in particular?
This morning, I called to check in on the boys.
Okay, how is your relationship with your parents now? Is it estranged in any way, or you still have a good relationship with your parents?
I still have a good relationship.
What about your brother Charlie?
I still have a good relationship.
When is the last time you spoke to Charlie?
Probably last week at some point.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that Charlie is a father.
He is.
When did he have his child? Is it a boy or a girl?
It's a boy.
Okay,
He was born in December 2017.
okay. So about, I would say that's over a year after Miss McMahon was arrested.
I couldn't say.
Okay. Do you know who the mother of that child is?
I do.
Who is she?
You want her name?
Yes.
Her name is Bree Price.
Okay. And is he married to her now?
He's not married.
Are they still together?
Depends on the day.
And do you know if he has any other girlfriends at this
I
point?
have no idea.
Have you been keeping up with the media coverage in this case?
I don't watch any media related to this case.
Okay. So, but you are aware of the attention that has been brought on this case?
I'm aware only because of the constant death threats that I receive, yes.
Okay, so just to specify, you haven't watched any of the specials that have been on air about this case?
I have not watched any of them.
Do you know if your parents have watched any of the specials on this case?
I advise them not to. They may have seen bits of them, but I don't know for certain.
What about your brother Charlie?
I don't know.
Did you watch the state's opening statement in this case?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
Okay. So you're not aware of what the state's theory is in this case?
I'm not.
Now, you mentioned on direct examination something about listening to some recordings that the state provided to you.
Yes.
Okay. Is that the first time you've ever listened to those recordings?
Yes.
Do you know what those recordings are about?
There are many, many recordings.
Okay. Did they give you all of the recordings?
I don't know. I listened to what I was given, but I don't know if there's more.
How much time did it take you to listen to the recordings that you were given?
Again, I didn't listen to the entire thing, so probably about an hour to go through all of the recordings and listen to excerpts of each of them.
Of each of them. So you're not aware if the state gave you all of the recordings that they provide, that they have in their possession?
I have no idea.
Okay. Did they have you listen to any recordings that occurred before April 19th of 2016? Sorry, 2016.
So I'd have to see the document to remember the exact date on it. I do remember my birthday's in April, so I remember the dates being close to that, but I don't remember exactly.
Did they ask you to listen to the phone call where Charlie Adelson is talking to Miss Magbanua about work?
I listened to something.
Sustained.
So it's fair to say that they only let you listen to portions of the phone calls that they think are important.
I was given conversations and I listened to some of them to authenticate voices, but I don't know. I imagine they thought it was important for me to listen. That's why I did.
Did you listen to a phone call?
Ask your question, don't answer it till I rule, please. Let's go sidewalk.
Jury selection is officially underway as of 8:52 my time, because this is in my area. 8:52, which was like 4 minutes ago. So it is officially underway.
Go ahead.
The conversation between your brother and your mother, if you were able to identify any conversations like this.
I think I did yes.
Now I want to talk about the circumstances surrounding your actual divorce,
Okay.
which I believe you said was finalized in 2013, right?
Yes.
You just left your divorce papers on a mattress of Dan Markel in the house and left town. Is that correct?
No.
How is it that you delivered the divorce papers to him?
I called him to let him know that I wanted a divorce. It wasn't the first time I asked for a divorce, but it was the last time. And told him that I would see him when he got home. Not home, but back to Tallahassee. And then I did leave the papers for him, but I didn't leave town. I was still in Tallahassee.
Okay. So he was actually aware of that you were going to be seeking a divorce before you actually delivered the papers to him?
I had asked for a divorce several months earlier.
Okay.
That's when we started going to counseling. And he told me that if I tried to get divorced from him, that I could leave with the clothes on my back and that he would take the kids and that I would be penniless. And so when I actually asked for a divorce, I thought it best not to be there.
So is it fair to say that this was not a mutual thing between the two of you, that Danny did not want a divorce?
I don't think he wanted to get divorced.
How close is your brother's relationship, Charlie Adelson, with your mother, Donna Adelson?
I think they're close.
Would you characterize their relationship as closer than you are with your mother?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I do think they talk more frequently than I do, but I don't think closeness always has to do with the frequency of communication.
And you had said on direct that your parents were not happy with Dan Markel's behavior during the divorce.
No, they didn't think he was treating me well.
And is this just Donna Adelson, your mom, or was it both Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I'm sure both of my parents felt that way.
Did they ever express those feelings to you?
Yes.
Did they call in names?
Yes.
Okay. Did one parent do that more than the other, or it was consistent between the two?
I think it was consistent between the two.
Okay. What kind of names did they call them?
I mean, I've had my memory recently refreshed, so I saw things, but my memory is, I don't remember name calling, but I did recently see emails where they called him names.
Now, after the divorce, you started dating other people, right? When is it that you had your first, I wouldn't say serious boyfriend, but your first boyfriend after Dan Markel?
Probably within a month.
Okay. When did he, if you know, did he start seeing anybody else after the divorce?
He did, but I don't know when it started.
Okay. And is that Amy or was it some other person?
I know about Amy, but I don't know if there were other people before Amy.
Did you know what, at the time of the murder, do you know what, if any, future plans Dan Markel had?
I couldn't really say about his future plans, but I felt like by then he and Amy were pretty serious, and he was trying to spend as much time in New York as possible.
Do you know if his intention was, and it's only if you know, it was his intention to remain in Tallahassee, or do you know if he was planning to leave the state?
I think he always planned on leaving Tallahassee. It was just a question of when.
Okay. Do you know why? Did he have an aversion to Tallahassee, or
No,
just...
it wasn't an aversion to Tallahassee. He was a very ambitious person. And so from the moment we arrived in Tallahassee, he was always looking for a stepping stone toward a better university where he could teach.
And he took a very special interest in what he did, which is he's a law professor.
Right.
He graduated from Harvard and he studied criminal law.
Right, that was his specialty.
Okay. And did there come a time where you were dating someone by the name of Jeffrey Lacasse?
Yes.
You know who that is?
I do.
Do you remember when you started dating Jeffrey Lacasse?
I don't remember exactly, but 2013.
Okay. Do you remember how long you dated him for?
I remember it was less than a year, but probably more than 6 months.
Were you dating him at the time leading up to the homicide, which would be July 18, 2014?
We broke up a few weeks before Danny was killed, or a week or so. We broke up before Danny was killed.
How would you describe your relationship with Jeffrey Lacasse?
I mean, I think it took different turns. I think it was more casual in the beginning, and then it was getting more serious. And then I was feeling more committed to the relationship. And then in late June, we had this big fight. And after that point, I didn't really want to be with him anymore.
Do you know what the fight was about? Do you
I do.
remember?
I remember what the fight was about.
What was it about?
He didn't trust me.
In terms of
He
seeing
thought
other people?
he thought I was cheating on him.
Okay. And you said you broke up. When was that?
We broke up. It would have been one of the last weekends in June.
So fairly close to when the homicide occurred.
Right.
Now, that spring break, which would have been the month of March,
Mhm.
didn't you and Jeffrey Lacasse come down to Miami?
We did.
Okay. And you stayed with your brother, Charlie?
We did.
Okay. And do you know at that time who he was dating?
I don't.
Okay. Does it sound, if I say that was when he was dating Catherine Magbanua, is that the correct statement or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember having dinner with Jeffrey Lacasse at a restaurant and with your brother and that Catherine Magbanua was there?
I have a vague recollection of it.
Okay. And do you remember if this restaurant had outside seating?
We always used to go to the same restaurant, and so I know the restaurant, it has outside seating.
Okay. And when you met Catherine Magbanua, Charlie introduced you to her as his girlfriend?
Probably.
Okay.
Definitely as someone he was seeing, right? I don't remember if he used the term girlfriend, but in a romantic kind of way,
Okay.
not as just a friend.
And am I characterizing Mr. Charlie Adelson correctly when I say, you had said he has lots of girlfriends?
I've met lots of girls over the years, which is why it's hard to remember whether I had dinner with one person versus another.
Do you know what his thoughts and beliefs are in marriage? Does he not believe in marriage?
I don't think he's so pro-marriage, no.
Okay. Do you know how many times you met Katie? We talked about the time on the beach, and then we've already now talked about dinner.
I remember vaguely those two. I don't remember any other time.
Do you remember the name of the person that was in that picture with you?
No.
Okay. Does Yindra Velasquez Mascaro sound familiar?
No.
Now, you didn't have a really close relationship with Katie, right?
No.
Okay. Did you know that Katie has 2 kids?
I did.
Remember Miss, we're not going to get all first names.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, I apologize. Did you know that Miss Magbanua had children?
I did know that.
Okay. Did you ever discuss with Miss Magbanua the details of the divorce that you had before she even knew who your brother was?
That wouldn't be possible because I only met her with my brother.
Okay. So you didn't talk, your relationship wasn't a close relationship where you would talk to her about Dan Markel?
No.
Do you ever remember having a conversation with Miss Magbanua about Dan Markel and your divorce?
It's very possible that I brought it up,
Mhm.
but
Nothing stands out.
No, not at all.
Now, I want to talk to you about the time of the murder, okay? The day before the homicide, all right?
Okay.
You had talked about your custody situation with Dan Markel, that it was a week on, week off. Is that correct?
That's right.
And an overnight stay switch on a Wednesday.
That's my best memory.
So a better way to describe it would be if it's your week, you have the boys, but on Wednesday night, they will sleep at Dan Markel, do an overnight sleepover at Dan Markel.
Right.
And then return them to you the next day.
Or return them to school. And
And then you picked them up in the evening.
Right.
So the day of the homicide, do you remember what day of the week that was?
I believe it was Friday.
Okay. So the day before would have been a Thursday.
Right.
Okay. Do you remember what you were doing that day?
I don't.
Is there any way that you would have been walking down Trescott Drive with your two sons the day before his murder?
No, I don't live in walking distance, so there's no reason why I would have been walking down the street. No.
You and Mr. Markel weren't on that kind of talking or speaking terms where you would be at the Trescott home and he wasn't there.
No,
Okay. You wouldn't go and take the boys for a walk on Trescott Drive.
I don't think so, no.
And as far as you knew at that time, the kids, what school were they attending?
They went to Creative Preschool.
Okay, and when you would drop the kids off at Creative Preschool, do you have to sign them in?
You do have to sign them in.
Okay, and then, so there should be a record of the days that the boys would have been at the preschool.
That's right.
What time would you drop the boys off? Do you remember? Is it an early morning thing or?
I would drop them off in the morning. I don't remember, maybe it was 8, maybe it was 9.
Oh, but nothing 8, like 11?
I don't think so.
And then what would be the usual time you pick them up in the afternoon?
I think it would depend on whether I was teaching or if I had court, what I was up to, but my guess is sometime between 3 and 6, I would pick them up.
So would it be fair to say that, you know, around 11 o'clock in the morning, the boys would probably be in school on a weekday?
That would be right.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Whitney?
I do know Whitney.
Who is Whitney?
Whitney was a girlfriend of my brother's.
Okay. Do you know who introduced Charlie to Mr. Adelson to Whitney?
I don't.
Do you know how long they were dating?
I don't.
Do you remember when they started dating?
I don't remember when they started dating.
Okay. When did your brother buy you that TV?
I remember having the TV in the house on Aqua Ridge. So sometime after the fall of 2012. Sometime between 2012, 2013, something like that.
Do you remember making a phone call to Charlie that morning and having a conversation with him without going into the details of that conversation?
Which morning?
The morning of Danny's murder.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge. Mr. Markel's murder. Do you remember how long you spoke for?
I don't remember how long I spoke for.
Now, you described your brother as a talker. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think I described him as more of a joker than
Joker.
a talker, but he does
Do you-
talk.
Do you remember the circumstances under which he made that statement that the state talked about hiring a hitman, but instead I got you this TV? Who else was around when the statement was made?
Well, he tends to repeat himself, so he kept repeating that joke because he thought it was funny.
Okay, but do you remember the time frame of when that happened? Like, was this way before, you know, during the course of your divorce, or was this after?
It would have been when he bought the TV.
When he bought the TV, and that would be after the divorce.
Well, not after I filed for divorce, right? But not after the divorce was finalized. So sometime after, I really don't remember when I got the TV, but maybe sometime starting with the fall of 2012, sometime around then, but it could have been 2013.
Do you know, now your parents' apartment on South Beach, are they still living there?
No.
Okay, so they moved.
They did.
At the time, do you know how much their rent was in that apartment?
I have no idea.
You said they did not own that property?
No.
Okay. And now you said that you stayed in Tallahassee after the homicide.
I stayed for a few days.
Okay. And do you recall if Detective Isom tried to call you
After I had left,
before you left Tallahassee, but after the memorial service for Mr. Markel?
he did not call me before I left Tallahassee, no.
Did he try to call you?
He called me when I was already on the road,
Okay.
about 4 hours away from Tallahassee.
All right. Did he ever try to talk to you again?
No.
As a prosecution? When is the first time the prosecution reached out to you to speak to you about what happened?
I don't remember ever talking with the prosecution.
Object. I have a question.
Let's go sidebar.
Sidebar.
Proceed, Your Honor. Okay. Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to reach out to your parents?
I don't think he did.
Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to speak to your brother Charlie?
I don't think he did.
Now, you are testifying today under a state subpoena, correct?
Correct.
And that state subpoena gives you immunity for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, since you're an attorney, what immunity is?
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
So that means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to arrest you later on.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Do you know if they consider you a suspect?
I don't know.
Now, the life insurance policy that the state was asking you about, have you received any money from the life insurance policy from Mr. Markel?
I don't know if maybe in the beginning, the life insurance that Danny owed me about $100,000 when he died. I do think that his family made that disbursement. I don't know if they paid that through the life insurance policy, but other than that, there's been, the life insurance policy is money put away for the kids. I've never seen it.
Do you have access to that, or you have no control over that?
I have no control over that.
All right, and I have, where did you say, so your boys are now down in Miami with your mother, correct?
At the moment, yes.
And you stopped letting Danny's parent or Mr. Markel's parents see the boys, is that correct?
2 years after Danny died, I stopped visitation.
Okay, do you have any intention of letting them see their grandchildren again?
I do. We've actually been in discussion the last few weeks.
No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
How many times have Dan's parents been able to see your boys in the last 5 years?
In the last 2 years after they died, they've been able to see them every time they've asked to see them.
Okay, what about the last 3 years?
Since 2016, they have not been permitted to see the boys.
They have not been permitted
That's right.
by you,
By me, yes.
right? And that's not through lack of trying on their part.
No, that's because of what they did.
Okay, but they want to see those boys, don't
They
they?
very much want to see the boys.
All right. And Dan Markel's sister is the, I'm not sure if it's the right word, but the executor of that trust for the boys. Is that right?
I think she has fiduciary responsibility over the trust for the
All
boys.
right, thank you. That sounds right. Did you at one time hold that position in Dan's will?
Oh, before we got divorced, I probably did.
Okay, but sometime after the divorce, he changed that over to the sister.
He must have, yes.
Okay. And did you initiate proceedings to try to fight that decision that he made to make the sister the executor or the beneficiary, have the fiduciary duty for this money over you, through the disbursement to your children?
Can you repeat can you
Okay,
rephrase the
so
question? for
did
me?
you initiate any type of proceeding at any point to try to contest or fight Dan Markel's sister being appointed as this fiduciary for the life insurance for the boys?
I don't believe that I did.
You did not.
I don't remember doing that, no.
No further questions.
All right, did you have a question to this question? If you do, right, Dan, we'll go sidebar.
I think she's very calculated, and I think she knows a lot more than what she pretends to know. And my personal opinion, I feel like she has been involved from the beginning, her and her mom. And she smiles so much, and she just, especially because her answers are so calculated. Like, that's a huge red flag for me. It comes across as very disingenuous. But what do I know?
Ms. Adelson, I don't remember what it related to exactly. I mean, I remember you saying this, and one of the jurors had a question about, you said your memory had been refreshed about something. What did you mean by that?
So over 5 years have passed since Danny died. And
Speak to them.
sorry. So more than 5 years have passed since Danny died. And a lot of the things that we're talking about today, I just don't remember at all. And so to refresh my memory, to make sure that I could remember things, certain documents were shown to me, emails, legal pleadings from the case, so that I could remember what was happening at that time.
One of the jurors was a little confused with the timing. You had said you had a boyfriend, and that it was not clear to them whether you said it was a month after your separation and filing for divorce or a month after it was finalized.
Sure. So I started dating someone who was a friend of mine for many years, and it didn't become romantic until after I had filed for divorce. So about a month after I filed for divorce, someone who was a friend in my life became more like a boyfriend than a friend.
Okay. What was wrong with the television that had to be repaired?
I think one of my kids might have thrown something at it, so there was a crack in the TV.
And why have Mr. Markel's parents not been allowed to see the grandchildren?
Well, they were allowed to see the grandchildren for 2 full years. And I used to cook meals for them and arrange play dates. We had sleepovers. And then I found out that, that Ruth Markel had reached out to a foster care agency to try to place my children with that agency. And I became very worried that they were trying to take my children away from me. And so after that time, I didn't feel a level of trust that they could spend time with the kids. I was afraid they were trying to take them from me.
Okay. Follow up, Ms. Captain.
Your reference to the foster care agency, does that have to do with an email that was sent to me from your mother-in-law?
Yes, it does.
All right, Dan's mother.
Yes.
And that email was in reference to, in the event that you and your parents were arrested in association with this crime, could I please contact that particular agency to assist with the children in the event they have no guardian temporarily until they could get down here from where they reside in Canada? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so they were not trying to take your children unless there was an event where you were unable to care for them.
But because there's no event in which I would be unable to care for them, that feels like trying to take away my children.
Thank you.
Garcia.
No follow-up question.
McMahon.
And this email about there being possible arrests of you and your family, that came right after Catherine McMahon was arrested, right?
I don't remember exactly the timeline of that.
Okay, thank you.
Further, Ms. Captain?
No.
All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep this witness any further? Anybody need her any further? McMahon?
One brief moment, John.
All right. So she doesn't seem genuine to me at all. I'm pretty sure. So that one was the one from the 4 years ago, the trial. Let me see, because she's in the other. See what else we can find. Here's the one from 1 year ago. And yeah, she wore the same outfit. Which, I mean, okay, but I think it's so that it didn't get shared as much personally. But what do I know? What do I know?
All right, state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Wendy Adelson.
All right, Wendy Adelson, please.
Well, let me see if I can find better audio. This audio is only in one ear. I don't like that. Let's see. It's all from Tallahassee Democrat. Let's see if we can find it better. Maybe not. She smiles like she's there for a pageant too, which is a little bit off-putting. Well, it looks like maybe we're stuck with this one. I'll turn it
All right, state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Wendy Adelson.
All right, Wendy Adelson, please.
So this trial that's starting right now, the one that they're doing the jury selection for right now, is for Wendy's brother, Charlie, the dentist, who she says is handsome and is a ladies' man. And here she is, 3 years later in the
Ms.
same
Adelson,
outfit.
if you come up to the witness stand, please.
That was on purpose.
Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please have a seat. Ms. Kappelman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Wendy Adelson, W-E-N-D-I-A-D-E-L-S-O-N.
That audio is terrible.
Ms. Adelson, where do you currently live?
I currently live in Miami Beach.
And are you here today pursuant to a state subpoena?
Yes, I am.
And do all state subpoenas confer immunity?
I don't know if all state subpoenas confer immunity, but this one does.
Okay, and do you believe that your subpoena is special or different from other state subpoenas?
I don't believe it's special or different, so I suppose they all carry immunity.
All right, and does the immunity conferred upon you by the subpoena mean that you can never be prosecuted associated with this case?
That's right.
That's what you think it means?
That's what I think it means.
Okay. And do you think, isn't it true that it's use and derivative use immunity? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, but not complete immunity from prosecution. Do you agree with that?
That's different than what you just asked before. So I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All right, so what I'm trying to allow the jury to understand is what sort of immunity you have. What is your understanding of what it means for you to have immunity pursuant to the state subpoena?
So I have derivative and use immunity. And so in the future, a prosecutor couldn't use what I say here today against me.
Correct. But you could be prosecuted. Just nothing you said here today could be used against you in that prosecution. Do you agree with that?
I suppose so.
Okay. Have you made any sort of special deal with the state attorney's office or with any law enforcement or government agent?
No.
All right. Was there a time that you lived in Tallahassee?
Yes, I used to live in Tallahassee.
What was the time frame that you lived here?
I was here for about 8 years. I lived here my last year of law school, so the academic year 05-06. We were in Miami for 06-07, and then I would have been back 2007 to 2014.
Hold on, I want to show this because I want to show you something real quick. There, this is from this morning. This is the new judge. So they can't show the actual jury selection, but this is from.
Are you at least 18 years of age or older?
This is from the jury stuff.
Good question. Only if you're 17 do I want you to raise your hand. Are you a citizen of the United States of America? Are you a legal resident of Leon County? Do you possess a driver's license or identification card that's been issued by the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles? Or have you executed an affidavit attesting to your eligibility to serve as a juror? Have you been convicted in any state or federal court of bribery, forgery, perjury, larceny, or any felony, and your civil rights have not been restored? Are you currently under prosecution for any crime, either in a state or federal court? Congratulations. Every single person is qualified to serve. Moving on from here, we're going to go through some discretionary excusals. These are excusals that are given to individuals by the statute as well. If you wish to take advantage of these excusals, you may do so, but it's up to you. Is anyone here a full-time sworn federal, state, or local law enforcement officer or investigative personnel? Is anyone an expecting mother or a parent responsible for the full-time care of a child under 6?
I watch my grandson during the day.
We'll come back to you on that one.
All right.
Is anyone 70 or older? Do you wish to be excused on that ground? Has anyone performed state jury service in the last year? This is not asking about the federal court. This is merely about the state court. Is anyone responsible for the full-time care of a person with a physical or mental incapacity who is incapable of caring for themselves, and you being here will create a hardship? All right, we'll speak with you also, ma'am. Is anyone a full-time student between 18 and 21 who's attending high school, a state university, a private post-secondary educational institution, a Florida college system institution, or a career center? All right, we'll speak with you as well, sir. If everyone who raised their hand, if they can form a line right here.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to talk to the request also.
You can get in the line, ma'am.
Thank you.
The attorneys can join me at the bench. We'll take each one by one. Right here is good. You can bring up the first person.
See if they mute it.
Yes, sir. So what institution are you in? And you're a full-time student. Okay.
We can hear them asking.
That was a discretionary, you can remain, or you can be excused if you want to. We are gonna need you to decide now if you wish to be excused. Very well. You are excused, you may step up.
Nice tape job.
Yeah, have a good day, sir. Happy.
Like whoever was taping that had no idea that that was going to be what we stare at.
If you can tell us your name. Ms. Davis, I believe you raised your hand on a question of the caring for a child under 6. To you a little bit of the process and how it's going to take place. The first thing that we're going to do is discuss with you individually what you may know about this case. This case has received a fair amount of publicity, and there was also a related trial that took place about a year ago. This process is going to be handled individually because you do not need to know what others may know concerning this case if they have prior knowledge at all. Before we start any individual questioning, I'm going to give you some very important instructions. Many of you have cell phones, computers, and other electronic devices that you may have brought to the courtroom with you. Even though you have not yet been selected as a juror, there are some rules that you must follow, even as a prospective juror, concerning your cell phones, electronic devices, and computers from this point moving forward. You must not use your phones or devices to search the internet or to find out anything that is related to this case. Between now and when you have been discharged, you must not provide or receive any information about your jury service to anyone, including your friends, coworkers, and family members. You may tell those who need to know where you are and that you've been called for jury duty. If you are picked for the jury, you may tell people that you've been picked for a jury and how long the case may take. However, you must not give anyone any information about the case itself or the people that are involved in this case. You must also warn people not to try to say anything to you or write to you about your jury service or the case. This includes face-to-face, phone, and computer communications. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress to you that you must not use electronic devices or computers to talk about this case. This would include tweeting, texting, blogging, emailing, posting information on a website or chat room, or through any other means at all. Do not send or accept any messages, including email or text messages about your jury service. You must not disclose your thoughts about jury service or ask for any advice on how to decide the case. Further, you must not read, listen to, or find any news accounts related to this case until you have been excused. Avoid the newspaper, television broadcast, and particularly the local news stations. Also, avoid social media or any internet news sites. I am now going to provide to you a statement of the case that has been agreed upon by the parties. On July 18th, 2014, FSU College of Law professor Dan Markel was shot while seated in his car. This happened in the driveway of Markel's home on Trescott Drive in the Benton Hills neighborhood. The killers traveled to Tallahassee from Miami to commit the murder in a rented silver green colored Prius. The defendant and alleged conspirator in this murder was the former brother-in-law of Dan Markel and has entered a plea of not guilty. The statement of the case that I've just read to you is not evidence and is not to be considered as evidence or any proof of guilt. You must not be influenced by this statement. It is merely informing you of the accusation that has been made by the state against the defendant. Before we speak with you individually and privately about this case, some of you may be excused. The rest of you will remain to participate in the next phase of the jury selection process. Individual voir dire is time-consuming, but it will go a lot smoother if you're prepared to tell us what we need to know when each of you are brought back to speak with us. These are the basic questions that you will be asked. What do you know about this case? What are the sources that you've obtained this knowledge from? Based on what you know, do you have an opinion about Mr. Adelson's guilt or innocence? Can you set aside your present knowledge, disregard it, and render a verdict solely on the evidence that is presented in the courtroom? Can you be fair and impartial? Do you have any reason that you cannot serve on the jury for potentially up to 3 weeks? It will save us all a lot of time if you think about these questions and you're prepared to give an answer to each of the questions when you are called back.
He talks too slow.
As it relates to the hardship aspect of this, we expect the jury selection process to possibly take up through Thursday of this week. After that process is complete, we will begin the trial with opening statements and calling witnesses. All in total, we expect that these proceedings from today may potentially take 3 weeks. We understand it is a burden for anyone to serve for that length of time. However, we cannot make our system of justice work unless we have good people that are willing to do their civic duty and serve as jurors. Similar to those in military service, we do have to call on our citizens to make serious sacrifices depending on the situation. Jury duty is one of those times. You will probably never be called on again to do something like this. However, I understand for some of you, this may not be possible given the length of time. To give you a little more information about what it will involve, you will not be sequestered during this trial. You will be permitted to go home at the end of each day and to return the next. For the most part, we will work a regular business day, trying to keep a schedule somewhere between 9 a.m. to around 5 p.m. On occasion, it may be necessary for you to work a little bit longer based on the witness schedule. I will do my best to adhere to keeping this schedule. So please give it some thought to whether any of you would have a major problem, including a physical problem or issue, that will prevent you from giving this case your full attention and performing your duties as a juror. Please be patient with us. We will be working as efficiently as we can this morning. The bailiffs, the clerks, and court administration will be assisting here in the courtroom. While you remain in the courtroom, please follow the bailiffs or clerk's instructions. Do not discuss this case while you're waiting or anywhere else until you've been excused. Please do not read or listen to any media accounts on your phone or anywhere else, also until you've been excused. At this time, I would ask for the attorneys and the court reporter and the clerk to go ahead and move into the jury room to get set up. Prospective jurors, we will call you back one by one and try to get through this process as quickly as possible.
So jury selection is expected to go through Thursday. Trial estimated to be 3 weeks, and they will go from 9 to 5 Central Time. That's the plan. See if there's any other little things we've missed. Some snazzy shoes walking, and that's it. Good to know. Those are all the questions that end up coming up during everything. So that's good.
All right. And what brought you back to Tallahassee after you returned to Miami after law school?
Well, I went to Tallahassee to finish law school, and then we went to Miami because Danny had a job opportunity at University of Miami.
Okay.
It didn't come to fruition. He was not hired, and so we came back to Florida State.
And so your husband had a job opportunity here at Florida State?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what brought you to Tallahassee?
That's what brought us here.
And you also had a job opportunity at Florida State, is that right?
That's right.
What was that job?
I worked at the FSU Center for Human Rights, and at first I was a staff attorney. I used to represent victims of violent crime, asylum seekers, and victims of human trafficking. And then I taught various classes at FSU Law School. And then I ran something called the Medical Legal Partnership.
And how long did you do that?
I was working at FSU for 7 years.
All right, so basically the whole time you were here in Tallahassee.
When I wasn't a student, I was working for FSU.
All right. When did you meet Dan Markel?
Danny and I met first online, and we met when I was starting my 2L year of law school. So that would have been fall of 2004.
And when were the two of you married?
We were married in February 2006.
Do you have any children in common?
We have 2 children.
All right, both boys?
Both boys.
All right, during the time that you moved to Tallahassee, the second time to work here at Florida State, were you living with Dr. Markel the entire time as a married couple?
I'm sorry, Dr. Markel?
I'm sorry, Mr. Markel, Dan Markel, your husband.
Were we living as a married couple when we returned to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Yes. So by that point, we returned in August maybe of 06. So we got married in February of 06. We've been married 6 months by then.
And the entire time that you were living as a married couple, was that at the Trescott address that we've seen photos of earlier?
No, we lived first in a rented house. I actually don't remember what neighborhood it was now. It's been a while. But we lived there until we bought our house. So maybe 6 months in the other location. I don't remember exactly how long.
All right. Do you remember what year you moved into the Trescott address?
We moved into the Trescott address. Maybe, I don't remember exactly what year. Probably, it would have been 2008 or 2009. It was before my older son was born.
All right. And you were living there he was living there in 2014 when this murder occurred, correct?
He was living there in 2014.
And you were no longer living there?
I stopped living there in 2012.
In 2012, was there a separation first before a divorce, or?
Yes, there was a separation.
When was the separation effective?
September 2012.
And whose decision was it to separate?
It was my decision.
And was part of the reason for the separation differing views on how your children should be raised within the Jewish faith?
I mean, that's certainly part of it, but not really a central decision. It was more just our relationship overall. I mean, Danny certainly wasn't, we were on different pages when it came to religion, but I wouldn't say that was.
And that's what I'm specifically inquiring about, was that part of it? So I think your answer is yes, that was part of it.
Sure.
Okay, you are both Jewish, correct?
Yes.
All right, and both of you did agree to raise the children within the Jewish faith? Is
We
that
did.
correct?
And we have.
Okay, so what were the differences between the two of you on that front?
Probably in the observance of keeping kosher. So I don't keep kosher, and Danny did. And that became difficult to do in Tallahassee and difficult to do with differing beliefs around that.
Can you explain for the jurors what keeping kosher means?
Sure. It's a separation of milk from meat. So you couldn't have a cheeseburger, for example, right? You couldn't have milk with a meat product. And the meat has to be killed in a ritual specific way that's been blessed by a rabbi. And you're not supposed to eat shellfish of any kind, so no seafood. There's a lot more rules, but those are just some high level ones.
All right, and was it very important to your husband that the children be raised on a kosher diet?
It was, yes.
All right, and that was something that was not important to you?
It's not a question of it not being important to me. It just started to supersede other things that are important, like love and trust.
Okay, did that diet seem impractical to you?
At times it was complicated. I mean, there was one particular time I had taken the boys to a picnic for one of my clients for one of her children. And my older son had pizza, and Danny was very, very upset about this. He was maybe 1 at the time, but it was pizza that wasn't kosher. And so that became challenging.
All right, so this was something that sort of came up as an issue during the course of the marriage.
It did.
All right, and other things as well. I don't mean to suggest that it was based solely on the children's diets, but that was something that is going to come up later, and I wanted to make sure the jurors understood what was meant by kosher diet. All right, did you move out of the marital home when you separated?
I did.
And where did you go to live when you left the marital home?
I rented a house, and I went to that house.
All right, was that at the Aqua Ridge residence?
Yes, it was.
Does 3303 Aqua Ridge sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay, and that location is here in Leon County, right?
It is.
Okay, as well as the Trescott residence.
They're both in Leon County.
About how far apart are those two residences?
I think it used to take about 15, 20 minutes to drive, depending on traffic.
How long after you moved out of the home did you file for divorce?
I actually don't remember the answer to that. I'm assuming I would have filed for divorce right away.
Within a month, sound about right?
That sounds about right.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 59 and ask you to take a look at the exhibit. I do not expect you to look at every page of this exhibit, but I think you had an opportunity to look at this exhibit previously a little bit, right?
I don't have any memory of that.
Okay. So this is the first time you've ever seen this exhibit?
It's the first time I remember. It's
All right,
very
well, just
big.
Take a look and kind of just thumb through it. Again, don't expect you to familiarize yourself with every page. And my question, Ms. Adelson, you can look through it as much as needed to answer this question.
She had a question. What was your
It's
question?
just, it looks like it's about 800 pages long. So you want me to?
I want you to look through it as much as is needed to answer the following question. Does it appear to be a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
I mean, from the front page, sure.
Okay. Do you have, thumb through it a little bit and just see if there's any reason to dispute that that's your complete divorce file from the clerk's office. It's certified if you want to take a look at the certification.
See how she answers questions though? Like she smiles like she's answering questions in a pageant.
Thank you. All right, so I want you to take a look, if you would, at the petition that is on State's Exhibit 59, pages 1 through 5.
The one right on top?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All the pages should be numbered through, so I'm referring to 1 through 5 on the bottom right corner there.
Mhm.
Okay, and that was your petition for divorce, correct?
Erin Morgan, happy anniversary.
And so this was, would you agree
You
that
live
this
here
was a
now.
contentious divorce?
I think it was made much more difficult by Danny, who didn't want to get divorced, but sure, we can
All
call
right.
it contentious.
Not what we would classify as an amicable divorce. You hear about those.
No, it would be not an amicable divorce.
All right. And part of what you were seeking in your divorce in these documents in front of you was permission from the court to move with your children to South Florida. Is that correct?
That was part of the overall divorce proceedings.
All right. And specifically on pages 43 through 50, there's a petition to include a request to be allowed to relocate with minor children. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And why were you seeking to move to South Florida?
I was seeking a place that would be stable and permanent for the kids and me. Danny never planned on staying in Tallahassee. It was just a question of time before he moved to New York to be with his girlfriend or had dreams of being at Harvard. So Tallahassee was just a temporary stopping point. I wanted a place that was permanent for us where we had family support.
And why did South Florida seem like a place of permanence to you?
Right. I mean, because we had family support, because I work in immigration, there were a lot of career opportunities for me there.
Are you from South Florida?
I am.
Okay. And when you say family support, what family resided there?
My mother, father, and brother.
Was the relocation to South Florida the most important part of your divorce?
No.
Was it your most non-negotiable term?
No.
Okay. But it was very important to you?
I wouldn't say it was very important to me.
Was it very important to your mother?
She was much more looking forward to having her daughter and her grandchildren home. Yeah.
All right. If you would take a look for me at page 46, paragraph
And
E.
we found out that they're not going to be
Just read
testifying,
that
which
to
is
yourself
really a
and let me
bummer.
know when you've had an opportunity to read that.
I was sure hoping. I wanted to hear from them. She keeps that bewildered. I don't really understand why I'm here. Look,
I
yeah,
read the
she's
first paragraph by E. Do you want me to read the second one?
Yes, please.
Okay.
beauty queen. She drives me nuts.
And in those paragraphs, Ms. Adelson, are you alleging that Mr. Markel has created a hostile work environment for you at the Florida State University College of Law?
He did during a period of time.
Right, and was disparaging you to your colleagues? And if you'll take a look at pages beginning on 79, the document beginning on 79. And the question is this Mr. Markel's 23-page response to your motion to relocate?
You're asking me, is this
his response to your motion to relocate?
Yes, it looks like it.
All right, that's quite verbose. Would you agree with that?
I imagine it is. At some point, Danny fired or alienated all of his attorneys and started doing his own legal work. So
fair to say he was adamantly opposed to you taking his kids to South Florida.
yes, he shared all of that here, which is different than the conversations we had. But
that's what he filed.
What he filed is what the judge sanctioned him for.
All
yes.
right. And in that filing, I'm specifically referencing to page 82, where Markel states that the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate with the party's minor children is so she can be closer to her parents. My understanding is you don't agree that's why you wanted to move.
It wasn't the sole reason why I wanted to move.
But you do agree it was a reason.
I wanted them to come in and
I wanted to create some stability for my kids, and having family around helps have a more stable environment.
Is it
and
fair
have to
to
do
say
the
that your
subpoena.
mother, Donna Adelson, was following these divorce proceedings pretty closely?
She was definitely being a little bit over involved. Yeah.
She was pretty invested in your personal life. Is that fair to say?
She is one of those moms, yes.
All right. And we talked about your mom, Donna Adelson. Who's your father?
What is my father's name?
Mm-hmm.
Harvey Adelson.
And where do Donna and Harvey live currently?
They live in Miami.
All right. And are you still very close with your parents?
I am.
All right. And do you still live in close proximity to your parents?
I live about a 15-minute drive away.
And where did they live at the time that Dan Markel was killed?
They lived in Coral Springs, Florida.
And were you close with your mom back around the time that you were living in Tallahassee?
I was.
And did she have a close relationship with your children as well?
She did.
Are your parents employed?
Right now, they are both retired.
What about back in 2014?
In 2014, they were both employed.
How were they employed then?
Then my father had a dental practice and my mom was managing his practice.
What's the name of the dental practice?
Dr. Harvey Adelson, BDS.
All right. Does Adelson Institute ring a bell as well?
Yes.
And do you know whether the practice there was successful, meaning lucrative?
At one point it was, and
What
not
about between
anymore.
what about between 2013 and 2016? Was it lucrative at that time?
Between 2013 and 2016, it was definitely, the business was doing better than it did after that point when the social media barrage happened.
Referring to this case?
Absolutely.
Okay. But previous to the murder, the Adelson Institute was earning approximately $2 million in profit each year.
I have no idea what it was earning. I haven't the slightest idea, but
Do you know
that is
whether
a
your
large amount.
parents had other investments other than their work at the Adelson Institute?
I don't know.
You don't know if they own any properties?
I know now that they own properties, but I didn't then.
Okay. And do you know now that they owned properties then?
I actually don't know when they acquired the properties, so I don't know.
All right. Was your divorce impacting your family financially?
Hey, Allie B.
So this is prior to the murder and the
It was certainly impacting me financially, but I don't think it was impacting the rest of my family.
All right. How many lawyers did you have in your divorce?
I had one, and then Danny accused her of ethical violations and stealing money, and so I had to hire a new attorney. I think he had 3 or 4.
No, I was talking about you. So you had 2.
I had one, and then I had to get another. Yes.
All right. And who paid for those 2 attorneys?
I did.
Did your mom retire from the dental practice during the time of your divorce to facilitate her spending more time with the children?
No, she didn't retire from the dental practice. She did help me during the divorce and help me with the kids. They were very small, but she didn't retire. She just worked for my dad, so it was okay if she took a leave of absence here and there.
All right. Did you discuss your marital problems and the resulting legal issues with your mother?
I'm sure I did.
Is it fair to say your mother is a controlling person?
I think my mom is and was very invested in my life. I don't think of her as a controlling person.
Is it fair to say around the time of your divorce that your mom did not like Dan Markel?
I think that's fair to say. I think she was very disappointed by the way he treated me.
In fact, she despised him, didn't she?
I can't speak to how my mom felt or whether she despised him. I think she was very disappointed.
She sent you some emails to indicate her feelings about Dan Markel around that time, didn't she?
She did.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 63.
Yeah, that's, yeah. She's
Ms. Kappelman, do you want me to read it?
No, ma'am. Just take a look at those and tell me if you can authenticate them as emails that were sent to you from your mother.
I can authenticate them.
All right. So the donnaharvey@gmail.com is your parents' shared email address. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But these emails were coming from your mother based on the context. Is that right? Not your dad.
I imagine they probably represented both of their feelings. They've been married 51 years, so sometimes my mom speaks for my dad.
All right, so there's one, I believe it's on top there, dated May 3rd, 2013. Was that about 3 months before your divorce was finalized?
My memory is that our divorce was finalized in June 2013. So
Okay.
wouldn't that just be 1 month before?
I had July 31st, so
Okay.
whatever is your memories.
So, okay, this was May and our divorce was finalized in July then.
She said July before, and now she's saying it was June.
Just want to talk a little bit about the emails that are in front of you there. So on that first email dated May 3rd, 2013, page 1 of 5, and the second real paragraph, does your mother indicate that the most important
Objection.
part of your divorce is
Objection.
relocation?
Hold on a second, Ms. Kappelman.
I don't believe this item is in evidence, Your Honor.
The items have not been admitted into evidence at this point, Ms. Kappelman.
Correct.
All right, so I don't want you reading from them if they haven't been admitted into evidence.
All right, Ms. Adelson, did your mother indicate to you that, to her, the most important part of your divorce is
Objection, Your Honor,
relocation?
objection.
That's sustained.
Okay, Judge, at this time, I would ask to approach.
Sidebar the witness.
Sidebar.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Sidebar. Dang.
You're asking in reference to the email or not in reference to the email?
Not in reference to the email.
So just in general, what for
Yes.
her, it was probably for me to be safe and be in a stable situation with the boys.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the emails in front of you, State's Exhibit, which are marked as State's Exhibit 63?
If I look at it, she's saying
Hold on
here.
a second, just review it,
Just,
okay?
If you'd read to yourself about the first half of that second real paragraph.
Just review it to yourself, and then Ms. Kappelman will ask you another question.
All right, does that refresh your recollection about what your mother felt was the most important non-negotiable term of your divorce?
It does.
Okay, and what was that?
That was relocation.
And did your mother, I think you said she was very unhappy with him. Did you agree that she despised him?
I can't speak to whether my mom despised him or didn't. She was very, very disappointed with the way he treated me.
Okay, and did you ever call him names?
I don't remember her calling him names.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the emails for that?
I'm happy to.
Okay, if you'll take a look at page 1, about halfway down. Just read those few sentences there, and then I will draw your attention to page 2 when you're ready. Actually, you know what? For refreshing purposes, I'm going to approach with my copy. I'm just going to kind of draw your attention
Yeah,
to the things
very
items highlighted in
calculated.
green. If you'll just look at those to yourself and then flip through and look for those items highlighted.
And too smiley for a murder trial.
Okay. Do you want me to go through the whole thing?
No, go through and just to yourself with the items.
It's a lot to expect from you to say. I know. I don't want to.
Okay.
Did your mom ever refer to your husband as an asshole,
Yes.
a bully,
Yes.
a zealot,
A religious zealot. Yes.
a jackass,
Yes.
a religious extremist?
Yes.
What about gibbers? She calls him gibbers?
Yeah, Tibbers is not a bad name. It was a silly name that I came up with during a period of time when I felt incredibly terrorized by Danny. And so it was a word that I would use to kind of make him seem less scary.
Is it fair to say that it was a derogatory term?
No.
Okay, but you came up with it directly in relation to him terrorizing you?
I did. It was a way to take the steam out of a situation I found scary. I wouldn't say it was derogatory. I just think it was.
And when you say scary, are you alleging physical abuse?
I'm not alleging physical abuse.
All right. What types of things did your mother suggest that you could do to try to coerce or acquire the ability to relocate your kids to Miami?
She suggested that I could change the religion.
Of who?
Of my children.
And why would that affect the relocation effort?
Because religion was so important to Danny that would be a real hot button thing.
Okay. And did she ever suggest that you could bribe your husband to allow the relocation?
She did.
And how much money did she suggest that she and the family would be willing to put up for such a bribe?
So I just saw the bribe reference, but I didn't see the amount. If you want to show me.
I will refresh you on that. In just a moment to find it myself.
Overruled.
highlighted portion, let me know if that refreshes your reflection.
Okay.
How much money was your family willing to put up to bribe Dan Markel to let you move to Miami with your kids?
They said that they would go as high as $1 million, which would be $333,000 each.
And who are the each?
My mom, my dad, and Charlie.
Did Charlie, you mentioned he also lived in South Florida. Was he employed at the family dental practice?
He worked there sometimes.
And what type of work did he do?
He is a periodontist, so he would sometimes do implants or surgery for people.
Did your motion for relocation get granted or denied by the court?
It was denied by the court.
So you were not legally permitted to move to Miami?
No.
Did you have an alternative? You mentioned previously that there was a hostile work environment at Florida State University as a result of your husband. Or your ex-husband at this point, was the failure to be able to relocate, did that cause you to remain in that environment?
It did.
For how long?
I don't remember the date that the petition to relocate was denied. If you could show me the binder, I could find the date.
And I'll draw you to pages 262 and 263.
In the binder?
Happy 3 months, Candy Cane. I'm 3 months old here.
Okay, so the order was on June. No, what's the date? It was June 20th, 2013. So I was still working at the law school through July 2014. So I stayed for 1 more year.
Okay. And it was subsequent to his death that you were able to find new employment that was in a less hostile work environment. Is that accurate?
I mean, eventually after his death, I found new employment. It took me a little while.
Okay. How long did you stay in Tallahassee after your husband was killed?
I
Ex-husband, sorry.
Stayed a couple of days. And then after I had asked the police for protection at the funeral or in my home and they refused, I decided to just go for a couple of days and spend a few days away from Tallahassee. And then this case hit CNN and hit the media. And I didn't.
I don't mean to
feel safe.
interrupt you, but the question was, how long did you stay in Tallahassee after your husband was killed?
I'm sorry, Ms. Kappelman. I stayed for a few days.
Thank you. All right. So how did your mom take the news that you were not going to be able to relocate?
She was very upset.
One moment, please.
Yeah, I want to see all the stuff behind closed doors. I want to be all up in their business.
All right.
I want to hear everything.
Talk a little bit about the litigation that continued after your divorce was final. Was there a motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt of court filed by you?
Yes.
All right. And a few months later, did he respond with a counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement's final provisions, alleging some violations that he said you made on the marital settlement agreement?
Yes.
And these filings are pretty venomous. Is that a fair characterization?
Not on my part.
Well, on both your parts, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And he accuses you of various things, lying about your financial affidavit and things like that. Would you agree?
He does make those accusations. They were completely baseless, but yes.
All right. And let's see. Oh, did in the pleadings, is the tennis racket mentioned as something to fight over? And I can draw your attention to that page in line if you need it.
I imagine it could have been. You can draw my attention if you like, and I can confirm.
Okay, but no reason to argue about the fact that a tennis racket is mentioned specifically in your divorce documents.
I mean, that sounds like some of the nonsense that we argued over, sure.
Okay. And was there a motion? I want to draw your attention specifically to this motion. It's on page 441 of that document in front of you, Exhibit 59. This motion was filed by Dan Markel on March 26th of 2014, so shortly before his death.
I see it.
Okay, what was that motion?
Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
And in that motion, did he allege that you were violating the marital settlement agreement in a variety of ways,
Yes, it looks like he did.
including failing to facilitate communication between he and the boys, failing to keep him informed of where his kids are, failure to communicate about parenting decisions like the kids' schooling, diet, and extracurricular activities, things like that?
Yes, that looks right.
All right. And was he, as part of this motion, seeking to enjoin you from allowing your mother to have time with the children that was unsupervised by another adult?
I am not seeing that right now, but I can continue reading through
Okay,
it.
take your time.
Actually, oh wait, still going.
Is this a question that you need refreshing on? Did your husband make these allegations? You don't have an independent recollection of that?
I don't have an independent recollection.
Okay.
I made a lot of allegations that weren't true, so I need
All
to
right.
look through to figure out which ones we're talking about.
Okay.
Okay, I see it. I see what you're referencing.
All right, so in that filing, Dan Markel alleges that your mother is disparaging him to the children, correct?
That is correct.
And he was seeking a court order saying she couldn't have contact with the kids unless there was another adult present, correct?
I see that here. I don't think I took it seriously at the time, so it didn't really lodge in my memory.
Did
But
your
I-
mom take it seriously?
No.
Was it
Focus,
ever
Sarah.
ruled on?
I don't know. If it were, it should be here, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it here?
No, it's not. It was scheduled to be ruled on in August of 2014, right?
I don't know. I don't know when it was scheduled for. I do know that nobody took it very seriously.
Okay, so your mom wasn't worried about that motion being granted. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about your brother. You can just sort of close that binder and leave it in front of you if that's okay. How old is your brother, Charlie Adelson?
He is 45.
Is he your older or younger brother?
I have two older brothers, so he is one of the two older brothers.
Are you closer to one more than the other?
Yes,
Which one are you closer to?
Charlie.
And has that always been the case or just since this case?
No, it's not since this case. I think when we were kids, I was probably closest to my oldest brother. And then after getting to be an adult myself around my 20s, I was probably closer to my middle brother.
Around the time of 2013 and 2014, were you closer to Charlie at that time?
I would say so.
All right. And are you aware of any connection at any time between your brother Charlie and any gang members?
No.
Did your brother use drugs?
He did, yeah.
What type of drugs did he use?
Marijuana.
Okay. What else?
I don't know of anything else.
Okay. And do you know where he got the drugs from that he used?
I don't.
Okay. Was he a recreational marijuana user or was he a drug dealer?
I would say he was a recreational marijuana user.
Okay. Was this something he did every day or just occasionally?
I don't know how often. I don't know if it was every day, but I do know the pain of the last few years has led him to do some self-medicating.
Okay, but I'm really speaking of the time frame. I should have clarified 2013 to 2014.
I don't know if he was using any drugs during that time.
But you became aware of it subsequent to the incidents that we're here about today?
That's right.
Okay. Were you aware that your brother, I think you testified he sometimes worked at the Adelson Institute. What did you mean by that? Where else does he work?
So he is a periodontist and he has kind of a traveling practice of sorts. So he would work in various doctor's offices throughout Broward, Dade, and Palm Beach counties. And so sometimes he would work from my dad's practice, but sometimes he would work from different offices. I don't know how often he worked at which one. I just know he worked at various offices.
All right. So I asked you, I'm sorry to change topics on you so much, but previously we were talking about your two brothers. Is your other brother, not Charlie, but your other brother, is he located here in Florida?
He is not.
All right. And back in 2014, was he living in another state?
He lived in Gainesville for a while. I'm trying to remember in 2014 if he was in Gainesville. I don't think so. I think he was in another state.
All right, so been in another state throughout the incidents we're here about today.
I believe so, yes.
All right, now back to what we were talking about with your brother Charlie's practice. So he travels around to different dentist offices and performs a specific service, like on a contract basis. All right, and are you aware that he does that type of work or offers a discount for that type of work if his customers pay in cash?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware of your brother carrying large amounts of cash?
He did sometimes carry more cash than I would, but not like big sums of cash, no.
Did you observe the cash that he carried to be stapled together in packs?
No, I never saw staples.
Has your brother ever been married?
No.
How would you describe the kind of lifestyle your brother was enjoying back around the time of these incidents, 2013, 2014?
I think he lived a bachelor lifestyle, very different than mine. Would enjoy nice restaurants, had lots of girlfriends.
Not a lot of responsibilities.
Not a lot of responsibilities.
A lot of girlfriends.
You say not a lot of?
A lot of different girlfriends.
Always a different girl. Yeah.
Gosh, they make him sound like a
Who is Jerome Obed?
He is a person who used to live with my brother.
Do you know the time frame that he lived with your brother?
I remember I introduced him to his current wife, and that was maybe 2011. So maybe during the period, I don't know how much, I can tell you he was living with them that year, but I don't know for how long before or how long after they lived together. They were friends though.
Oh, so, okay, so you can't tell us whether he was living with your brother in the 2013, 2014 timeframe that we're here about.
I don't remember.
And is Mr. Obed also a doctor, a dentist?
He is a dermatologist.
Dermatology, thank you. All right, and your brother, we were talking about his lifestyle and the girlfriends. Does he also drive fancy cars?
He does.
Including a Ferrari?
Yes.
All right. And were you aware of one of his girlfriends by the name of Catherine Magdanola?
Yes.
Did you ever have the opportunity to meet that particular girlfriend?
Yes, we met maybe 2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times? Do you recall what the occasions were?
There was one time we had dinner when I was in town, which is what I did every time I'd come to town and have dinner with my brother and a different girl. And then one time I went to the beach for an hour or so, and she and a friend of hers joined us.
Okay. And was there a third time?
I don't actually remember a third time.
All right. So was there anything special about this girlfriend in terms of her relationship with your brother? Did they seem closer or more serious?
It didn't seem serious.
Were you off put by Ms. Magdanola for any reason? Did she seem like different from the ordinary trail of women that came through his life?
She seemed perfectly nice.
Did you bond with her in a special way? Did you have a different type of relationship with her than you had with any of his other girlfriends?
No, I mean, if anything, I'd say I'd been closer to other girlfriends. I only met her twice.
All right. What about her ex, Sigfredo Garcia? Were you aware of him at all before this case?
No.
So you didn't even know she had an ex?
I knew she had an ex because my brother once mentioned that he was dating a girl and she had an ex that seemed a little scary. And I said, maybe you should stay away from that.
Yeah. And so the ex, did you have specific knowledge about why he was a little scary?
No.
And did Catherine Magdanola ever tell you anything that was specifically scary about him?
No.
Were you aware of your brother having any communications with the scary ex-husband?
No, only that my brother seemed a little scared of him, but I don't know that they talked or didn't talk.
So it would be surprising to you to learn that they had a relationship.
Very.
What about your ex-husband, Dan Markel? Did you ever know him to be involved with any type of drug activity or gangsters, anything like that?
No, Danny consulted on criminal law cases. So I do remember there being a case involving Orthodox rabbis that were engaging in some very violent activity. And that had me concerned. But other than that, no.
Okay. Not in his personal life?
No.
Okay. Was your brother Charlie, or is your brother Charlie, protective of you?
He is, yeah.
Did you discuss your marital problems with him back during the time of 2013, 2014?
I did.
Is it fair to say that in the time frame leading up to the murder of your ex-husband that your brother did not like your ex?
I think it's fair to say. I mean, I also think it's fair to say he wasn't particularly concerned with it. He was leading his own life and not really focused on mine.
But your mom was really focused on yours.
My mom was focused on mine.
And your mom was in the ear of your brother quite a bit, same as she was with you, right?
I don't know about how much she was in his ear or not.
Did your brother ever mention hiring a hitman to kill your ex-husband?
He never mentioned hiring a hitman. He told one bad off-color joke where he said he had bought me a TV when I got divorced and said it was a present and made a very bad joke and bad taste, that it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
And was
But no,
that, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, that's okay.
What else were you gonna say?
I think that was it.
All right. Was that a joke that your brother made one time or more than one time?
He has a tendency to repeat himself. So everything he says multiple times.
Do you know how many times he said it?
I have no idea, but definitely twice at least.
And it was your understanding that he had not made any actual efforts to hire the hitman?
Yes.
But you did get a TV as a divorce present?
I did get a TV.
Was there a time when you went out to dinner with your brother after the murder where you vomited at the table? That happened? It's just yes or no?
What would you like to know the context? It did happen.
Okay,
I can-
and who was present at that dinner?
Just my brother and me.
Okay, and that was kind of your first time out after this murder had occurred, right?
After it happened, I couldn't eat for several weeks, and then I was completely terrified to leave my house. So this was the first time I tried to leave the house and eat food, and that is how it ended up. I threw up.
At the dinner table, in a restaurant?
Yes, it was very embarrassing.
How long after the murder was that incident?
Probably about a month or so.
Was the dinner intended to be a celebration of the fact that your husband was murdered?
Absolutely not.
Did your brother refer to it as a celebration?
I highly doubt that.
Could that have been one of his jokes that was in bad taste?
He may have been celebrating the fact that I was willing to leave the house.
All right. Were you involved in the plot to kill your husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you have knowledge of the plot to kill your husband?
No.
But you suspected that your family was involved?
No, I did not suspect that my family was involved.
Did you mention in your interview with law enforcement that you suspected that your family could be behind this?
I think I speculated about lots of things during the 6 hours I spent with law enforcement without an attorney present trying to help them solve this murder. Yes, I said all kinds of things.
All right. And one of the things you said was that your family very much disliked him and that you thought it was possible that someone had done this on your behalf, unbeknownst to you.
I did say I thought someone might have done this on my behalf, yes.
And who did your brother know that had connections that could get something like that done?
I have no idea.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua?
I have met Catherine Magbanua twice, as I mentioned.
She was your brother Charlie's girlfriend at the time of this murder, wasn't she?
I believe
Objection
so.
has been
There
answered.
may have been other girlfriends
Overruled.
there at the time.
All right, wait a second. Okay, now answer the question.
Specifically at the time of the murder, Catherine Magbanua was your brother's girlfriend at that time, correct?
I think so.
Okay. And can you identify her? You mentioned you've been to the beach with her on one occasion and dinner on another occasion. Do you see her in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She is sitting over here. She has on a striped blouse and a blazer.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. You mentioned that your brother Charlie had a lot of girlfriends. Did you meet all of his girlfriends?
I highly doubt I met all of them, but I met a lot of them.
All right. And specifically in reference to this defendant, did you talk to her on the phone ever separate from your brother?
How many girlfriends
No
could
memory
he
of
have
doing
had?
that. I don't think so.
Okay, so it wasn't like you had become girlfriends or had an independent relationship with her. You only saw her secondary to visiting your brother?
Twice.
On 2 occasions. I'll show you State's Exhibit 35.
Thank you, Jen. Last night was fun. It was fun being a guest on another show. Look who's back. Bad dog. Oh, we got movement on the camera.
35. You recognize State 35?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That was the second time we got together. It looks like the three of us at the beach.
Who's the 3 of you?
So it's me, Katie, and one of her friends.
Do you remember the friend's name?
I do not.
If I said it, would you be able to say yes or no?
I wouldn't.
Okay. And do you know when the photo was taken?
I don't. My best guess is 2013 or 2014.
Okay. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you recall going to Miami for Father's Day in June, right before Dan Markel was murdered?
I don't have a strong memory of it, but it sounds like something I might have done to visit my dad.
Okay. Did you previously testify in reference to this same photograph or a similar photograph?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and did you testify at that time?
Objection, Your Honor, and proper impeachment.
Um,
We're fine with
We'll return to it, Judge.
All
Just
right,
give
that's
him a-
sustained.
All right, and did you have any contact with this defendant since the murder in any kind of way, any communication?
No.
Did you have any contact with her in any way on the day of the murder?
No.
Do you remember what girlfriends came after Catherine Magdanois, as far as your brother's girlfriends?
In order?
Just do your best.
I do. I mean, I feel nervous about saying their names out loud just to.
Why don't we just use first names then?
I remember Whitney.
Okay.
After Whitney.
Whitney, and was Whitney a serious girlfriend?
I think Whitney was a fairly serious girlfriend.
All right, and what about after her?
I'm blanking after Whitney.
Do you remember June?
Yes. Oh, yes. June was after Whitney.
Okay, and can you give me the basic time frame for Whitney?
I just really remember how old my boys were, but I don't know how long she was in his life for. So maybe like 2014 to 2015 or 16, and then June after that, and I think on and off for a couple of years. And then he was together with the mother of his son, and that was probably 2017, 2018.
Okay, I'm gonna approach, would it refresh your recollection to look at some text messages so you could give me exact dates of when these women were in your brother's life? Sure.
How do you think all them girls are feeling like when they see this and they're like, oh, he had a ton of girlfriends. He had girlfriends everywhere. He had so many girlfriends. How do you think all those girlfriends feel
Just take a look
hearing
at
this?
the first page, and I'm specifically referencing these messages that are in red letter.
They're like, I knew it.
So help me understand though, this is a message between.
Just take a minute and sort of take your time and look
Oh,
at it.
I'm using this to figure out who he was dating when.
Yes.
Okay.
And you're just gonna take a look at it and tell me if it refreshes your recollection.
I am in Florida and I am not now and have never been one of Charlie's girlfriends.
Right. So it looks like he was with Whitney in 2014, 2015.
Okay, and
But
the specific date?
I mean, it just means that they're in touch with each other. It doesn't mean that they're dating.
I can only speak for myself.
It looks like he's telling me Whitney is trying to get back together with him in
Objection,
May.
Your Honor. At this point, the witness is just testifying off the documents,
All right.
which we've only seen for a few seconds.
I'm going to sustain that. Okay, I don't want you reading from the documents. What you need to do is take a look at them. If it refreshes your recollection as to what the information that is being asked, then testify to that. If you're just having to read from that document and you don't recall independently, then your answer is that you don't recall. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my answer is the same as it was. I said 2014, 2015, and it looks like there's conversation around that time. So, okay, it doesn't independently refresh.
Okay, let's take a look at a couple more and see if they're more helpful.
Yeah. Yeah. He would never make the cut.
Yeah, it's
the same.
The same. 2014.
I am in Florida and have also been marked safe from Charlie Adelson. So there's two of us.
All right, so 2014, 2015 for both of those women.
Wait, both of those, it's the same woman, it's Whitney.
Oh, I was also asking about June.
Oh, I didn't see June in those text messages.
Okay, when was he dating June?
It's a guess, but I think it was around the same time, maybe 2015, 2016.
Okay, so is it your recollection that it went Magdanois, then Whitney, then June?
As far as people that I met.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked as states 36.
Every once in a while when those feet walk by here, it freaks me out.
Do you recognize state 36?
I think I've seen this picture before.
And do you recognize the people in the picture?
I do.
Is it a fair and accurate photo of the folks in the picture?
It looks like them back in the day. Yeah.
Okay, and do you know when the photo was taken?
I don't.
All right, who was in the photo?
Thank you,
My
Allie B.
brother and Katie.
Your brother Charlie?
My brother Charlie.
Okay. And Katie, the defendant in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and is it fair to say this photo was taken during the time that they were dating?
It definitely looks like it.
And what was that time frame?
I don't know the time frame of when they were dating.
Okay, were they dating at the time of this murder? We've already
I believe so.
established that, okay. And is this how they appeared around that time? Is it accurate in their appearance?
It seems so. Nobody has any like, weird facial hair or doctor. I don't know. It looks like I imagine they looked at that time.
Okay, and you saw them at that time, around that time, because you went to the beach and you
I
had
did.
dinner.
Yeah. I mean, it's been 8 years, so they look different.
They look different now?
Yeah.
Okay, but that's how they look back then.
Probably, yes.
All right, so at this time I asked to move in evidence 636.
Lil B,
Any
get to the
objection?
membership.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Zins was gifted a membership by Little B. Thank you, Little B.
To be a stickler, Judge, with improper authentication.
Overruled. It'll be admitted as states 36.
Who's wrong?
Permission to publish?
You may.
I disagree with that.
She looks different now that she's been arrested. Mandy Davis, I've lived here for 5 whole months. Love it. Happy anniversary. Happy 5-month anniversary.
Do you know of any specific gifts that your brother gave this defendant during their relationship?
I don't.
What about after their relationship? Are you aware of any gifts they were after the conclusion of their relationship?
I am not aware of any gifts between them.
Were you aware
Shoe
that she
cam.
was on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I know that she worked at my dad's office for a while, so it would make sense that she was on the payroll.
And what duties did she perform there?
I have no idea.
Okay, and when you say she worked there, did she physically went there?
I really don't know.
And did you ever work at the Adelson Institute?
I did
Okay.
between my master's and my law degree.
All
I did
right. And did
filing.
you see Catherine Magbanua there when you were working there?
No, that was 2003.
How do you know that Ms. Magbanua worked at the Adelson Institute?
How do I know? I'm trying to remember if I knew at the time or I found out later. Probably my brother would have told me that Katie was working, and that's how I would have known.
All right. And was that before this murder or since the murder?
I have no idea.
You don't know the time frame she worked there?
I don't know the time frame she worked there, and I don't know why he would have told me. I wasn't very involved with the day-to-day operations of the office or what they did.
Do you know if your brother had any other ex-girlfriends on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I don't know.
All right, let's go to the day of Dan Markel's murder. What were you doing that day?
I was home that morning. I was working on a couple of pieces of writing. I was waiting. I remember the Geek Squad was coming to fix my television. And I think
Was
they
that
said
the same television that your brother had purchased for you as a divorce gift because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman?
it was the television that my brother had bought for me.
All right, and did your mother, Donna Adelson, arrange from Miami for the Geek Squad to come to your home that morning to fix
No,
the
I did.
TV? Would it refresh your recollection to review some text messages regarding that issue?
Hold on a second.
Objection, Your Honor, improper impeachment of the witness. Gave an answer.
Overruled.
Approach.
Counsel? I think it was. Thanks.
All right, and I'm looking at the items in yellow, but feel free to review the whole document.
I agree. She knows a lot more than she's
Yeah,
saying.
I don't really understand. It's my best recollection that I set up the appointment for them to come. Sometimes this happens now where there's a different number on the account, so they call the wrong account. So they could have called my mom and she would have said, no, call my daughter. They need to confirm with you.
Okay, but your mom does indicate that she is sending the guy. to your
No,
house.
she indicates that she was called by Best Buy. So that means she was called by accident since they were coming to my house.
Okay. And did you have an appointment scheduled in your calendar, Fixed TV?
I did. I thought they were supposed to come sometime between 8 and noon. And then they came pretty early, I think, 9 or something like that.
All right. And did you delete, just shown on the far right column there if you need to refresh your recollection, but did you delete that appointment to have the TV fixed?
I'm usually kind of OCD about this. So after I have a meeting, I'll delete it if it's done. I use my calendar kind of like a to-do list. So I'll have the meeting and then I'll delete it.
Okay.
So I must have deleted it once they arrived or sometime later.
Okay. And right before the message that indicates, that's from your mother that we just talked about, Best Buy called.
Okay.
There's a message that says, "This is so sweet." Who is
Objection,
that
Your Honor.
message to?
Objection.
Hold on, what's your objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor. Item is in evidence.
That's sustained.
All right. Can you say who the message before the Best Buy message? Who did you send that message to?
It looks like I sent that message to my brother.
Your brother Charlie?
Yes.
All right. And that message was deleted as well?
I always delete my messages. But yes, it looks like I deleted it at some point.
All right. And that message, what were you referring to in that message, if you know?
I have no idea.
All right, but it was sweet, whatever it was.
I mean, 8 years ago, I have no idea what was sweet.
So did Best Buy show up and repair the TV that morning?
They showed up and they tried to repair the TV. But I needed to make a call of whether it was worth repairing or whether I should just get a new one because the repair costs I remember being expensive.
Welcome.
How old was the TV at this point?
I don't know. I don't think it was very old, just a couple of years.
Well, it was given to you as a divorce present at the time of your divorce, right? In 12?
Right. So it wasn't that the TV was old. I think one of the kids had thrown something at the screen, so it cracked it.
Okay. But the fix was done in 14, or the attempted fix.
The attempted fix was in 14.
All right. So the repairman did show up that morning, correct?
Yes.
And you said you did not recall your mom making that appointment, but was it usual or typical for your mom to get involved in that type of minutia of your daily life?
No.
It would be unusual if she did that.
I mean, it would not be unusual for her to try to help me with various things. So it doesn't sound out of the realm of possibility, but I remember distinctly setting it up for that morning of sometime, like when you wait for a repairman to come, they come in a window, they say between 9 and 1. I remember there being a window they had told me.
And do you remember the specific window in this case?
I keep thinking it was 8 to 12, but I don't know if that's correct.
Okay, and we're talking about 8 a.m., between 8 a.m. and noon. And you agree that your ex-husband, sorry, I keep doing that, was murdered between 8 a.m. and noon?
I don't know the exact time of when it happened.
Really?
Between 8 a.m. and noon?
Yes.
I mean, yes, but I thought it was closer to 10 or 11.
Okay. But the question was it between 8 a.m. and noon?
Yes, it was between 8 a.m. and noon.
All right. And did you leave your residence at all that day after you got the TV or the TV man came?
After the TV repairman came, I did a little bit more work from home. I talked to a couple of friends, and then I made plans to have lunch with 2 friends that I frequently saw on Fridays. And we made kind of a last-minute plan to have lunch. And then I had a few errands to run before I met them. So I did that. I picked up gas. I picked up something I needed for a party that night. And then I went to meet my friends for lunch.
All right. And do you know what time you left the residence that day?
I don't. I guess it's somewhere around noon.
And then went and ran your errands? On the way to run your errands, did you go by the crime scene?
No.
On the way to run your errands, did you encounter a roadblock on Trescott?
I did.
All right. So you did turn off of Centerville onto Trescott.
I did.
All right. And when you encountered a roadblock, what did you assume the problem was there?
I figured it was just an electrical storm or something. There was some tape, and it looked like the road was blocked off. And so I just turned around and went back and went up Benton.
And had there been an electrical storm that morning?
I didn't remember an electrical storm, but in the summertime, there's always trees falling and rainstorms, so pretty normal.
Right. And you weren't concerned based on that experience that there could be something going on at previously your marital home?
Absolutely not.
And your ex-husband, Dan Markel, had your children at that time, right?
No, he did not.
Okay. So you had your children at that time?
No, my children were at preschool at that time.
Right. But who took them to preschool that day?
Danny would have taken them to preschool.
Okay. So it was his day. He was killed on his parenting day.
It was the day he would have brought them to preschool and I would have picked them up.
All right. Did they spend the night with him the night before?
He did.
Okay. And you hadn't seen your children yet that day when you encountered the roadblock?
On Friday, no.
Okay. And were you on the phone when you encountered the roadblock? If you
I was.
remember, do you remember who you were speaking to?
I do.
Who was that? You don't have to say the name, but just what type of person was that?
He was a friend. I hadn't caught up with him a long time. He'd moved to England. So I was probably a little distracted, talking and catching up with an old friend.
And when you encountered, at the time that you encountered the roadblock or shortly thereafter, did you call the daycare?
No.
Did you call Dan Markel?
No.
Did you do anything to reach out to any of the players that we've talked about in this case?
No.
Did you communicate to anyone that there was a roadblock?
I didn't. I would have had no reason to do that.
Was Dan Markel scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed?
I believe so.
Where was he going?
He was going to New York.
And that's where he had a girlfriend?
That's where his girlfriend lived.
Do you know how the killers knew that Dan Markel was planning to leave town the next day?
I have no idea.
You didn't relay that information to anyone?
Absolutely not.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at the time?
I really don't know. I have it now. I don't know if I had it 8 years ago.
Did you communicate with anyone on WhatsApp or similar technology to relay any information about the murder of your husband?
Absolutely not.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had WhatsApp at the time?
I have no idea.
Did you communicate with him through WhatsApp?
If I had WhatsApp on my phone, then maybe I did. I know I had friends who lived around the world. At that time, WhatsApp was more of a technology you used to talk to people internationally. So I know the friend I was talking to was in England. If I had WhatsApp, I would have used it to call him.
Did you know that WhatsApp, the communications are encrypted? They cannot be retrieved by law enforcement? Were you aware of that?
I think they can be retrieved by law enforcement, but it's one of the end-to-end encryption services.
All right. And
Happy 5
so you
months,
can't tell the
Tosh.
jury whether you communicated through WhatsApp at all on the day of the murder?
I don't remember if I had it 8 years ago. I have it now, so we could look and figure out if I had it then, but I don't know.
All right. Did you ever communicate with Catherine Magdano at any time through WhatsApp?
I never communicated with her at all.
When you left the residence and encountered the roadblock, where were you headed?
When I left my residence, I was headed to ABC Liquors to get an item that was requested for a Stock the Bar party. I was supposed to go to that Friday night.
And what was that item?
I'm sorry?
What was the item?
It was bourbon.
What type of bourbon?
Bullet bourbon.
Bullet.
The
Did you-
invitation had asked specifically to bring a bottle of Bullet bourbon, so I went to the store and asked them where I could find that.
And the bottle of Bullet bourbon was in your vehicle when law enforcement came to interview you about this case?
Right. When I told law enforcement they could search my vehicle and signed away all my rights. Yep.
After the murder of Dan Markel, was it your practice to tell people, just acquaintances and peripheral people in your life, that
Okay, wait. Did you notice that she said on this time, she said, and this isn't something I noticed before because I've never watched her testimony back to back, but during the first trial, she said it was bourbon, but she was like, I don't remember what kind or whatever. And they said, was it bullet bourbon? She was like, possibly. And this time she's like, oh yeah, they specifically asked for bullet bourbon. And that's why I got bullet bourbon. Sneaky, sneaky.
he had been involved in an accident?
I don't believe so.
Do you know whether that was something that your brother told people?
I have no idea what my brother told people.
Did you ever hear your brother, Charlie Adelson, tell someone Dan Markel was involved in an accident?
No, I've never heard that. I was just thinking law enforcement told me when they were interviewing me that I wasn't supposed to tell anyone what happened until it was released, but.
And that was just the day of?
That was the day of.
Okay. Did you or your children benefit financially from your husband's death?
Absolutely not.
Did your husband have a life insurance policy?
He did have a life insurance policy.
And what was the value of that policy?
I don't know what the value of it was at the time. I do know that his sister's a custodian of that life insurance policy, and I pay taxes on that money every year, but we don't receive any of it.
What was the value of it at the time of your husband's death?
It was $1 million.
Not $2 million?
$1 million for each child.
$2 million. All right. And did you believe prior to your husband's murder that you were the custodian of that money for the benefit of the boys?
No, we were divorced. So I was the custodian while we were married. But once we were divorced, I was no longer the custodian.
So you were aware that he had designated someone else to do that job? You didn't inquire through your attorney about challenging the designation of the sister as the custodian of that money?
I wasn't trying to challenge the designation, no.
Do you have access personally to that money?
No.
All right. What about a 401k? Did your ex-husband have a 401k when he died?
I believe he did.
All right. And are you the custodian of that money for the benefit of the boys?
I am. That's how I pay the taxes.
All right, did he have a pension,
I don't know.
Social Security benefits?
I don't know if he had Social Security benefits. As survivors, my children receive Social Security benefits.
$4,800 a month, right?
That's right.
Deferred compensation fund,
I don't remember.
$217,000. Does that sound familiar?
I don't remember.
What about the IRA? Did he have an IRA?
I really don't know.
$100,000.
It's very possible.
What about a checking account?
I don't know if he, I assume he had a checking account.
$15,000 in there, right?
Wouldn't go to us, but sure. I imagine he had a checking account.
It wouldn't go to you and the boys?
Yeah.
Where did it go?
Funeral expenses?
Okay. All right. And obviously you did not have to maintain your divorce lawyer for any purpose after the murder of Dan Markel.
I think at that point he was trying to provide counsel for something else, but no, I didn't. I had to maintain him for a little bit just to close out the case. He had some work to do to finalize things.
All right. And was your mom able to go back to work full time once you moved to South Florida, or did she remain in the status of sort of helping with the kids a lot and working
She
part-time?
helped with the kids a lot, especially while I tried to get back on my feet and find work.
All right. Have you ever returned to Tallahassee to live after, you said you left about 2 days after the death?
I've never come back to live. I came back to give a talk, I think twice. And then I came back for a friend's wedding. I came back for a friend's bar mitzvah. So probably came back 4 or 5 times since.
Right,
But
the question
not
is to reside.
I'm sorry, Ms. Kaufman. I haven't lived here.
Okay.
Since I left.
You've lived steady in South Florida since that date.
I have lived in South Florida.
Okay. And who has full custody of your 2 boys?
Me.
And does your mom have any issues with having access to your boys, or does she have full access to your kids?
I mean, there's no issues with access. No.
How often would you say your mom sees the kids?
I think it depends on the week, but probably at least once or twice a week.
How old are your boys now?
They're 11 and 12.
How old were they when their dad was killed?
It was 10 days before my older son's birthday, so he was almost 5.
Oh, that
and my younger
sucks.
son was 3.5.
So sad.
Did you change their legal names about a month or so after the murder?
No, not a month or so after the murder, no.
Okay. When was it done? Even sooner than that?
No, absolutely not. When I tried to put my children in school and their faces had been unblurred on CNN and all across social media,
I'm not
I
sorry
thought
to
we were
interrupt
in
you, but if you'll answer my question is, when were the boys' names changed?
The boys' names were changed after I wrote a letter to Danny's family explaining why I was
Ma'am,
changing their names.
When were their names
About a year
changed?
after.
Okay, and that was when they were legally changed, July 6, 2015?
I don't
Is that
remember
right?
the date, but if you
We
have
should
it,
watch that
that's correct.
next.
Okay, so they were legally changed on that date, but just a month or so after the murder, when you were enrolling them in school, is when they effectively had their names changed.
That is not true.
And what did you change their names from and
that's
to?
fair.
I changed their last name from their father's last name to mine.
From Markel to Adelson.
That is correct.
And did you also drop the middle name of one of your boys that was a tribute to his paternal side?
It was a tribute to both families.
Did you drop it?
I did. I lost an honor to both families that day, yes.
I lost an honor to the. See how calculated she is in like her answers and stuff.
Do you want the culpable parties in this murder held accountable?
Absolutely.
And even if it involves your own family?
Absolutely.
Do you recall giving an interview with law enforcement on the day that your ex-husband was murdered?
I recall sitting with law enforcement for 6 hours. Yes, I recall.
And did you tell law enforcement something different in that interview about the culpability of your family?
I'm sure while I sat for 6 hours completely traumatized that I said all kinds of things.
All right, and was one of the things you said while you sat for 6 hours completely traumatized that you wanted the culpable parties held accountable unless it was your family?
I don't believe I phrased it like that, and I think you're taking my words out of context, but sure.
But sure?
But sure what?
No further questions.
All right, we're going to take our break now. So it'll be about a 10, 15-minute break, allow you to stretch your legs, use the facilities. And so the deputy will take you back. Remember, no discussion about the case or any testimony that you've heard. You can leave your pads on your chairs, and we'll be back to continue the testimony in about 15 minutes, okay? Just wait one moment.
Let's see. Where's the rest of that?
Please be seated. We're ready to continue with the testimony. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with your direct if necessary.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Adelson, I'm going to approach you with what I marked as State's Exhibit 64.
There's like another half hour of
You have
this.
an opportunity to review State's 99 of discs containing wiretap calls relating to this case.
I did.
And as part of our pretrial preparations, were you asked to listen to those calls and verify whether or not you could authenticate some of the voices on those calls?
So I was asked not to listen to the whole call, but just to listen to a few seconds, enough to be able to identify the people speaking on the calls.
And is that what you did?
That is what I did.
All right. And is State's
Audio
Exhibit
is terrible.
64 a fair and accurate recording of where your initials appear, that representing that you could authenticate the voices on that particular call?
That is correct.
Okay, so for example, the list includes call A on State's Exhibit 99, and you've initialed here indicating that the call is from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson.
That is correct.
Thank you, Judge. At this
I
time,
agree,
asking
Olivia.
the evidence State 64.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as State's Exhibit 64.
No other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Adelson, this is all about you, isn't it?
Excuse me?
This is all about you, right?
I was called to be a witness and I'm testifying, so I don't understand the question. Is it a question?
There's about 100 people in this courtroom, right?
There are people in the courtroom.
Possibly thousands watching, right?
I have no idea who's watching.
And it's all because of your failed marriage, right?
I disagree with that.
You disagree that your ex-husband is dead because of your family.
Yes, I disagree.
These jurors are here for weeks doing their civic duty because of your marriage, right?
No.
Katie's going through this ordeal because of that marriage, right?
No.
Dan Markel's parents are going through absolute misery because of your failed marriage. Isn't that right?
No, that's incorrect.
Well, let's talk about the marriage. You and Professor Markel, you met when you were in law school. You told that to Ms. Gappel.
Sassy pants.
And it was a whirlwind romance, right? Right?
It was not a whirlwind romance, no.
It led to a wedding, February 26th of 2006. You had a big wedding in Boca Raton, right?
Did we get married on February 26, 2006? Is that the question? Yes,
In Boca Raton.
in Boca Raton, Florida.
And it wasn't a small wedding. It was a big wedding.
There were many people in attendance.
All right. In this marriage, it led to 2 children, right? Your 2 boys.
Are you asking me if I have 2 boys?
Yes.
Yes,
Professor Markel, he was a great father, wasn't
he was a very good father, yes,
he? Those boys were his world, right?
as well as his work, yes,
And they adored him too, didn't they?
absolutely.
Now, this marriage started to fall apart, right?
It did.
But there were problems from the very beginning, weren't there? Right?
Are you asking me, what is the very beginning? The very beginning of when we got married?
Literally at the wedding.
There were problems before we got married.
All right. So at the wedding, and the government asked you about kosher law, right?
About what, I'm sorry?
Keeping kosher,
About keeping kosher, yes.
right?
The
And your
government-
wedding, at your wedding was the groom's family, the Markel family, and they are more strict than your family and friends about keeping kosher.
They do not keep kosher.
Wasn't that one of the problems in your marriage, that Professor Markel was very insistent about keeping kosher?
About his kosher rules, but those are different than his family's.
So you're saying that it wasn't a problem at the wedding, that there were people from the groom's side of the family that were there that strictly keep kosher, that they were told that it was going to be kosher food, but it actually wasn't.
So there was a misunderstanding about whether the food was going to be kosher style or more in adherence with kosher law. There was a miscommunication about that.
So you had people that strictly keep kosher eating non-kosher food, which is a big deal.
That actually is not what happened. Danny was upset that it was kosher style and not strictly adhering to kosher law.
So
So
the-
he was disappointed.
So there's problems right from the beginning.
That was a problem at our wedding, yeah.
Fast forward now to September 10th, 2012. Professor Markel, he's away on a business trip, right?
Yes,
He's in New York City at New York University, right?
I believe so, yes.
And he's doing a presentation.
I don't know what he was doing.
Your husband at the time was in New York to give a presentation. You knew that, right?
I knew he was in New York. I didn't know if he was attending a conference or giving a presentation, but he was in New York for work.
Now, you had not communicated with him for 2 days.
I really don't remember.
You text him at around 2:30 in the afternoon, right? Right before he's about to do the presentation.
I I really don't remember.
But you do remember dropping the bomb on him, don't you? Telling him that you wanted a divorce.
So I did not drop a bomb on him. We'd been in therapy for several months beforehand where I told him several times I wanted a divorce.
You say it's not a bomb, but you agree with me that he begged you to reconsider.
He was very upset and yes, wanted me to reconsider, but
In that phone call, he's begging you to reconsider. Please don't leave. Please don't break up our family, right?
he was very upset, yes.
And he was heartbroken. I mean, upset indicates that there was anger. What he was heartbroken, right?
That I decided to divorce him after telling him I would, yes.
Despite being at NYU for a presentation, he rushes home. He gets on the next flight, right?
I honestly don't remember if he got on the next flight, but he did come home quickly.
2:30, he finds out in New York. By 11 p.m., he's walking in the door to your old house at Trescott Drive, right?
I don't know.
But you do know that when he walks in the house, what he finds. You know that, right?
Yes, I left him the papers.
You left the divorce papers on the bed, right?
Yes,
Half the furniture was gone.
half the furniture was not gone.
A good amount of his stuff was gone.
Nothing of his was gone.
The boys' stuff was gone, right?
Some of the boys' things were gone. I'd taken enough so that I had for the boys, but no,
You were gone,
I was gone, yes.
and so were his boys.
His boys were not gone. He saw them the next day, and they would not have been awake if he's coming home at 11 p.m.
Let's stay on topic here.
I'd
When
love
he
to stay on
walks in
topic.
when he walks in the door, the boys are not in the house, right?
Correct.
And you did not tell Professor Markel where you were taking the boys. He may have seen them the next day, but you did not let him know where you were going to be staying with his boys.
With our boys? Yes.
So you agree with me that they're also his.
Of course they're his.
And he should be entitled to know where his wife is taking his children.
Absolutely.
That's not all you took, is it?
Excuse me?
You two had a joint checking account at Schwab, right?
We did.
And you went into that account before you dropped the bomb, and you took out half of that account, right?
Correct.
Roughly $350,000.
Half, yes. Of our joint account.
$350,000.
I don't remember the amount, but yes.
You know that it was in the hundreds of thousands.
I really don't remember the amount, sir.
Is it that insignificant of a sum to you that you
I'm
don't
not saying
remember?
it's an insignificant sum. I'm saying I can't attest to the amount that was there.
I'm going to tone it down now. You were unhappy in the marriage, right?
That's why I got divorced, yes.
And it happens. Marriages fall apart, right?
Yes.
But you complained constantly about it, didn't you?
No, I don't think I complained constantly.
To anyone that would listen.
No, that's not true.
You agree with me that you complained to the one person that would actually do something about it.
I don't understand what you're asking.
Your big brother, Charles Adelson, you complained to him about how bad Professor Markel was and how much you hated him and didn't want to be in a marriage with him.
I definitely talked to my brother about how unhappy I was in my marriage. If that's the question, then yes.
Let's
Is
talk
that the
about it.
question?
Yes, that is a question. You talked to your brother, Charles Adelson, about how bad your marriage was.
I did, yes.
Let's talk about it. Government asked you about Charles Adelson. He's an intelligent guy, right?
He is smart.
Yeah. He's both book smart and street smart, right?
I would say so.
You would say that he's a talker.
He does like to talk.
He's got the gift of gab, so to speak.
I wouldn't say he's the gift of gab, but he does talk.
He knows what to say in the moment.
Wouldn't say that's true either.
You would say, though, that he is. Now, you were asked questions about, drug purchasing and stuff like that. You would agree with me that he's also street smart
I mean, I think he has common sense.
and that he lives life to a certain extent on both sides of the track. During the day, he's doing periodontal work, whatever that is, crowns, root canals, whatever that is. He's doing that during the day. At night, he's out with friends, he's buying drugs. He's living life on both sides of the track.
I don't know about that he's out buying drugs.
Now, let's talk for a second about WhatsApp. And as an aside here for a second, the government asked you the question
That's the live
if
feed
you
from
used WhatsApp, right?
jury selection.
Remember that?
I remember them asking me, yes.
On the day that Professor Markel was killed, you went in for the interview, right?
I talked to the police.
And you also gave them your phone for them to inspect.
Absolutely.
So the determination of what, if any, WhatsApp was being used, they would have from the download they did that day of your phone.
Sure.
Now, would you be surprised to learn that your brother used WhatsApp?
No.
You would agree with me that WhatsApp, and you explained it well, is end-to-end encryption.
Correct.
In your lay opinion, if you can explain to the jurors, just in case they don't know, what that means.
I know that it's something we use at my work because essentially it has the ability to keep things more private. I also know that nothing's actually private and that anyone who wants to can uncode the messages. So that's what we tell people at our work.
So the thought is with WhatsApp, if I use my phone and I call somebody, the call could be listened to. If I text somebody, it's recordable, right?
I think so.
But with WhatsApp, you can send messages or have phone calls where there's no record of it.
I don't think that's true. I think there is still a record of it.
But the belief and the thought, I'll withdraw that question. Your lay understanding, though, is that the footprint that it leaves is much less than that of normal communications.
I think it's different, but I think it still leaves a digital footprint that's easily uncodable.
If you were to send a WhatsApp message to Ms. Kaplan, it would show that a message was sent, but it would be hard to get what the content of the message is.
I don't think that's true.
All right. Let's talk about your brother's jokes now. You don't deny that he joked about hiring a hitman.
He did.
You don't deny that he repeated this joke.
He did.
And he made this joke right before a hitman murdered Professor Markel.
I don't know that to be true.
Okay. He made the joke right before, and I'll leave out the hitman part. Professor Markel was killed.
He made the joke the morning that I talked to him.
Can you think of one person in this world that would actually hire two people to go kill Professor Markel other than your family?
No.
Ms. Adelson, please answer. Please
I'd
address
love
me
to.
and
It's
answer the
just it
question.
calls for an unbelievable amount of speculation. I mean, I'm responsible for coming up with, that's the prosecutor's duty, no, to figure out who's responsible.
You just said a moment ago
Yeah,
that you disagree that hitman killed Professor Markel. That's what you said, right? So my question to you is, if you're able to say, well, it wasn't hitman, then who? Tell this jury. Who on this planet would have wanted to kill Professor Markel?
I have no idea.
All right. Let's get into that a little bit.
you said let's get into
But
that.
I want to make sure that's clear. This joke is made right before Professor Markel is murdered, right?
The joke was made many times.
It was made right before Professor Markel was murdered. Yes or no?
Yes.
July 18, 2014, you're interviewed and you make a statement saying, I knew this would happen. You said that, right?
I did.
All right. Now I want to talk about your knowledge and your belief on this. You're a smart person, right?
How am I supposed to answer that?
Well, let's go through your resume. You went to Brandeis University, right?
I did.
You graduated magna cum laude.
I did.
If you could explain to the jury what that means.
It means I studied a lot and got good grades.
It means, and to speak, I'm from the Northeast. My Boston accent may give it away. It means you're wicked smart, right?
That's
You
very
had a high
nice. Thank you.
GPA, a very high GPA.
I work hard.
You also went and you got a master's degree from the University of Cambridge.
I did.
You were a Gates Scholar.
I was.
You then go to the University of Miami School of Law, which is a top tier law school, tier 1, right?
Okay.
Right? We're talking about your level of intelligence. You went to the University of Miami Law School, right?
I did, yes.
You also clerked at the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, right?
I did.
Now, to get a clerkship out of law school, it's a very difficult thing to do, right?
It's challenging.
You have to have top grades. You have to go through a rigorous selection process, right?
Yes.
You then become a professor at the Florida State University College of Law, right?
Yes.
You're also a published author. Right.
Now you're just embarrassing me.
Oh,
Why-
Lord.
Why are you embarrassed that you're a published author?
I don't like talking about myself.
Is it because the book that you wrote discredited Tallahassee and spoke ill of it?
The book did not discredit Tallahassee. It wasn't about Tallahassee.
Let's stay on topic and ask the question again with everything that we just went through. You're a smart woman, right?
I am a smart woman.
There's information about this case everywhere. You'd agree with me on that, right?
I've been advised by my lawyer not to read it,
All right. Now, we're not talking about reading stuff. There's podcasts,
also not to listen,
TV shows,
also not to watch.
articles.
Don't read.
And so you've made the decision. Now, you're a lawyer yourself too, right?
I am.
And you made the decision, I'm not going to look at any of this stuff.
Correct.
I don't want to know what happened to the father of my 2 children.
Not I don't want to know what happened.
How can you say you love those boys if you don't care who killed the father that they loved?
Of course I care who killed the father that they loved.
Then why won't you look at the stuff?
I've been advised not to.
Are you afraid that when you look at it, you're going to realize that your brother did this?
I am not afraid of that.
Now, of course, you've, and we won't get into privileged communications, but you've spoken to your lawyer about the case.
How are we not getting into privileged communications? Yes, I've spoken to my lawyer about the case.
You're very intelligent. You have one of the top defense attorneys in the country, former federal prosecutor, John Lohr, right there in the blue suit, right?
He is my attorney.
You're telling me with all of this at your disposal, your intelligence, his experience, and all this information, that you don't care to find out who it is that killed Professor Markel?
This is not that I don't care to find out. My job is to take care of those boys, and that is what I do. I don't see how it helps take care of them to go reading and watching and soaking up all of the horrible information that's out there.
You don't realize that you could be helpful in finally untangling this to give this jury the truth about what happened to Professor Markel?
I have been nothing but helpful since this started.
To what happened to their son? By you looking at it, you are at the center of all of this, but you won't look at anything to help in the process.
I've done nothing but help in this process.
You came here and testified.
I came here and testified. I
You
spoke to
had
the
to
police
be-
for 6 hours without anyone present. I signed over my cell phone, my car, my house, everything, my computer. What else do I have or know that you haven't seen?
You came here because you were subpoenaed and had no choice,
Correct.
right?
This is not fun. I
You've
would not
been-
do this by choice.
You've been inconvenienced.
I've not been inconvenienced.
Professor Markel was shot in the head.
I'm not complaining about being here. This is my duty. I'm here.
We'll get back to you complaining about being here. Do you honestly expect this jury to believe that you haven't confronted your brother about all of this?
Yes, I do.
Yes, you did confront him?
Yes, I do expect them to believe that I did not confront my brother because I didn't.
Or maybe you don't need to because you know the truth in this case. You already know it. That he went behind your back, right?
Did not happen.
Just like he has done with past boyfriends. He's done that in the past where he's gone behind your back when you were having problems in a relationship and dealt with it himself.
No.
Ms. Adelson, you understand that until you expose your brother what he did, that everybody's going to consider you as guilty. You understand that, right?
What is the question that you're asking me?
You understand that until you expose your brother and explain what he did, that he went behind everybody's back, that he hired a hitman to murder your ex-husband, you'll remain guilty in the eyes of the world.
I can't speak to the eyes of the world. I can only know that I have done nothing wrong.
Or maybe you are guilty.
I am not guilty.
So a witness in this case, and I'm not going to get into their testimony, but one of the hitmen, the convicted hitman, implicates you. On July 17, 2014, the day before the murder, the morning before, he says that you were walking on Trescott with the two boys, that you walked down the driveway and into the house.
That never happened.
Right, because Professor Markel, I apologize, Professor Markel, he had the kids based on the way that your guy's schedule was. On that day, he would have had the children in the morning, and you're going through such a bad divorce, you wouldn't be at his house, right?
I wouldn't be at his house anyway, but not because we were going through a bad divorce. At that time, things were pretty copacetic.
All right, so we're coming back to maybe you do know, or maybe you were involved.
Excuse me? What's the question that you're asking me?
I'm giving you a header of what we're talking about so that it will ease you in the question, okay? I'm just telling you what the topic that we're on, so we'll get to a question. Now, the government asked you about a time that you met Ms. Magbano. It was actually spring break of March 2014, right?
I believe so.
You went down to Miami, you stayed with your brother Charles.
I went down to Fort Lauderdale after being in Immokalee and stayed with my brother.
You then went to Miami Beach, to Yardbird, and had dinner outside with your boyfriend at the time, or who you were dating, Jeffrey Lacasse. Catherine McBannel was there, and your brother Charles Adelson, and you all ate outside, right?
We did.
And that's on Miami Beach, not in Fort Lauderdale.
Correct.
Now, just for context, Jeffrey Lacasse, he was also an FSU professor, not at the law school, but an FSU professor. Nice guy, right?
I don't think so now.
No. You deny, I'm assuming, that on July 13, 2014, you told Jeffrey Lacasse that Charles looked into hiring a hitman. You deny that, or do you admit that?
I deny that.
And that you told him that Charles looked into hiring a hitman back in September of 2013.
That never happened.
Which would have been months before your brother even met Catherine McBannel.
I don't remember when they met.
Letting you know the topic we're on, we're talking about you being involved. That same week, earlier in the week, you sent an email. We're talking about the week of the murder now, not spring break, the week of the murder, not Yardbird, the week of the murder. You sent an email to Jeffrey Lacasse saying that you wanted to break up, that you needed space, right?
I did.
Sent him a long email, stay away, we're broken up, right?
I did.
You knew that on July 18, 2014, Jeffrey Lacasse was leaving town to go on a trip, right?
I knew he was leaving at some point that week. I don't remember when.
You knew that he was leaving on the same day of the murder at the same exact time as the murder.
I don't think I did.
11 a.m. on July 18, 2014.
I don't think I knew when he was leaving town.
It's a good way to put the blame onto somebody else. You'd agree on that, right? If it happened, it would have been a good way to put the blame on somebody else.
I have no idea when he was going to leave town.
Your interview, July 18, 2014, you said, my brother, he joked about hiring a hitman. Perhaps that was you just planting a seed to divert the attention of law enforcement away from you.
It was not.
Let's jump off topic right now and talk about your boys' names. That in the time after the murder, you changed their last names from Markel to Adelson, right?
A year later, yes.
Why?
I was scared.
Of what?
Of someone coming to attack them.
So it's a year later, you won't look at anything because you don't want to know what's going on in the case. And the thought is, well, they're going to be protected if they have my last name and not Markel, right?
Yes.
Now, years later, arrests are made. It's clear who committed the murder, Sigfredo Garcia Luis Rivera. The Adelson name has been dragged through the mud. Why haven't you continued to protect your boys and changed the name back?
I will be changing. I'm not going to change the name back. I don't think that will help. One day I'll change all of our names.
The government asked you about immunity, so let's get into that. You explained that as an attorney, you understand that when the government gives a subpoena for somebody to testify, that it conveys immunity, right?
That's my understanding. My knowledge of criminal law dates back to 2003 when I took a semester in law school, so forgive me.
Graduated law school, right?
This isn't my area of law.
When you clerked on the 11th Circuit, it was with Judge Jordan, right?
I did immigration appeals,
Yeah, but you still dealt with criminal stuff as well, too.
very little.
So your understanding, though, is it doesn't mean they can't arrest you. They just can't use what you say here against you later on. So you're protected.
Correct.
And you needed that to testify, right?
It's just given to testify. It's not a question of whether I needed it. It comes with testifying.
You fear being charged by them. So you need to have that protection.
Yeah,
on
I
your
don't
word.
fear being charged for a crime I didn't commit, no.
Now, y'all had this nice exchange where it was pleasant, but there's actually tension between you and this office, right?
No.
They recently had your brother, Charles Adelson, arrested, and he's in custody, right?
Correct,
For first-degree murder.
correct.
And there's no tension?
It's very uncomfortable to be here. It's hard to tell where the tension is coming from.
They've discussed your involvement in this case. They insinuated it on the direct examination. There's no tension?
Lots of media insinuates that I did something I didn't do too. I can't feel tension towards every person in the world.
That's funny. I thought you didn't look at anything.
I don't, that's why.
But you know that you know about the media, but you don't know about the media?
I know about the media because it keeps me from employment. It keeps me from lots of things in my life. I'm aware of what's there, but I don't read the minutia so I can sleep at night.
Ms. Adelson, 5 minutes ago, you said you don't look at any of that stuff.
I
Now I
don't
asked you a
look at
question.
it.
Let me finish.
Sure.
5 minutes ago, you say you don't look at any of that stuff. Now I ask you a question, you say you look at stuff.
That's not actually what I said. I said I'm aware that it exists, but I don't read it. I don't listen to it.
Then how do you know that they're bashing you?
You just told me they are.
I did?
Yeah.
How about this? We'll come back to it. You can think up a better answer, okay?
I'm not thinking up an answer. I'm telling you the truth. I'm sorry if you don't want to listen to it.
Your basic understanding of criminal law, though, you know that if the defense gives you a subpoena, you get no immunity.
Correction, improper question.
I'm not going beyond that question.
All right, that's the only question you can ask on that.
If I give you a subpoena, you don't get immunity, right?
Correct.
Let's talk about your parents. The government asked you about your mother and father, Donna and Harvey, right? The government could do the same and subpoena them so that this jury can watch them get questioned, not nicely how Ms. Kaplan questioned you, but to be cross-examined by me.
Objection, improper question.
I'm going to sustain that. Ask a different question.
Are your parents here in Tallahassee right now?
No.
Are they back in Miami?
Yes.
Do they have any plans of coming here this week or next?
I don't think so.
No. Your family dynamic. It is your mother and father, Harvey and Donna. There's you, you're the youngest, Charles, and then the oldest, Robert. Right?
Correct.
He's a doctor up in New York.
Correct.
Now, the government asked you about the relationship, and you're like, we don't talk much. It's actually much deeper than that with Robert, isn't it?
We don't talk
At all.
at all.
And the reason is because your parents were so difficult about the woman that is now his wife.
That is not the reason why we don't talk.
I'm not talking about the reason why you don't talk. Let me clarify the reason why your parents don't talk to him.
That's not the reason why they don't talk to him.
Are you saying to this jury that there wasn't a problem where they outright objected to his marriage of a woman that was not of the Jewish faith?
That was initially what happened. And then there was actually a beautiful reconciliation and they're very happy about the marriage.
Robert and his wife, not your family.
Robert and his wife and our family were very happy about Robert's marriage.
So what happens is that Robert is in love with a woman. Your parents object. He breaks up with her and then dates a Jewish woman, right?
And then they got married and divorced, and then he got back together with the person he wanted to be married to. Yes.
With his true love.
Yes.
But there was a lot of tension in your family because of your family's involvement in the kids' marriages, right?
Yes.
Let's talk briefly about your children. The government had asked you, and the topic of the Jewish faith, keeping kosher. You mentioned a bat mitzvah at one point in time. You're currently planning a bat mitzvah for your oldest, right?
No, it already happened.
Okay, now that is a very, Christopher, I'm obviously not Jewish, but my understanding is that it is a very, very important thing in the Jewish faith.
It's a very important milestone.
And for those that are very conservative in the Jewish faith, those that keep kosher, so to speak, it's even bigger.
I don't know that it's more important to one segment of Judaism over another, but it's an important coming of age ceremony.
It's where a boy becomes a man. Did you invite Dan Markel's parents, the kids' grandparents?
I did.
You invited them?
I invited them, yes.
When was the last time they saw face-to-face their grandchildren?
April 20th,
Of this year?
just now.
And you agree with me that it had been years since 2016, since the last time they had seen them?
The visit stopped when they threatened to put my children in foster care, yes. But up until that point, they did have visits.
But you got no problem letting them see your brother Charles, right?
I'm sorry?
You have no problem letting them hang out with your brother Charles, who's now sitting in custody for first-degree murder.
Well, they can't see him now, can they?
No, they can't, but I'll ask the questions. For years, they weren't able to see their grandchildren despite their pleading to you to see them. But you let me finish, but you let them hang out with your murdering brother, right?
The children were permitted to see their grandparents. I cooked for them. We had play dates. They had sleepovers. When a letter surfaced that they were trying to have my children placed in foster care, the visits stopped. My brother never threatened to put my children in foster care, and if he had, the visits would have stopped with him too.
You say you love your
Her
boys.
brother.
I do say I love my children.
Don't care about the father that they love. What
I
happened?
never said that I don't care about the father that
Then
they
look
love.
at some of the discovery and help figure it out.
Excuse me?
Then look at some of the evidence and help figure it out so that more lives aren't ruined by this.
I seem to
Mr.
not
DeCosta,
understand.
you need to ask a question now. You're making statements now. You need to ask a question.
Understood, Your Honor. If I could have one brief second, check with co-counsel.
Sassy pants. This is like going hard against her. Yeah, foot cam, they put it on the state seal now, which is
Ms. Adelson,
better.
we started this by saying that this is all about you. It started with you because of this marriage, right?
No. Well, you had tried to say that, but I don't agree.
Ms. Adelson, I'm going to make one final attempt through questions to implore you. You understand that you can't protect your brother Charles, who's going through this case, and protect yourself at the same time. You understand that, right?
I'm here to share the truth with you. I don't know how to answer the question.
Then please end the madness and share the truth. Will you please share the truth with this jury?
I've been sharing the truth since I walked in here. I've done nothing but share the truth.
You know what happened here, despite your claims to the jury that you haven't looked at anything, you haven't discussed with anybody, and you haven't confronted your brother. You know what happened here, right?
I do not know what happened here, and if I did, I would have shared it with the police 8 years ago.
You know that your brother went behind your back, don't you?
I do not.
Like he always does. This is something that he has always done, isn't it?
Not.
You found out after that your brother had done this and gone behind your back. That's why you were thrown up at that dinner, right?
No, it's not.
You know that it didn't involve Katie either, right?
I don't know anything about
If you're not going to say all of that and finally give the truth, why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty?
because I'm not guilty.
Brief moment. I got nothing further.
Redirect.
So you were asked about the reason why you stopped contact for a period of time between your ex-husband's parents and your children.
Yes.
And you referenced a letter that you characterized as the grandparents threatening to put the children into foster care. Is that an email that was sent from the Markels to my office?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in reference to, in the event that you and the people that care for these children, who at the time were very young, were arrested, that the grandparents wanted to make sure, because they live in Canada, right?
They do.
They wanted to make sure that a specific organization could be contacted to care for the children, so that someone was there to care for them until a relative could get there.
I don't
Right?
remember the bit about a relative getting there.
Okay, well, they weren't just going to leave them in foster care, right?
I don't know.
Okay. But the specific nature of the email, you will agree, was in the event that there's some kind of mass arrest, because they don't know who's getting ready to go to jail next, right? I mean, they're not privy to the investigation any more than you are, right? Law enforcement investigations, they're secret.
Sure.
Okay. And they're concerned. Would you agree the concern ultimately in the email was for the care of the children?
The concern was to make sure the children were under good care, but as their mothers, I know they're always under good care with me.
Right, but
And there's no
the
need for
email
foster care.
contemplated you not being available to care for them.
That's not possible.
Because it's not possible for you to get arrested.
Correct, because I've done nothing wrong and I believe in our justice system.
Okay, well, just wanted to clarify the nature of that. In this case, you were asked about, why aren't your parents coming to testify? You, as you mentioned, gave a police interview in this case, right?
Correct.
And consented to the search of your phone, etc. You gave testimony in this case, right?
Yes.
All right, and your parents did not, correct?
They did not give testimony.
They have not testified. They
They've
have
been
not given a
asked to come
police.
testify, but they would if they were asked.
Okay, and have they given any police interviews?
They
said,
would have, but the police never contacted them.
The police did contact them, didn't they? And they refused.
No,
Are they represented by counsel?
they are represented by counsel.
And they'll come testify if we wanted to.
If they are under state subpoena, just like I was, they would come testify.
All right. And do you know what they would testify to?
They would testify to whatever they know.
And do you know what they know?
I have no idea what they know.
Okay. They've never told you?
No.
You've never asked them?
No.
Because you never had any conversations with them about this murder?
I've been advised by my counsel not to.
All right. So nobody, including your brother Charlie, has admitted or denied to you any involvement in the murder one way or the other?
Correct.
Same with your parents?
Correct.
One moment, please, Charlie.
Okay.
So her immunity is not, that doesn't mean she can't be charged.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank
You want a subject to recall?
No, sir, she's free to go about her business.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
It doesn't mean that she can't be charged. Let me see if I can find the interrogation. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. I thought I had it saved in my watch later, but I guess I might not. I hear them talking in our foot cam over here. It's not foot cam anymore, though. They've moved it up to the seal. Where is it? Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Calm down. See what they have to say while I'm pulling this up. Oh, I guess they ain't going to say nothing. What is your problem, child? What is your problem? Down. My mouse, I just changed the batteries in it and it keeps stopping working. You got all kinds of problems happening today.
Anyone else? Do not look at any of the news coverage or anything else on the internet concerning this matter. Please report back to the jury assembly area by 1 o'clock. One of the assistant clerks will bring you back up to the courtroom from here, and we will continue with the process. For everyone that is to return for the group voir dire, At this point, you are excused. You just will remain in contact with the clerk's office. So you'll be advised as to when you'll need to return or when the group questioning will actually begin. Does anyone have any questions at this point? Please raise your hand. It's never a bad question. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to be clear, you were sent back here after being in there with you.
You are not excused. Well, let me put it this way. You're going to return to the group 1 hour. It won't be today, but the clerk's office will let you know when you need to return. But you are not outright excused. Okay? Any other questions? Yes, sir. Correct. If you can go ahead and make any arrangements that you need to make, either with your coworkers or other individuals concerning that matter now, that would go ahead. Yes, sir. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Just to confirm, we're excused for the day.
Excuse for the rest of the day. The clerk's office will let you know when you need to return.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? If not, enjoy your break. Please report back to the jury assembly area by 1 o'clock, and we will get started once again. Enjoy your break.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All righty. So they're going to, they're releasing them until 1 and then coming back. The ones who were picked are going to have to come back for, he said they'll come back for the group voir dire, and then the rest of them, so they're excused for the rest of the day. The rest of them who have not gone back there yet are supposed to come back at 1. So, all right. So this is the interrogation of Wendy. All right, here we go.
I just listened to my voicemail.
What'd you hear?
Who
was your voicemail?
It's from Lisa Carey, who is my real estate agent, or who I had gone with to find a house. She just said she was driving around town and she heard there was a shooting on Trescott.
Yeah, that's what this is about. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if I should.
It's all right, just leave it there. Is it still on?
It's right there.
And you want to just hit play again for me?
Sure.
Hey, it's Lisa Carey. It is Friday, and I feel like an idiot doing this, but I just heard that there was a shooting over on Trescott, and I promise I'm not trying to be dramatic or even nosy. I don't know, just checking on you, my friend. I hope all is well. I hope your sweet boys are well, and if there's anything you need, let me know. It just ran a chill down my spine when I heard that there was something going on Trescott. All right, 212-3083. Hope all is well, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
That's all right, you can stop it. Or does it stop automatically?
It's done.
Okay, do you have your identification with you?
Hi, Michelle Johnson. Welcome.
So you never took the last name of Markel?
No.
Adelson. Okay, Wendy with an I. Joe. All right.
Only day 1.
There was a shooting at your home, or your ex-husband's home, at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my God.
Okay. Well, before we get into everything, I have to establish where you were and who you were with and so forth.
Okay.
Okay, and then once we've established all that, I can give you more details.
Okay.
Do you understand why I wanted you to come here before I discuss this?
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, you have nothing to be sorry about.
I just don't understand. How did this happen?
Can you, let me get over this hump, okay? Can we do that first? All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
Okay. And
Oh my God. And I tried to drive up Trescott and I saw that it was blocked.
It was blocked at some point. I'm not sure what time it was
And I
blocked.
just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something. Because sometimes
Oh, you're saying as you drove down which one of the side roads?
when I'm going to a friend's party tonight and it's a oh my God, what am I even talking about? I needed to buy, it's a stock the shelf engagement party, and so I went to buy bourbon.
Okay.
So I went to drive from my place up Trescott to get to ABC Liquor, and it was blocked, so I just turned around. I was on the phone at the time. I wasn't paying a lot of attention.
Right.
So I just turned around and drove up the other way. I just thought, oh, sometimes when I lived there were electrical things that would happen. I left my house around 12:15 because I thought I'll get the bourbon and then I'll get some gas for the car and maybe get super glue for one of the boys' toys. And I was trying to do all I can before meeting my two friends at 1.
Okay, what?
Okay, I hate to pull a Dr. G here, but remember how he was even talking about all the extra details, like the things that don't matter, because if when they're trying to, if you're lying, they try to overload you with, information or whatever, so that it kind of, any of their lies get caught. So like the whole thing about like, I needed to go get glue for a toy and I needed to go do this and this and this, like that's, I'm just saying.
Who was at your house this morning?
The only person that was at my house this morning was a guy from Best Buy because my TV was broken and it's under warranty.
Good for you.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, a guy from Best Buy was at your house to work on your TV?
I have his name and everything at the house if you want it, because the boys broke the TV. So he gave me a choice of fixing it or getting a new one.
What time did he come to the house?
He called me at around 8. He was probably there until around 10.
Okay. Okay. And then you
and then after he left, I kept working on a paper, and I emailed the paper to a librarian at school to work on some of the citations.
Okay.
And I don't think I talked to anyone else, but I was just working for an hour or so from the house. I was going to take a shower, but I didn't. I ran out of time. I did laundry. And then I left the house around noon.
To go to the liquor store and the stuff for the party?
Yeah.
Okay, you went down which road you said?
I went down Trescott.
Okay.
I saw a police car there, and I just thought it was blocked, so I just turned around and drove to, I went down the rest of Centerville, went up Benton across, went to ABC Liquors, bought the bourbon.
I'm a little confused. You're up on Centerville Road. What's your purpose of driving down Trescott?
It's usually the shortcut to get to
Oh.
Monroe.
To get to Monroe?
I usually take it as a cut through to get to Thomasville or Monroe.
Okay, all right, so
I
you,
don't know why I said Monroe. I was thinking Mosaic, Monroe, Thomasville.
okay, so when you come down into town on Centerville,
I almost always cut through Trescott.
Trescott, and just drive by your old house?
Well, I do it as a way of like coming to terms with the divorce. But yeah, sometimes I drive there. If I'm too sad, I drive around.
Okay.
If the kids aren't home and I know they're not home, I feel better about driving by the house. But yeah, it's shorter and I just usually drive by.
It's shorter than going all the way down to Benton.
All the way down Centerville and around Benton. It's just
Right.
a shortcut I always took.
Okay, so you turned around and went back to Centerville, I take it?
Yeah.
Down to Benton, and went to the liquor store down there on Thomasville?
Yeah.
The one at Benton Road?
ABC Liquors, it's at, Benton.
Okay, all right, did you make a purchase there?
Yeah,
And that was sometime after 12?
probably 12:30.
Okay, all right.
And I talked to a guy there because I don't really buy much alcohol. And so they wanted bourbon. And I asked the guy, we had a whole conversation about bourbon and
Right.
my eyes. Like,
Your eyes?
he just said, your eyes are really blue.
Right.
And
You have contacts?
I do.
Okay.
But I just remembered it.
Right.
So I bought the bourbon and got some gas on Thomasville and met my friends at Mosaic.
Which gas station did you go to on Thomasville?
The one that's, I always forget the name, but the one that's close to the cross street. It's right next to the Goodwill.
Okay.
If you're heading north on Thomasville. If you're heading north on Thomasville, it's on your right.
Okay, just past the Goodwill
Just
place?
past the Goodwill. It's close to the intersection there.
Okay, all right, and then from that point, you went straight to the
Went to Mosaic
Mosaic restaurant?
and met friends there. I used to have kind of a steady Friday meeting and I hadn't seen my two friends in a while. And so we had made plans to meet up.
What time did you get to Mosaic?
About 1. I was a little late. We were supposed to meet at 1 and I got there a few minutes after.
Okay, all right, I know it's cold in here. Okay.
I think that's not why. I'm
Okay,
shaking.
I know it's part of it, but, do you know anybody that would have a beef against your ex-husband?
Me and my family.
He's, oh my God.
I hate to ask it now, but I have to do it now. You
I
understand, right?
understand. I understand. He had friends. He always meant well, but he would sometimes rub people the wrong way.
Okay.
But not anyone who would do something like this.
Anybody that he owes money to?
No, he has money to me,
He owes money to you?
but not,
Okay,
not me.
okay, all right, all right.
Oh my God, we're poor kids. I know a lot of people didn't really love him, but I don't know anyone who would do something like this.
Well, we're still trying to determine, what happened and how it happened.
But he wouldn't do this to himself.
Okay.
He was a very positive person.
Okay. No one that you know of or that he's spoken to recently that he's had some type of problem with or that he was concerned about?
No one that he was concerned about. I mean, we've been separated for 2 years, so I don't know,
Right.
if he had something going on, I wouldn't know about it. But I mean, I had lost my voice earlier this week, and so we had put off this conversation about our son's school and where he was going to go, and he I can't. I know a lot of people didn't love him, but not anyone who would hate him.
Okay.
He meant well. Everyone that knew him knows that he means well, but he can be a little argumentative,
Right.
but not. He didn't owe anyone money. He didn't do anything except work and take care of his kids. He wasn't involved in anything bad.
Okay.
I can't believe this is happening.
I know. And he was a professor at the law school, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And your divorce has been 2 years or the total separation, I'm assuming?
Total separation's been 2 years. Our divorce was finalized last summer around this time.
Okay.
He wouldn't do this to himself. He has a girlfriend now.
Do you know his girlfriend?
I met her once in the last couple of weeks. She was visiting. She lives in New York.
Okay. Do you know anything about her?
I know some things about her. She's also a law professor. I know she's recently divorced and she has a son. I don't know if her divorce is final, but I think recently divorced.
Where's she a law professor at?
At NYU. And they seemed very happy. And I mean, I think that was a really good thing in his life. He seemed really happy about it. She came down here, she met the boys, and I met her and she told me how great she loved the boys. You know, like it seemed fine.
Did she ever stay at the house with him?
Just that one time.
When was that?
I remember because I just got back from being with my family in South Florida. Sorry.
It's okay. You're doing great.
So what date was it? I went with my family. It was my dad's 70th birthday and we went home for it. So his birthday was the 5th. I left Monday the 30th. So she must have come into town Saturday, the evening of the 28th.
What month? June? This past June.
Just now. So June 28th. And then she was there with the boys the 29th, and then I met her on the morning of the 30th when I picked up the kids to take them to South Florida.
Do you know when she left?
I could probably find it like in the email and stuff. I think she was here for like one more day, and then Danny went up to New York because I was with the kids in Miami for a good long while. I was there. I drove back July 10th, so I was there almost 2 weeks. And so I think he went up the next day.
Okay. Do you know her name?
I do. It's Amy Adler. Oh my gosh. She's
A-D?
Adler.
And she's a professor of law at NYU?
Yeah.
What kind of car does she drive?
I have no idea. I don't know if she has a car. She lives in New York City.
Well, so I mean, she was driving down. I mean, she flew down here, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do you have her phone number?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't know how long they were dating even. It seemed kind of serious if she met the kids, but I don't really know. He's been going up to New York for like conferences and stuff since Lincoln was about a few months old. So he's been going up there 3.5 years. So my guess was that they might have known each other for a long time, but have been dating. I don't know how long.
Well, let me ask you something. Does his relationship with her have anything to do with your all's divorce?
No.
No, it had nothing to do with
No.
an extramarital affair or anything?
No, but the only thing I'm thinking is Amy, I don't know what Amy's full divorce situation is like. So if you're gonna think of someone who's not thrilled with Danny, I don't know how happy her husband or ex-husband is with the situation.
Do you know anything about him?
I don't know anything about him.
So you know Amy Adler, she's a professor at NYU. She was down here from the end of June through the first part of July.
I think just a few days.
Right.
Yeah.
As visiting, but he'd been seeing her when he goes to New York on these conference
Yeah.
trips.
Well, he's in New York in the summertime. We have a week on, week off schedule with the boys. So whenever I have them for a week, he goes up to New York for a week. So he's been spending a lot of time up there.
Did he relay to you that he'd been seeing her up in New York, or that's where they met, or anything of that nature?
He didn't tell me about it, but I feel like he was pretty vocal with like our friends and people probably since December about her being his girlfriend. So
Auntie Candy, welcome.
Who would be his best friend?
Thank you for gifting
when we were
membership.
still together, he had two best friends. Neither of them are in Tallahassee. Oh my God, I'm completely blanking on their last names right now.
That's
There's
okay.
Matt Price, that was his best man at our wedding. And Josh Berman, who, Matt is in DC and Josh is in New York. Actually, he has a friend, I don't know if they're so close, but he and the boys sleep over at their house a lot. They're in Cairo, Georgia.
Okay.
That's probably his closest friend here.
Do you know his name?
His name's Alex Greenberg. He's a veterinarian in town, and they've got kids around the same age as our kids.
He's a vet here in town.
Mm-hmm. And I
Do
think
you know
they're
where his
close.
office is?
I don't. Maybe in Cairo.
Oh, he doesn't have an office in Tallahassee.
I don't think so.
He's a vet in Cairo.
Their house is in Cairo. His wife is a dentist. I don't know if her practice is in town or in Cairo either. His wife is Maya, M-Y-A.
Okay. You're being very helpful. Okay, and I know it's hard.
I'm trying. I just
You're doing
can't
fine.
believe what's happening.
You're doing fine. I know it's all the shock. I know it's coming to you all at once. Okay.
I don't know who would do this.
Okay. Well, it appears from what we've seen so far that someone intentionally hurt Danny. Okay, intentionally. Okay, I don't
You
think.
don't know who it is.
No, and I don't
What if
think.
they come after the boys?
I don't think that's going to be. I have no indication at this time that that's a threat. Okay, but the boys are going to stay with you. You're not going back over to Trescott. Okay.
No, I don't live there anymore.
I know you don't. But the boys are going to stay with you. Okay, and they'll be fine.
I don't know if I can take care of them like this.
All right. Where's your closest family at?
My family actually just talked to my brother this morning. My parents are in Coral Springs.
Okay.
And my brother, I have two brothers, but I'm very close to one of them who is in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. All right. So that's where you're from originally, I take it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
His family's in Canada. Did they know? Did you tell them?
No, they haven't been notified
Oh my
yet.
God. His parents are going to be devastated.
Okay. This is what I want to do, okay? This is what happened, okay? Daniel's been shot, okay? And we have to find out why and who did this. Can you help with that?
I will try.
Okay. What I want to do right now to try to expedite things, okay? But I need your permission, is I want to take your cell phone and download all the information out of it.
Sure.
Do you have a problem with that?
No.
Okay. And then we're
No,
going to
'cause
make
you knew this was
arrangements for you to get the kids, or we'll get the kids somehow, okay? Because the kids are at daycare, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to need their mother,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. I got to get a form for you to sign, and then I'm going to get the phone started, okay?
Oh my God. I have a lot of friends.
I know.
How do you know that?
Well, you had two of them up there for a last-minute lunch date, right?
Last minute.
Well, I mean, you went up there, you're sitting with them, you have friends.
I do. What I meant by it is that Danny didn't treat me very well. And I'm
Okay.
so scared that maybe someone did this. Not because they hate Danny, but because they thought this was good somehow.
Oh, are you saying that you think maybe one of your friends would have done something
Who
like
would
this?
do this?
I don't know. That's why you're here, and that's why we're talking. Would you ever ask someone to do something like this?
Not in a million years.
Okay. Do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you?
No.
What good does it serve?
I made my brother, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in bad taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay to fix it or whether I should get a new one. And it was always his joke that, like, he knew Danny treated me badly, and it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. I mean, he would never. He's my big brother, and he's been taking care of me since I was little, but he would never. And I told that to the repair guy this morning.
Right. That's okay.
He said, he asked me how much it cost, and I said I didn't know because it was a gift, because my brother said it's cheaper than a hitman. It was my divorce present.
Okay.
Such a horrible thing to say. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
But even my family, who felt like I had been mistreated, would never do something like this. Never.
Well, you guys have been divorced for over a year. Has there been any type of abuse in that time?
Of him towards me?
Yeah.
No. It's, he's litigious, and we have an ongoing case because the house, it shouldn't be in my name anymore.
Okay, but here's the thing. What are the odds? Because, coincidences aren't a big thing in true crime. There's not a whole lot of coincidences. What are the odds that she just happened to drive, like she was just driving by Dan's house that morning? Because sometimes she does that when she's sad, even though she said that they've been separated for 2 years and he has a girlfriend and she has a boyfriend, and that he treated her bad and they've moved on and whatever. But sometimes she just drives by there when she's sad. She was on the way to the liquor store to buy Bullet bourbon, and she just happened to tell her repairman that morning the joke about hiring a hitman. There are coincidences in life, but this ain't that.
But when we settled the case of our divorce, he said, one of the agreements the court said was, Danny wanted to stay in the house. They said, you can have the house, but you need to pay her half of the amount of what the house is worth. And he agreed to it, and then months passed and he just never paid me. Okay. And so we have ongoing litigation where I filed a motion in the court to have him pay me what he said he would, and he filed a counter motion for sanctions against my attorney because he thought that she did something wrong, which she didn't. But so, I mean, she withdrew from the case and was going to serve as a witness. I mean, she's not going to lash out at him for it. She's using the legal process to, but, my parents are, very angry towards him. But even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father. They're really, really careful about that. They just like him, but they know he's the father of my kids. They would never do that. Right. I don't know who would be angry enough with him.
Well, that's what I have to find out.
To do something like this.
The brother that you're real close to, I have to do a lot of elimination at the same time. The brother that you're really close to, the one that joked about the TV and everything, what'd you say his name was?
Charlie.
Charlie, and he's in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me what kind of car he has.
He has like 5 cars.
Tell me all of them.
He drives I think one of them is an unmarked police car.
Oh, really?
He's a bit of a character.
Okay.
So I don't know what he's driving at the time.
Right.
But I'll tell you, he's a periodontist, and he has this practice where he works from early in the morning till late at night. So if you ever wanted to find his whereabouts, he's working all day long until early in the morning till late at night, always driving to a different office working.
Oh, he goes to different offices?
Yeah, he works in different offices all over South Florida, does implants for people, and he works really hard all the time. he's a girlfriend, so he's pretty much accounted for all the time.
Charlie, was that his first name?
Charlie's his first name.
Not Charles?
I think Charles is his legal name. No one calls him that.
What's his last name?
Adelson.
What's his middle?
Jay.
Same spelling, Adelson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god.
What?
What? Oh my gosh.
What?
I can't believe this is happening.
Okay, all right. Let me go get the form for the phone.
Do I need to be read my Miranda rights or something if you're gonna look at my phone?
I can read you Miranda if you want to hear
I don't
that.
know, I'm just trying to make sure I'm being
I have no
protected.
reason, I have no reason at this point to suspect you in this incident, okay?
Until you keep
I
insinuating.
couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Well, no, the reason was I didn't want to get into everything until we got up here.
Is he
okay.
still in the hospital?
He's at the hospital, yes. Yes,
And he's alone.
yes.
And nobody knows he's there.
Well, you know now, and while I'm going to get this phone taken care of, I'm gonna have a victim advocate come in here, and hopefully you can supply her with his parents.
Oh my god.
I'm assuming his parents would be his next of kin.
He's a sister he's really close with.
Where is she?
They're all in Canada. He's Canadian.
Okay. All right, they live in Canada.
They all live in Canada.
Okay.
His family's all in Canada.
Okay.
They're gonna think I did it.
No,
Oh
now,
my god.
just don't jump to conclusions on that.
Oh my god, I can't believe this is happening.
All right, let me go get the form for the phone, okay?
I don't like. How normal is that to be like, oh my god, they're gonna think I did it?
Oh my god.
Is that the first thing that you're thinking of when?
Sorry, you okay?
Yeah. No.
I meant to, like,
That's fine. Our last interaction wasn't nice.
oh, you're talking about personal.
Yeah, I'm just looking here. I didn't want him to take the boys this afternoon. I had wanted to have them. And I talked over with my brother and realized, you know, if their dad wants to take them swimming, it's not worth getting upset over. He sent me that message at 9:15 this morning.
You were telling me before, when we were riding up here, that the agreement was that you're all going to have some type of phone call at 11:15 this morning. Is that correct?
Well, not exactly, just that we needed to have the talk at some point before, we have to decide before Monday of what to do about his school, where Ben's gonna go to school, and he said, I'm gonna be done. I thought it was 11:15, but when we listened to the message, it was 10:30.
Okay.
When he said, I'm gonna be out of, he went to like a workout class at the gym. He
At
said,
Premier.
At Premier.
Mhm.
He said, I'm gonna be out of it by such and such a time, you could call me then. And I called, but I think we could see what time I called him. I thought it was more of like, let's see, recent calls. I called him, well, that's him calling in at 9:02. I called him at 11:42 and got his answering machine.
He called you at 9:02?
He called me at 9:02.
Mm-hmm.
The repair guy was there, and honestly, I leave my ringer off a lot of the time, so I didn't even hear the call come in. He left me a message. I called him at 11:42 and left him a message just saying, okay, I want to talk about school for Ben, and I assume I'll see you at 4:30 today. When I figured he's going to take the kids swimming,
Right.
and he'll drop them at the house at 4:30.
Okay. So in other words, the whole meeting at 10:30 or 11:15
Just
didn't
didn't
happen.
happen.
Right. Okay. All right. Let me get this. There's a lot of information on here, okay? It'd probably be easier if I read it to you.
Fine.
Okay, I, Wendy Addison, and I gotta change this.
Adelson.
I know, I gotta change that.
It's okay. It's Adelson.
Actually, it's spelled right. I've said it wrong. Adelson. Do hereby authorize and give my permission to investigate Addison, who has identified himself to me as a law enforcement officer with necessary assistance of a digital forensic examiner to make a full and complete search of my cell phone or other digital media, along with data located on additional data sources, locations such as connected to, at, and were at the Tallahassee Police Department. That's the address. I have been advised that law enforcement are engaged in investigation concerning an alleged violation of federal or state law pertaining to a shooting incident. I do further authorize to give permission to take from my cell phone located at 230 47th Avenue.
I'm sorry, is that the police station?
That's where we're at right now. Yeah. Computers, cell phones, computer peripherals, digital media data, which may or may not have been connection, value, or relevance as evidence in said investigation. The above law enforcement officer has fully and fairly advised me on rights as follows. I have the right to refuse consent of the search of my property. I have the right to consult with an attorney or any other person of my choice prior to giving them consent and permission to search the above described property. Any cellular phones, computers, computer peripherals, and digital media or data, along with any data located on these items or on additional digital storage locations such items can connect to, found by said officers in the course of their search, can be used as evidence against me or others in a court of law. I fully understand and appreciate these rights and wish it be specifically understood that I'm hereby giving consent permission to conduct the search of the cellular phones, computers, computer peripherals, and digital media data, along with any data located on any additional digital storage locations such items can connect to, solely because of my desire to freely and voluntarily cooperate and assist in this investigation. I have not been promised anything or been threatened or coerced in any way, nor has any inducement of any kind been held out to me in return for this consent and permission to search. Okay, can I have your phone now?
Yeah. Stupid question, but are you gonna give it back?
Yes, yes.
I feel like I need to help
No,
my
you're gonna
family.
get-
What's going on?
No, you're gonna get it back. It's just I'm trying to expedite this now so I can get it back to you
I
sooner.
understand.
Be right back.
So Dean O'Kelly, who obviously has a lot of experience with interrogations, with FOMI, says maintaining this constant level of controlled hysteria for this long while giving lengthy and detailed answers is definitely an indicator of deception. FOMI vibes. She's not quite as bad as FOMI, though.
Okay, Wendy. Let me get your.
That's the friend I was with calling. Do you want to just decline it? I guess I should talk to anyone right now.
Yeah.
Is there someone I can talk to about what to tell my kids?
Yes, well, we're gonna get to that. Give me your phone number on this phone again.
954-803-0079.
Can I get Daniel's cell phone number?
202-276-8200.
202-276-8200. Okay. Do you know his passcode to unlock his phone?
I don't.
You don't know it?
I don't have a passcode. when
Right.
I was with him, he didn't have the kind of phone that needed a passcode.
Okay.
But he's got an iPhone since then, so
Yeah.
he may have one. And I can't remember, like, actually, I remember his passcode to something, but it was like a word in Hebrew with the word one, so it's a word and not numbers. I could give you my children's birthdays in case you want to try that. I really have no idea what it would be.
Okay, let's go ahead with the children's birthdays.
So Ben is 7/29, so it could be like 0729.
What year?
2009. Lincoln is 10/13, 2010. They're 14 months apart.
10/13 of 10?
Yeah. I was complaining about him at the lunch.
Sorry.
Yeah, you complain about it a lot.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Rima says definitely Thami vibe. Think she's gonna start singing Amazing Grace? Like, what's her name?
What is going on?
Silent Night. You thought I was standing there. Kind of looks like it.
Okay, they're gonna take your phone, they're gonna hook it up to a machine, download the information. It doesn't take a whole lot unless you got a lot of stuff on there.
I don't know what's on there. I have to use the bathroom.
Okay, no problem.
Is there?
Yep.
Is it close by?
Yeah, it's real close by. Okay, you can leave your stuff there, it's not going anywhere, and I'll ask you right around the corner here, okay?
Okay.
Do you want some water after that?
Okay.
I'm not sure what she deleted off of her phone, but they had asked her a lot about WhatsApp.
Can't leave.
Not yet. You got somebody here?
Seriously? Okay. I'll hold it.
Sorry.
It's okay.
We just have to eliminate everything, okay? You know what she's saying, right?
I'm assuming I'm a suspect. I can't
No,
really-
you're not a suspect. I don't consider you a suspect. I asked you to come up here. You came up here voluntarily. I've not read you Miranda. You are not under arrest. You are the closest thing to family that I have to Daniel right now. Okay? You are.
I'm so sad for. I
So,
was thinking about something else. He told me that he comes. We have week on, week off, but on Wednesdays we do an overnight.
right.
And he told me that he might have some work up in New York and he might not be back in time for the Wednesday overnight. So there's no way that he did this because he had all kinds of plans like for next week that
Oh,
were.
you're saying he would not hurt himself?
No.
Okay, all right.
It wasn't him.
Okay. He has no reason to hurt himself or anything like that.
No, I mean, I can see him being really sad when we first got divorced.
Right.
But now he's got Amy and he loves those boys.
Okay.
And things were really good for him. There's no way he did this to himself.
Okay. I believe you.
Which really scares me because it means there's someone out there that's willing to do this to him. And I'm scared for the kids.
I understand
And they're at school right now and I want to.
There's an officer at the school.
Okay.
The kids are fine.
Okay.
Okay, there's no, the
I don't
kids
know
are,
how I'm going to tell them.
well, we're gonna help you with that, okay? But here's what I have to do right now, and I'm just trying, I wanna get this down pat. I know you don't have your phone to refer to,
Okay.
but that's okay.
You'll have all that information.
Right, because I'll check that against what you tell me.
Okay.
Your last phone your last personal contact, in other words, in person with Daniel was when?
He goes by Danny.
Danny, okay.
No one calls him Daniel.
That's, I don't know him, so I'm
I'm
sorry.
just telling
Okay,
you
Danny.
so that it just feels really impersonal. My last face-to-face contact with him. Wow. We do a lot of like leave off pickup at the school, right? Where one of us will take the kids to school, the other one picks them up. When was the last time I saw him? I definitely saw him when I picked the kids up. I feel like there's something since then, but that would have been.
No, I'm not away. I'm not familiar with the,
Okay, I'll get Annie because she wanted it before. Yeah.
And that was that morning I drove down, so that was June 30th,
Okay.
whatever that Monday morning was that we drove down to Miami. I saw him, I met Amy. Then we did a lot of Skype, like we'd Skype every day while I was gone. But that's not in person. I came back with my parents. We drove back all together. And then that Friday, which would have been last Friday, a week from today. So if today is the 18th, it was Friday the 11th. That's my other brother's birthday. And I would have seen him, but I had been with the kids for like 12 days straight. And I was getting really sad at the idea of drop off of Danny coming to pick him up. And so my folks said, you know what, why don't you just, so at about 4:45, I just went over a friend's house. I didn't see him that day. And then he had the kids and I got some sort of laryngitis and I was alone all weekend. So that was Saturday, Sunday.
Bug Dugger,
And
thank
then
you.
This week, I missed the kids. So I visited them at school on Monday and Tuesday.
they were staying with Danny?
They were with Danny that whole time, but Danny and I had started on days when we really missed the kids. We'd go have like lunch with them or breakfast with them. So I went and had lunch with them or read them a story. I saw them Monday, I saw them Tuesday. Wednesday was my overnight. And so that was Wednesday. And then he had them Thursday, was yesterday.
Yeah.
So that was the last time I had face-to-face contact with him.
Was
June 30th.
June 30th, okay. And then yesterday, y'all were conversing on text about this phone call or about this discussion for Ben.
On email, I think,
Okay.
about, we'd both spoken with an administrator at the school. And so yesterday morning, I emailed him and said, I'd really love for him to go to this school. I think we should accept it. Here's why. And then I asked him a second question about Ben's birthday coming up because I didn't have Ben on his birthday. And he wanted this Lego thing, and I wanted to make sure that no one else got it for him. So I asked him if he was going to do a party for Ben, so I knew ahead of time whether people would be bringing presents or whatever, and so I knew whether he would have gotten it from someone else or whether I should buy it for him. And he wrote back and said, "When your voice feels better, let's talk," because my throat was really hurting. He said, let's talk. We need to work this out for Monday. And I sent him an email. You'll see it sometime this morning while I was home working on my paper that said, okay, I'm ready to talk whenever you are. I don't know what time I sent it, but if I called him at 11:40, it was either before I called him because I thought normally he would have called.
Okay.
Like when he said I'm done with the class at 10:30 and I had said, okay, let's talk, and then sent him a call or an email, like I thought it was weird I hadn't heard from him, but I just thought like, oh, maybe he's busy with something or showering.
But he told you at some point that he was going to premiere this morning.
Yeah, no, that
When-
phone message says I'm going to premiere. I'll be out 10:15, 10:30. And so you can call me after that.
When did you receive that phone message?
Maybe after the repair guy left. So
This
maybe at like, this morning, like
Okay.
at 11-ish or something.
All right. So you're at your house with the repairman. He leaves. You go back to working on your papers. And then you leave your house around noon, drive down. Trescott's blocked. You turn around. You go back around on Benton. And then you go
There's
to
a tree.
Right. Pardon?
I thought it was like a tree that fell down or something.
Right. So
I didn't even think like that's
Okay,
the
so
house. I saw a few houses.
All right, let's bring the jurors back up.
Oh, that audio is awful.
Where are the jurors?
1 o'clock.
Where are the jurors?
This is
I need
live.
you to figure that out for me, huh?
Go downstairs if you need to.
Yes.
Tanya mentioned possibly bringing them over, staging them in 3 days.
I thought it was a
No, we'll
tree.
figure that out for
I
us.
don't
Your
stay.
Honor, if we could make use of the time before the jurors are brought in.
Go ahead.
I was alerted to an issue. I'm not going to refer to them by name because the camera is in here, but with the last juror that we excused,
Yes.
referred to him as juror number 26. I was alerted to an issue that when we were in the back, he was engaged in a conversation with juror 25. At some point, juror 33 stood up and said, in words of substance, I'm not going to listen to this shit. She's brainwashed, and got up and asked to be moved. I'd like to be able to inquire once we get to 33 what that was about. I'd like to ask 25 if she was, if 26 was talking to her about the case. The reason that I bring this to the court's attention is because I think juror 26 was less than candid with the court, and given some of the strong feelings that this juror who has been struck, 26, expressed on his social media, I'd like to know what that was all about. Wouldn't be my first time that a prospective juror tried to infect the pool with his or her commentary or opinions about the case. So just in an abundance of caution, Your Honor, again, if we could speak to number 33 and find out what his reaction was about, and to number 25 and find out what 26 was engaged in conversation with her about.
Still any response?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. When juror 25 returns, she's left the day at this point, I assume. You'll be permitted to inquire as far as juror 33 is concerned. You can make inquiry as to him concerning any matters involving juror 26.
Very well. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Oh, dang. going down already. Some cough drops. He said she's brainwashed. Everybody's pointing out my face. I can't fix my face. When I react, you're going to see it. Like, I am not someone you want to play poker with at all. Okay, I guess I would be the perfect person actually that you would want to play poker against. Yes. I'd be like, oh. I'm all in. But this is why I don't gamble. Look, she's over it. She's already annoyed, and this just got started.
You are right. Absolutely right.
There are multiple things that I take pride in that I am talented in. Poker face is not one of them. Yeah, this is in jury selection. This is live. One of the jurors just stood up and said something about one of the other jurors being brainwashed.
It's not high.
But they've already dismissed him, so I guess we won't know. They won't talk to him about it till tomorrow.
Just for the record.
Our record. Our record. Officer Tracy, I'm in immigration.
I'm sure there are a bunch of screenshots of my weird faces like floating around the internet. It's like the panel of emojis.
Please bring them in.
Brainwashed. I want to know who's brainwashed. You want to hear what they said again? Hold on, let's go back for a second. And then we'll go back to the
Go downstairs if you need to.
yes.
The day.
There just also the strong because we inquire and asked to be moved. That when we were in the back, he was engaged in a conversation with juror 25. At some point, juror 33 stood up and said, in words of substance, I'm not going to listen to this shit. She's brainwashed, and got up and asked to be moved. I'd like to be able to inquire once we get to 33 what that was about. I'd like to ask 25 if 26 was talking to her about the case. The reason that I bring this to the court's attention is because I think juror 26 was less than candid with the court, and given some of the strong feelings that this juror who has been struck, 26, expressed on his social media, I'd like to know what that was all about. Wouldn't be my first time that a prospective juror tried to infect the pool with his or her commentary or opinions about the case. So just in an abundance of caution, Your Honor, again, if we could speak to number 33 and find out what his reaction was about, and to number 25 and find out what 26 was engaged in conversation with her about.
Still any response?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. When juror 25 returns, she's left the day at this point, I assume. You'll be permitted to inquire as far as juror 33 is concerned. You can make inquiry as to him concerning any matters involving juror 26.
Very well. Thank you, Your Honor.
Juror 33 getting crunk. They're like, dang, I don't have something strong enough in my cup to deal with juror drama this early. Look, that fella chewing his gum like that. If my nanny saw that, she'd be so mad. Like, you look like a cow chewing cut. Oh no. Oh, I just hit the wrong thing. Now I don't know where I was. Okay. All right, so now we're back to feet cam. Feet fondlers. What's that site? Feet fondlers? Feet fondlers? Feet finders. Back to feet finders cam. All right, I just messed this up. So I don't know how far we were into this. I know how I can find out. I know. Let's see. 48:52 is where we were. Look at me. I was really close. I got it to 48:44. We were at 48:52. So close. All right, here we go.
I'm sorry, I wasted
Sorry,
time.
no, you're not wasting my time. I think I asked you before, you don't have a number for Amy. You do not have a contact number for her,
Don't.
but you know she's a professor at NYU.
Yeah.
You know that her and Danny
That's the
have
whole
been
thing.
seeing each other, and that she stayed here from the end of June to the 1st of July, just
At least
28
2 weeks, maybe. Yeah.
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 and she met the children,
Yeah. She met a few friends in town too.
and you don't know anything about her ex,
No, I know she was married.
right?
Um,
And she has children
she has a son
in New York.
in New York.
Okay,
She's a son. I think he's 14.
okay.
Um,
Do you know how old Amy is?
she's 50.
She's 50?
Yeah. She doesn't look 50. She's very beautiful. She is, not that you can't be beautiful at 50, but she looks really young. She's very pretty and accomplished. And
You know her date of birth?
I only know that she is 50. I don't, because I was looking her up one time, feeling.
Oh, okay. Okay, so she's 50. She goes by Amy Adler.
Her middle initial is M.
M. Okay.
So that, like, if you looked her, oh my God, if you looked her up on the law school website, you'd find her that way.
Okay.
Her brother's famous. He's like a famous fashion designer. So I think they spend a lot of weekends like in the Hamptons, and she lives in the city and lives like, you know, good life.
Okay. You gave me a name of Matt Price, who's in DC.
That's his best friend.
Is that an attorney?
He's an attorney, yeah. I'm sorry you have to deal with so many lawyers.
That's okay, I'm used to it. I gotta deal with the state attorney's office, public defender's office, private attorneys.
The only time I've ever been in this, I represent victims of crime. I represent immigrant victims of crime, so it's the only time I've ever been in this building is like
okay.
advocating for my clients.
And the other friend,
The other friend is Josh Berman, also attorney. He's in New York City.
a city attorney for New York.
No, he's private. They're both private.
Okay.
And they were like the historic best friends.
Okay,
From college and law school.
And then of course Alex is up in Cairo.
I know, I'm assuming they're close. I know that he sleeps over at their house a lot with the kids.
Okay.
I don't know if it's because the kids really love to play together or because they're close, but they spend a lot of time together. I'm sure they're close.
All right. Okay.
Danny's pretty religious, so like he'd be connected with like rabbis and stuff in town too.
Okay. All right. Which synagogue does he go to?
He goes to two. The one he's most strongly affiliated with is Shomrei Torah. And by the way, if you get a nod that I can use the bathroom, I could really use it. So
I'm gonna make that
I'm
happen
not
right
gonna
now.
die, but if I could just, that'd be great.
The feet walking just scared me. The immunity thing was for anything she was testifying to under that, like for that subpoena. So that doesn't mean that she can't be charged. That means that what she says under that subpoena, she's given immunity for. But like if the defense had called her, if the defense had subpoenaed her, then they would not have been able to protect her for that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
She's gotta swab your hands.
Oh, first I'm gonna have to do your hands. Okay. Hi. What does GSR stand for?
Gunshot residue.
Residue? Okay.
She an attorney. She gonna pretend like she doesn't know what GSR is. Okay. All right.
This is a really hard job you guys have.
Can't be. All right, right hand.
Okay, and are you right or left-handed?
I work with both.
Okay.
But right-handed.
Okay. Since noon today, have you washed your hands at all?
I wish I could tell you I had, but I haven't.
Okay.
I'm filthy.
Yeah. Yeah, you are. Sorry.
And a picture, correct?
Yeah.
Take a picture. I'm just gonna take a picture.
Of my hands?
No,
No,
you
you-
just want
you
to
just
stand
stand
up,
up.
and then you can go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Okay.
Ready?
Do you need to escort me?
I'm just gonna walk you around the corner. It's not really, it's just showing you where it is.
When the feet walk below me, it kind of gives like this weird, like I'm walking, but I'm also missing like my whole hips and pelvic area and thighs. Look, very strange. All right, let's see.
Gonna take them to Truesdale.
Okay, and she's back.
What time do your kids get out of school?
So I think this school ends at like 5,
Okay.
but I usually pick them up early. Danny probably told him he was going to take them to Truesdale today, so they'll be expecting earlier. But at 5, it would be.
That's what time they close?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll stay open.
Okay. Okay.
They were supposed to be with me this week, so normal for them, other than this swim bit, would have been to spend the weekend with me and
Where did they sleep last night?
with Danny.
With Danny?
Yeah.
Okay. So Danny took them.
Go ahead. I got a call. So he has an alarm system in the house, and I must still be on the call list for people if there's a break-in. I got a call yesterday. I guess it'll be on the phone when it happened. I got a call from like the company with the alarm company that said like the alarm's been triggered, it's gone off. There's another family in town that we were really close with. The woman's name is Lynn, and she's on the list too, so she got a call. I know this because I saw her yesterday evening. I went to a friend's art gallery thing, and she happened to be there. It's a small town. And she said, I guess I got a call from Trescott. And I said, I got the same call. I said, but I just figured it was fine. So they called yesterday, and I don't remember what time it was, maybe the morning, maybe the evening, but it happens sometimes every once in a while with weather, whenever the alarm gets triggered. So I didn't think anything of it, but I wonder if there was like an attempted break-in yesterday.
I don't know. I'll have to check into that. Do you know what the alarm company is?
It's on my phone, right? The message that they left.
Sure.
I probably deleted it, but then I didn't delete my deleted messages. So if you look at deleted, you could find it.
Okay.
If not, I could probably figure it out. And Lynn could tell you.
Okay.
If you had to ask her.
That was yesterday.
It was yesterday.
But no calls today?
Mhm.
Where did the children sleep the night before? Have they been staying with Danny right along?
Yeah, except week on, week off, but with Wednesday overnights. So Wednesday night they were with me.
When you say Wednesday overnight,
It means like if it's a mommy week, then they're with you all week, except Wednesday night they'd go to Danny.
Okay.
If it's a Danny week,
Right.
so they're with him all week, except Wednesday night they came to me.
All right. And then, so Wednesday
And
night
that's the last time, I didn't tell you this, but I thought about it in the bathroom. I didn't have an interaction with him, but that's the last time I saw him was Wednesday. I picked up the kids and I was going to take them to Whole Foods.
Okay.
And I saw Danny working on his computer in the window of the Whole Foods, and I took him to BurgerFi instead.
Oh.
Because he and I were, divorced,
Right.
and interactions with him were hard. And it was my one day with the kids, and I thought, well, if we go inside, it's going to be like all of us together, and I wanted time by myself
That's fine.
with them. So I took them, but that's the last time I saw him. So I saw him sitting there Wednesday afternoon working.
He was inside Whole Foods?
He was inside Whole Foods with
Okay.
his computer, like,
Okay.
writing.
And the kids came out?
The kids didn't see him. We
Okay.
were just about to enter. I saw him. I thought, oh, my one day with the kids, you know, and so I went and got burgers instead.
To the Burger Fry. Okay. All right. So then Thursday,
I got a call.
you got called about the alarm. Had you had any contact with the kids during that time?
On Thursday, I had them Wednesday night. I brought them to school on Thursday, and then, no, not after I dropped them off.
Okay.
And there's a record at school of like when you log in, so I probably dropped them off a little before 9, but they could tell you what time.
All right. And then, so then he kept them last night,
Mhm.
Thursday night, and then he would have driven them to school.
Mhm.
What time does he normally drop them off at school?
It varies. Sometimes he has breakfast with them. I got the call from him. It was 9:04, I think. So he must have already just dropped them off and was probably driving from school to the gym. And that's why he was saying, going to this class. I'll touch base with you after.
Okay. All right. And then no contact after that?
We had some texting contact. That's when I was saying that my last contact wasn't very nice. I was saying, well, I wanted to pick them up at 3, and he was saying, well, you are only allowed them after 4:30. And I was like, well, what about last week? I picked it up at 5, and he said I was just being nice. And I said, I guess nice was fun while it lasted.
Okay.
That's the last thing I said to him.
Okay. All right. His parents and his family, do you have contacts for them in your phone?
I have contacts for at least one of them.
Okay.
I think I'd been recently deleting them just because they don't call me. But at least one of them, I can tell you his, like, I don't know whether it's his dad's name. His parents are actually recently divorced.
Okay. We'll get the phone back. You can supply those numbers.
Okay.
All right. And then we'll attempt to contact them.
Oh my God.
Find out where they're at least in Canada.
It's just the worst thing you could have happen.
No, I gotta ask you something. Okay?
Yeah.
Do you own a gun?
No.
Have you ever owned a gun? Have you ever fired a gun?
I think I went skeet shooting about 12 years ago.
Okay. Nothing since then? Does Danny own a gun?
Not that I know of, but maybe since I left. He didn't own a gun when I was with him.
Never had a gun around, or
No.
did he ever talk about buying a gun or anything?
He would talk about it, but he's a criminal law professor.
Right.
So sometimes he would talk about things just like
Okay.
to have a discussion about, like,
Okay.
should we have a gun in the home? Is it dangerous? As far as I knew, there was no gun in the house.
You don't know anybody that he owed money to? You don't know anyone?
me.
I know, besides you, but that was under court order, I'm assuming.
It's, yeah, and we have lawyers, and he very much respects, as do I, the legal system, you know,
Right.
so it was working its way through.
Okay.
But anyone he owes money to, I mean, he doesn't gamble, he doesn't drink, like, he doesn't have any vices, he doesn't
Right.
do anything weird. I can't imagine. I mean, I think he annoys people with his, like, legal academia, but I think, like, in the ivory tower here, not like, I don't think he owed money to anyone. I can't imagine.
Okay. I mean, unless you have something I can't think of, I'm looking for some reason that someone would want to hurt him.
Not just hurt him.
Right.
I mean,
I know, but the intention,
I could see one of my friends wanting to shake him
right,
with a gun.
right.
No. I don't know who would do this. And I'm very scared because I don't understand why this would happen. He and I got along fine for the sake of the kids. You heard the message where he was like, well, maybe we'll just take a walk around school. And
Right.
I mean, I found him hard to be around, but so did a lot of people. They all knew he meant well. He was a decent, good human being. He wouldn't hurt anybody. He would never do this to anybody. I don't know who would want to hurt him like this. I really don't.
All right. I need to ask you, was your divorce, you said before it had nothing to do with infidelity. no extramarital affairs or anything like that.
Neither one of us.
It was just simply the fact that you all just didn't get along anymore, or was it just the fact that he was belligerent to you?
He never hurt me physically, but he was emotionally abusive.
Okay.
And I didn't tell most people that. So all most people know is it just didn't work out, and it's just the kids are young, and this is just better this way. So other than my family who saw the way he treated me, most people were, well, I think his family was very surprised. He told everyone around the community that I was mentally ill because only a crazy person would leave him. And so there's a lot. But you know, who would, yeah, so that, I mean, that's it. The circumstances, plain and simple, where it just wasn't a really healthy marriage. And I thought it'd be better for the boys if they didn't grow up thinking that's the way you treat women. But he didn't hit me, he didn't hit them. He didn't have a drug problem. He didn't gamble, he didn't cheat on me, I didn't cheat on him. There's no other, I keep thinking the only like unknown I can think of is like Amy's ex-husband. Like, is he still in the picture? Is he upset?
Right.
Danny, I defriended him from Facebook because I found it too upsetting to like see intermittent pictures of the kids. But I wonder, he's very, very public on Facebook about like where he is, when he's traveling, where he's going. And so I wonder if he's got pictures up of him and Amy, and if there's a jealous ex-husband in the.
You know where this ex-husband would be?
He'd be in New York too.
Is he also an attorney?
I don't even know his name.
Okay.
I just know they when Amy came down here, they went over a mutual friend of ours. It's a guy that works at the law school. This guy Jay, and his wife Dory is a good friend of mine, and they have kids my kid's age. And I said to her, I remember saying, so what's she like? You know, like she met her before I did, and she said, you know, she's really nice, and she's, you know, very sweet, and she's recently divorced too, so she knows how awkward all of this is to meet the new person. Okay. I don't know, and I'm scared.
Okay. Have you had anything happen at your house?
No.
Nothing? And the information for Best Buy for the service tech that was there, that's at your house?
Mm-hmm. I'd be happy. I mean, if someone wants to
we'll
come back
get
with
that.
me.
We'll get that. And that was basically from when he came out there to serve, well, I guess to replace the TV.
He came out to fix it and then told me that what was wrong with it wasn't fixable.
Right.
And so I called Charlie to find out, should I buy a new one or should I fix this one? And he was like, just buy a new one. And
once he left, do you remember what time the serviceman left?
probably around 10, before 10. Okay. And then I left by 12.
But between that time, between 10 and 12, you were by yourself working on your papers and stuff. Yeah. Were you doing on papers or computer?
It was all on computer. Okay. And that's what I was thinking. I was like, I sent some edits in to someone at the law library during that time.
Okay.
I called a few friends. I sent some texts. I mean, all of that'll be
on the phone.
On the phone.
Or you call from your house phone?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay. You use all your communications is over your cell phone?
Yeah.
Do you have more than one cell phone?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm going to introduce you to a victim advocate. She's going to be very helpful. And she's going to, once the phone comes back, she'll get the numbers for his folks. You're saying everybody's in Canada. Is that correct? On his side of the family?
His family's in Canada.
Okay. Alberta?
No, his mom and dad, his immediate family is in Toronto.
Okay.
His like aunts and uncles and cousins are all in Montreal. Everyone's English speaking.
Okay.
No family in the States. They're all in Canada.
And that's where he's from originally?
He's from there. He came here for college and never left. So he's 41 and he's been here since he was 18.
Did he go to FSU for law school?
No.
Okay. Where did he go to law school?
Harvard.
Harvard. Okay. And then he got a position as a professor.
We moved up here for his job.
So you were in New York too?
No. I've never lived in New York.
Oh.
I was actually at University of Miami going to law school. We met We got engaged, and then I was going to do my last year of law school up here. So in 2005, we moved here. He was a professor, and I was a student for one more year. And then we moved back to Miami for a year, and then we moved here for a year. The reason why I say his parents are going to say I did it is because after we got divorced, I wanted to move to South Florida, and I filed a petition to relocate in the court, and the court said no. So
Because of the kids.
Yeah. So you can always leave, you just can't leave with your kids. So, so we're in Tallahassee because of Danny's job. So
He taught at UM before he came up there?
he didn't. He had that year at FSU, and then UM said they wanted to hire him. So I worked there for a year. He worked there for half a year. We commuted back and forth to FSU, and then UM didn't hire him, and so we moved back to FSU. And I've been here since like the 07 school year.
All right. I'm gonna go get the victim advocate, all right, and introduce you to her. And as soon as we get your phone back, I'll probably want you to show me some of those text messages. I know it's gonna be on the record,
Okay.
but I may wanna ask you that. And then we'll try to get everything expedited, so you can be there when your kids get picked up from school.
Right, because the alternative would be like a police officer.
Yeah, we don't want to do
Scary.
that. I want you to come pick them up.
Instead of a police officer, if it can't be me, I'd rather it be like a family friend or something.
Well, we could do that too.
Okay,
if
I'm
you'd
just saying,
rather.
like, I
Yeah.
do not want, I think they'll get really scared. If
No,
the
all
officer
the officer's done is checked on your children and made
Okay.
sure they're at school. We just had to find out where they were and where you were. Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
Right
okay. I can put my IDs away and
Yes.
Oh my God.
She ain't singing.
Wendy, this is Sarah Latour.
Hi, Sarah.
Victim advocate.
How are you?
Here, I'm gonna come sit over here on this side of you if you don't mind. So I have to meet you under these circumstances.
I'm usually a lot more fun.
I've been trying to kind of find some next of kin information on his parents.
Do you want their names?
Yes, that would be helpful.
His dad is Phil Markel.
And they're in Canada.
They're in Canada. They're in Toronto.
Toronto.
Must have done wrong.
Okay. His mom's name is Ruth Markel.
Are they married still?
They just got divorced. They're 70. They just got divorced after like 30 something years of marriage.
And when you say they're 70, are they in good health 70?
Mhm. Yeah, they're young. They're like
70, but not 70.
My dad just turned 70 and they're a young 70.
Okay. So they wouldn't live together?
I don't think they're living together. Truthfully, Danny and I got divorced in the last 2 years, and they separated in the last 2 years. So
Okay.
I'm fuzzy on the
And
details.
that's okay. And you were going through your thing, and they were probably going through theirs.
Yeah. I have that skirt.
Do you? It's pretty. I'm sure that I got my hat. A lot of people do.
He has a sister that he's really close with.
Is she in Canada too? And what's her name?
Her name's Charlie Markel.
Is Shelley short for something?
It's not.
Okay. Does she have an EY in there, or is it
No,
just?
it's Shelly. I'm sure you do this all the time as your job, but like I cannot believe this is happening.
It's not a normal situation to be in, and it's never easy or anything like that. So all your emotions and stuff you're feeling are okay right now, okay?
I'm so worried about my kids. I don't know how I'm gonna tell them what happened.
And you know
they're so little.
And you know it is difficult sometimes for the kids because their perception of realities.
They love their dad.
Of course they do.
I'm sorry, you can ask me questions.
No,
I'm
no,
just-
you're fine. Talk to me about what you want to talk to me about.
It's fine. I'll tell you what you,
No, you're good though. I want to be here for you too. I can say very sure.
I just like, I can't believe this is happening. I don't understand and I'm very scared because if this can happen, like what if someone's gonna come after the kids? Like who did this and why would they do this?
And from, what they're mentioning, they haven't had any indications of that.
Do you think someone can watch the house where I'm gonna be with the kids tonight to make sure that nobody comes after us?
We'll discuss kind of that type of stuff. I'm gonna make sure that they know all your concerns and fears. Okay.
I just
take stuff one step at a time right now. I know it's hard.
I don't know how I'm gonna tell them.
I can tell you this. I think it's gonna be best coming from you. You're their mother. You seem very educated and put together. And it sounds like you've gone through a lot the past 2 years.
Yeah, but the kids have been doing so well with everything. They're really like happy, well-adjusted kids. There's so many people in their life that
you all are
love
doing
them.
the right thing.
And I get why I would be a suspect, but the idea that we were divorced, but the idea that I would ever do anything is like, I understand why they need to check, but I don't know who would though. I don't know who would do this. I can see why they would think it would be me.
Well, and I don't think, and did Investigator Isom talk to you at all about like what your role is in this?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out.
And a lot of times they do stuff just to kind of cancel you out too.
It's fine. I understand.
Okay.
I understand. I just can't believe this is happening. So I do best with being helpful. So why don't you tell me what I can do to help you?
Okay. Well, give me the parents' names. I know you probably, if you have any of their phone numbers, I know you don't right now, probably from memory either.
It's in my phone.
Right.
I don't remember them.
So we'll wait for.
They lived in Toronto, and I didn't have a really close relationship with them before the divorce.
Okay.
And after the divorce, it's been, I've sent his sister like happy birthday messages, but it's not close. And so I don't.
Right, you didn't have a reason to really have communication with them, and that's okay.
Okay, so other than their names.
Right, that's probably all you really.
No, I'm asking like, what can I do?
Let's see. You can, worry about you and your boys. Start thinking who would be someone that you want here for you that's here in Tallahassee now.
What do you mean here for me? Like for what?
For support for you, because you're gonna have to go.
I'd really like my family to come.
Okay.
They're not here, but
where are they located?
I'm just so upset right now that I'm worried about parenting effectively. So if my parents were here, they could help me. They're really close with the kids, so they could help me. I feel like you and I look a little bit alike. Do you see this as you're looking at my face?
You have very pretty blue eyes. They're much bluer than mine.
But I feel like
they're contacts.
Anyway, it's like
And the
looking
hair.
at my sister, similar hair. I must look awesome right now, but when I'm not in crisis, I'd really like my parents to be here and help me with the kids.
And so for my information, what are your parents' names?
I feel like I should be the one to tell them.
No, I don't want, I'm not gonna go tell them. I'm just more of, as
Who's
this
with
time
me?
goes on, right, when you're referring to people, I wanna know who you're
Sure.
talking
My parents' names are Donna and Harvey Adelson.
And did you say they were in Florida?
They are. They're splitting. They're sort of in the process of retiring.
Okay.
I mean, semi. So they work together. They're super happy and in love. 40 plus years in. So they like live in Coral Springs for part of the week and then in Miami for part of the week. So today is Friday and they're in Miami.
Okay, so is Miami like their weekend home then for them?
My brother Charlie got this place for them to sort of have them try living in Miami. So sometimes on the weekends they all hang out together. So they'll be there.
And like I said, I'm not gonna notify your parents or do anything like that. I was just, like I said, getting that more just so.
For future, yeah.
And do you have anyone in Tallahassee that you consider your go-to person here?
I have a lot of, I'm not saying this to be bragging, I have like a number of people that
You
I
have a
feel
good network.
I do. The person who feels most like family is my friend.
Okay, and also, this is like the second or third time that she's been like, I have so many friends. But then she keeps saying like, nobody really loved Dan, but I have so many friends. You can't sit with us.
Lynn.
Lynn? Okay.
She's just a bit older than me, and I'm very close with her family. She has 4 kids, and I'm kind of like an aunt to the twin girls. I'd really love for Lynn to be around.
Okay. What's Lynn's last name?
Grossman.
SSMAN?
Yeah.
Okay, she's here locally.
She is, yeah. She lives right down, really close to me.
What are your 2 boys' names? I know.
My older son is turning 5 on the 29th. His name's Benjamin.
I just, it's about 10:04, so I know we're gonna need to start making arrangements as far as if you want somebody to pick your kids up and take them home, that type of thing. So Sarah can, if you wanna figure that out, just because I think he said that they had to be picked up by about 5 or so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So something to
Okay.
just think about what we
Thank
want
you.
to get on.
What should we do about that?
What do you think would be, do you have any, because you probably have, they're younger, right? So probably
They're 3.5 and 5.
So they probably
They're
started
in
on
car
boosters.
seats.
Okay.
They're in car seats. I am in shock right now, so I could probably be functional to like drive a car.
Well, I can help with kind of that type of stuff. Do you have a friend do you want?
I mean, I would, if Lynn is here, I don't know if she's in town. It's Friday?
Yes.
I don't know if she's in town this weekend. If she is, I would love for her to be with
Lynn
me.
would be your person? Okay.
Yeah.
And then if Lynn's not, do you have a kind of backup person you would think?
I do. I have a lot of friends who have kids, so they have their own responsibilities. My friend Jane, who actually I think used to be a victim advocate.
Okay.
Jane would be a really good choice. Jane McPherson.
You probably, and I might be able to get these numbers, but you
Because she
think,
doesn't have kids, it's all on my phone.
I know, it's okay. And I know, I don't have anything memorized either. So.
Other close friends that I would have be with me right now. I have this really close friend whose husband died last year, who has a kid, and we spend a lot of time together, so she'd understand, but I don't want to do that to her.
Okay. Well, and I think maybe between Lynn and Jane.
Hopefully
maybe
one
we
of
can
them.
get- Okay.
Oh, Jane might be traveling. It's just summer, people are traveling all the time.
I understand.
Who else might be here?
What do you think Lynn and Jane would be kind of a good start?
Yeah.
What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go check and see how.
Man, as soon as we talk about the audio being good.
So that way we can kind of start working on those things.
Okay.
Some things for you to think about, when you meet your boys. And I'm sorry, it's really hard.
I just don't know how to tell them this.
Well, you know your boys better than anyone else does, right?
Right now, they were expecting, I don't know if Danny told them or not, the plan was he was gonna take them swimming this afternoon, which is sort of out of the ordinary.
Okay.
Normally, I would just pick him up, but I think he's leaving town for the weekend. I just think he wanted extra time with the kids. So he was gonna take them to Truesdale and bring them to my house. So sometimes plans change. Like sometimes his flights are delayed from New York and the kids say, they call him Abba, which means father in Hebrew. They say, I thought this was an Abba day. What are you doing here? And I'd say, well, Abba's flight was late, so it's gonna be a mommy day for a little while. So if there was a plan they were expecting, it would have been the go to the pool plan, but they knew that it was time to be with me. So
I knew they were going to transition into
so
a
normal
mommy time.
for them would have been mommy all weekend,
Okay.
mommy all week, and then Wednesday Abba. what you were saying. So for them, this is what they expect is, I think, for me to come pick them up. It's very normal.
Okay.
I don't know if I can drive a car right now.
And that's why we're gonna try to see some friends, kind of try to work out what options we can to help you, so you might not have to do that. Okay.
Okay.
So let me go check on your phone.
Okay.
And then I'll come back and kind of let you know and see if maybe how long that'll take, or see if I can find some phone numbers.
My two friends that I was with for lunch, when they came and found me, how did they find where I was?
I have no
Also,
idea.
I mean, did they just search for my car? Like, I am just amazed. I was eating with two girlfriends. They're both psychiatrists.
Okay.
So they'd probably be good people to talk to.
Okay.
One of them is a child psychiatrist, so I just
She might be a good person to talk to, especially about
how to talk to the boys.
I'm
fine. As fine as a baby, so I'm fine.
They're psychologists. I'm fine. It's so bizarre. So bizarre. I think just because as many interrogation videos as I've watched, as we've all watched, when you see the people who end up being guilty in their behaviors, and then the people who aren't in their behaviors, because you can never really know how you're going to, react when you're in shock and stuff's going down. Like, I get that, but there are just certain key things that tend to be patterns with people who aren't being honest. Kathy, my interrogation video, I could not shut up, just could not. That should not shock anyone. Nobody is shocked. Kathy, nobody is shocked. Jodi Arias did handstands. And then, what's her name? The Cincinnati chick. Shayna? Something? She sang. Jodi sang too, I think. Didn't she? Oh, and so did is it Shayna? What's her name? Shayna? I should know this because she's from Cincinnati, but she killed her attorney boyfriend, Shayna Herbert. That's it. She sang, and she was doing ballet and stuff. Her and Jodi are like long lost sisters. Shayna, she sang Amazing Grace, yeah. And then she was like, I did it. Yeah, I did it. But she was totes innocent. It's totally normal to do that. Hubert. Hubert.
Know where Lynn or Jane work, because we're going to try to find some phone numbers for them, or maybe some work numbers, if they work at.
So Jane is a PhD student. She's working from home.
Okay.
Lynn, works, I'm kind of forgetting what the name of the place is that she works.
That's right, she did say that.
She does like Holocaust recovery stuff. Department of Financial Services, maybe. It's not DBPR, it might be DFS, but her husband.
She works for the state though.
Her husband and I are close to, like,
Okay.
friends with the family. Her husband's name is Alan Grossman, Allen. And he has his own law firm in town, so he should be really easy to find.
Okay,
It's like
and he-
Grossman, but Furlow and Bio, maybe.
Do you know what street it's off of by chance? Probably downtown. Okay, that's good.
But
though.
you
I
can
mean,
find him and find
he's
that
an
number,
attorney.
and he's usually at work. I'm trying to think, all of my really, really close friends live out of town. But yeah.
Okay. And go. I'm gonna try to do just some Google stuff real quick, and then I'll come back.
Okay. God, we really should start memorizing more phone numbers. I used to know
You know,
them.
it's just technology that makes it easier for us.
I'm going crazy in this white room.
I'm sorry. I know it's not
like pictures from
No.
I just feel like I'm in a Twilight Zone, and I keep picturing the kids like at a funeral having to say goodbye to their dad, and I
Just take it
can't
one
believe
step
I
at a
have to
time.
do this to them.
Do you want me when I find their numbers? Is it okay if I call your friends?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
you want
fine.
me, and I can go and tell them
I
that
could
you.
really use some help
Okay.
taking care of the boys tonight.
Of course.
I'm trying to think of who else I would call. My closest friend in town is on vacation right now with her family.
Well, we'll start with Lynn and see kind of where we get from there, since she.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, this is literally the best idea I've ever heard. Doing interrogations live and taking questions from us chat viewers. It's all I would do all day. I think that's a brilliant idea. We need to make that happen. I would have so many questions.
Ugh.
Let's make that happen. That's what I want for Christmas, for that to be a reality. I would be so good at that. I would be so good at the questions. We all would, because we watch this stuff all the time. Be like, ask her about that one time she said this. I'd be pulling up their like grandma's dog walkers Facebook profiles and stuff, trying to find all the dirt and be like, ask her about this. He's so good at that.
Figure that out or have her call.
We should be able to submit questions during, yes.
Another kind of question we have: do you want, if we get in touch with one of your friends, do you think it's best if maybe they picked up the kids first, or
Just because it's 4:15 now, I didn't know time-wise what we'd be looking
I
at.
just don't want to.
bring them?
I was about to say I don't want to traumatize them, but they're about to get plenty traumatized.
And they can take them home.
Right. I just don't know what would be less upsetting for the boys.
That's up to you.
What I would most like.
Or we can make arrangements with the school and just say, look, it's gonna be a little late, you need to work with us, and mom and a friend will
I
come.
think they do keep it open till like 5:30 or
Okay.
so. So what I would most like would be to pick them up myself and have someone with me in case I don't feel like I can drive well.
That's fine. And Lynn would be your first option
Lynn
to
would
come
be
here.
my first
And
choice,
you're-
or Alan, her husband.
Okay. And you're okay with me speaking with them and telling them to come here?
Yeah.
First, and
my car is.
We have, the car is here.
Oh, they got it here.
I think they were bringing it here, and I think.
Did they take my keys?
I don't
How did they get the car here?
I don't know.
I guess you guys.
Well, I may be wrong. I thought, Investigator Isom, it may still be at the other place, was gonna touch base, okay. I may be wrong, was going to touch base with you about, cause I know he's done a bunch of different stuff as far as doing your hands and all that stuff, to see if you'd be willing to let us look in your car to see if there's
You can look-
anything,
you
know.
can
Okay.
Search the
And
car.
so he'll have another form for you to
That's
do.
fine.
Okay, so I will call them and the question is, I will not tell them what's going on until they get here.
I would tell them.
Okay, I just didn't know them driving, are they good friends with him as well?
They've been mutual friends, but they're more my friends.
Okay.
I mean, I think everyone's gonna be devastated.
Sure,
to you
and maybe
about
I'll
this,
just
but-
say that you're up here, you're fine, but they need to come pick you up, and then we can do that here, you know?
I mean, I think you can tell them Wendy needs help,
That's
picking
fine.
up the boys because of what's happened. Like, I think you can tell them why I need them.
That's fine.
And that's fine.
She said she's fine with the van, searching the van and stuff when,
you
you know,
want-
because we were talking about that. All right, I will take care of this, Wendy.
Thank you. I don't know who that is. Is she another?
She's a sergeant with us.
Okay. That was very gendered of me. Sorry.
Those what?
No, you're
Assuming
okay.
she's a
No.
victim advocate because she's a woman.
No.
You're welcome. I'll fill out whatever paperwork you want.
I have it right here.
Search the van. I can read it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be a good one, Julie Frazier.
Do you witness that, Sarah?
Sure.
We got, an alternative for the kids?
What's the alternative?
I mean,
Right
somebody
now,
else.
Joanna's calling one of her friends that she gave us and trying to see if they can have the friend come here
Right.
and then they can go together and pick up the children. That way
Okay.
she'll have the support system.
Right, absolutely. The receipt you just rolled up, what was that for?
That was lunch. I was trying to find the receipt from the bourbon, but I may have put it with the bourbon. This is from yesterday. It's lunch. But these are old ones.
Just like pulling out all those receipts.
I
How
was
many
looking
receipts do
for
y'all have in your
the bourbon,
pocketbooks?
but I must have put it in the bag with the bourbon that I kept in the car.
Can I hold on to this one from Mosaic?
Sure.
Do you need it to balance your booking?
No,
Okay.
sorry, that's fine.
What's this?
I just didn't want you to think I was crumbling up other receipts.
No, it wasn't for that. I just was thinking before.
No, I just thought I would find the bourbon one.
Yeah.
But I must have put it in the bag.
Just looking at the dates.
If we did like a what's in your bag
You
and
know
I
what?
emptied out my pocketbook, I don't even know what else
I
in
lost
there.
the key to my house, so I went to buy many spare keys to give to friends around town so I don't get locked out of my house again.
Okay.
So that's what that is. It's my many spare keys that are now around Tallahassee, which now makes me nervous.
Okay. I know the receipt that I might be interested in is the gas receipt.
Yeah. Oh, I asked for no receipt,
Okay.
so I can give you my
That's okay.
charge card information, but
If I need it later on.
I didn't get a receipt.
That's all right.
Okay.
But you bought the bourbon over there sometime afternoon and then went to, okay. All right.
It should be, the bourbon's in the car, so
Okay.
it should be in there.
Okay. I'll get started on this and we'll hold on to this.
Are you bringing the car here?
Yes, I think it's already here.
How did they bring it here without
Tow truck.
keys?
Tow
truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're trying to be as efficient as possible. All right, so we're working on the
Yep, Joanna's trying to make contact now with some friends.
okay, and then they'll come here hopefully.
Hopefully, as long as she can.
Do you think I need to, I had like a whole weekend of plans ahead with the kids and stuff, like, should I start contacting people and let them know that like I can't,
Just,
what's a good idea?
um,
I just, like, I can't show up for like play dates right now, so.
sure, yeah.
I don't know, like, do you want me not to tell people what's going on? Is this like,
Well,
I got that call from Lisa Carey, so like, how did she find out?
Well, she said she saw something in the neighborhood or heard
She
something,
said she
right?
heard there was a shooting on Trescott. I thought because she's a real estate agent, maybe she was rolling around and she saw Trescott, but how did, like, is it on the news? Like, did.
Well, I can tell you that there was news media out there with cameras, but I don't know if anything has been reported as to the specific address.
Okay.
I don't know what our public information office has released.
I'm asking for you, like,
Okay.
I don't want to like make this.
She wants to know what she can tell people or what she can't right now.
Which, in
Well,
terms of making things better or worse for you.
I would say that for right now, I would not deny to anybody that something did happen, but you
if
could,
I'm gonna call and cancel all night, like I'm supposed to be at a party tonight, like.
okay, I can't go. There's been an incident.
So I
that's
can
happened
just
in front of
tell people I'm just not gonna be able to be
Right.
there. I'll talk to you later, and that's
Right.
it.
That's
Okay.
me. That's fine.
Okay.
I don't want you not to have a support network of friends.
Yeah.
And
Well, I
and
will
you-
tell who needs to know, but like
Right.
I also, I don't.
You want to explain this to 1,000 people.
Well, it's not about, it's yes, but I don't think that's good for the kids. Like, I don't want people, I don't know what to do about, like, the kids are really young. I don't know what to do in terms of that reaction, but I also am kind of scared that there's like some maniac out there, and I would like for you to find whoever that is. So I don't want to make things worse in some way in terms of you being able to find someone.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking.
Just, I would just only tell the people that need to know, that are
Okay.
closest to you for your benefit. And anyone else, if they inquire, you can tell them any excuse you want. You can say, the police have asked me not to discuss it.
Okay.
It's as simple as that.
I'll throw you under the bus.
Okay, I'm used to that.
Throws
Okay.
everybody else under the bus. Why not?
That's it. I swear I'm just blowing my nose.
You're right.
Sarah, your job is very hard.
It is.
You have a very nice personality for it, very calming.
Thank you for saying that. That's kind of how I sell myself sometimes on doing this.
It's really hard.
So much flattery.
Gwen Williams?
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I think you did a presentation at a Red Cross human trafficking.
Sure I did.
Yeah. Okay. Because I
At Salvation Army?
Yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was me.
Yeah, I thought so. Because when they were kind of telling me, who I was going to be talking with, I was like, that sounds familiar.
And I had the boys there that morning, and that's why I like talked.
And I remember you talking about your boys actually too.
Well, it's good to see you again.
Sorry, under these circumstances.
I feel like I'm in the middle of a nightmare.
This isn't something that anyone plans on going through or wants to go through.
We were
So it
divorced. It wasn't good, but like, this is never something you would ever want to happen. I understand why I'm a suspect. I guess I'm not a suspect. I understand why you would think that I would do this, but not you, but.
Right.
I'm just worried about the kids. And I'm so sorry for his family and for his children who are now going to grow up without a father.
I
have no idea who would do this, and I feel like they're out there. And if they're capable of this, like, what's to keep them from going after the kids? Like, if they hate Danny, then why wouldn't they hate his children?
And they're doing this investigation now to kind of figure out what happened.
He didn't do it to himself. There's no way he did it. He never really got depressed. He never got that sad. Like, he was a really positive guy. It wasn't him.
And just because you guys are divorced, you probably know him very well, probably better than anyone else does. So,
Except for the last 2 years. Like, I don't know specifics of, like.
well, right, his personal life, but you still know his personality.
I do.
And, personalities usually don't change very often, so.
Yeah. I'm gonna have a hard time not being sad in front of the boys. I need to tell them today, don't I?
I think you do.
Have you done this before? Doesn't
Have
matter
I
if you've
told,
done this
have
before.
I told children? You know, I have not as young as your boys.
What do I tell them?
You know where your boys are at. You know kind of what you've talked to your boys, you know, and I know they're so young, you know, some parents have conversations about life and death and things like that, and some haven't at that age.
We had our first conversation about God yesterday, ever. And Ben was climbing into his car seat, and Ben out of nowhere says, "Mommy, I bet Abba knows a lot more about God than you do." And I said, "Well," I said, "different people have different beliefs about God." And so we get to the car, and Ben was like, "Is God a man or a woman?" I said, "Well, some people believe that he or she is an old white man with a long white beard." And Lincoln, who's 3.5, said, "God is dead."
And is Ben's your oldest then? And then who's your 3.5-year-old?
Lincoln.
Lincoln?
And I said, Lincoln, like, I was like, it's like Nietzsche in the backseat. Like, it's like Lincoln, who's still in diapers, but is having a sophisticated conversation about God. And I just was laughing and laughing, and they were asking such interesting questions, and I was answering them with, like, different people think different things. And, you know, but it was just our first time we ever had a conversation. Really, they talk about superheroes a lot, and so sometimes they'll joke, they'll fall over and be like, "I'm dead," and I say, "I really don't like it when you say that." And you know, they've talked about like animals being like, "He's dead," like on the ground, and they even quasi understand. Lincoln's named after my grandmother, and whose initials are LJ, so his initials are LJ. He would say to my mom, who's still very heartbroken over the loss of her mother, he'd say to her mom, like, "Is your mommy dead?" And she'd say, "Yes, you know, you're named after him." And he'd say something like, "Well, is she in heaven then?" You know, like, so they have some fleeting concept of things like God.
They know heaven.
I mean, I don't know.
And let me just kind of back. I'm not sure what Investigator Isom kind of told you. You know that he's still alive.
No, I didn't know that.
He's.
Is he possibly gonna make it?
I don't know the answer to that. I know
He made it sound like he was gone. So does that mean that he might be okay? You don't
I
know.
don't think, from what it sounds like, I don't think he'll be
the same. Okay, but he might make it.
I don't want to give you that false hope.
I'm sorry, I just thought he was gone, and now I don't know what to tell. It's sort of a game changer.
I know, and that's why I was kind of asking you.
I didn't know that. He
I
made
mean,
it sound
I
like he made it sound like he was gone.
I don't think it's good though.
I know I mean, that's sort of what he said, but I assumed he was saying that like euphemistically.
And that's why I'm kind of because I don't want to be misleading in
Is
this
there any way to
conversation.
find out if like, because if he might be okay, like I want to bring the kids to him so they can.
And that's kind of stuff we'll talk about in a little, but let me ask him.
I just think that's different, right? Like, if he's not going to make it and he can see the kids one more time, then he should see them. So, is there, like, are we getting updates from the hospital?
They have been, you know, they were at the hospital. Obviously, when, you know, something like this happens, they do go to the hospital.
How did this, so when it happened, did someone call the police because they heard a gunshot or something? How would they know like, did he call the police? How would they know to take him to the hospital?
I don't know the answers to all these, and I'm not, you know, I'm gonna let, when Investigator Ison comes back in here, I'll let you kind of ask some of those questions.
Okay.
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 But I didn't want you to think, I'm sorry, I just didn't want you to think that he was leaving.
I thought he was gone.
And that's what I was getting from your conversation, and I didn't want it to be.
If he's still alive, I need to make different choices.
Right.
I want the boys to be with him. Well, I don't know. I mean, if he looks scary, then.
Right, and that's what.
Is that why? Does he look scary? Is that why?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
Because I think that would be more traumatizing for the kids to see like something horrible. Right. I don't want them to.
And I will say, from a victim advocate perspective, I always recommend people not especially young children. I
They're
mean,
so little. I mean, they
right.
could, like, I want them to have, if it's gonna have to be memories, I want them to be good. Because their last memory would have been him taking them to school this morning. This morning. Is the police officer still at school? Like, are the boys safe there right now?
I don't know the for sure answer to that, but I do know that they checked on them.
I know they checked on them, but like the kids, I just want to make sure they're okay.
Let me go talk and let me ask them that for you. Wendy, look at me. There's no reason for them to think that anything's going to happen to the boys right now, okay?
Okay.
And I just want you to know that there's no indications that.
But why would someone do this? Like, why would they just come after my whole family?
I do hear your concern. I do. I just want you to know, though, like, if there was an indication.
I mean, there's no indication some crazy person was gonna kill Danny, so why would they not think someone was gonna, like, anything could happen, right?
From what I understood, that there was someone that was at the school.
They didn't find anyone, like, running away to see it, did they?
I don't know that answer, okay? I'm sorry, I know I'm giving you a lot of, I don't know.
I know, I'd rather that than you make something up,
Okay.
but I just have no idea what's happening right now.
I'm sorry. Let me go see and try to talk to Investigator Isom and see if he can give you a little bit more clarity.
Okay, thank you.
But thank you, Allie B from Tennessee. Sorry, Lucy's, you know how guard dogs are. Her doing all of this is like shifting, because she's the one who said a couple times like that, she understands why she would be a suspect and stuff like that. So it's like she's shifting their attention toward her, like to be more concern as opposed to suspicion. Again, Tommy vibes. Everything he did, he turned himself into a victim. She asked more questions than the detective. That's yeah. I think that having to have them like console her is an active thing, like to actively try to make her feel better is an active thing. But if you're not having to do that, then it gives your brain time to work through things more. And then that's when the suspicion can come in. So she says she's a manipulative one. Yeah, feel sorry for me, but don't investigate me. That's true. Just like Tommy, except no F-bomb counter going. Yeah. At least there's that. At least she's not as vulgar as Tommy.
Hey. Okay. I tried Lynn's office, and of course it's, she's a state worker at 4:30 on a Friday, so she wasn't there. I called
for my phone.
Not yet. Okay. I called Alan and Sergeant Baldwin, Joanna. Sorry. And I spoke with his secretary. He didn't answer his cell phone. I did get a hold of Jane. Okay. So she is on her way. Okay. And I'll keep trying Alan. They were sending him a whatever message to his phone, so he will probably call me.
Did you tell Jane what happened?
No, I told her. I didn't want to tell her over the phone. I said, I'm sorry, I'm being cryptic. Something's happened with her ex-husband and she needs you here and we need help picking up the kids and you're free to go with her when she gets here. We'll work on car seats. They may be done doing what they need to do with your van when she gets here. So y'all can take your car or we can get the car seats, however we need to do it. Okay. Do you want anything to drink? Or I know that's probably the last thing on your mind, but anything to drink or snack, or I know you were at lunch, but
Hot Pocket.
Just some water?
Water? Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
You got somebody?
Yep, she's on her way.
Okay, where's she going?
She's coming here,
Okay,
and then I told her we would figure it out from there. She doesn't have car seats, so we need to
can
work
you get
that
with
out.
Couch? Because he's doing the van,
Okay.
and they can move the car seats over to the
Yep.
other car.
And I didn't know if we'd be done or what, but we will get those.
Yeah, all right. I'm trying to keep you informed as much as possible.
Thank you.
I'm trying to be in a bunch of places at once.
My grandmother once said you can't have your tuchus in 2 places at once. So it's hard
That's
to
true.
do.
That's true.
I'm
Here's,
losing my mind over here.
okay, this is the thing, all right? My understanding, okay, I'm gonna give you let me do it backwards, because this will be easier, or not backwards, but the other way.
Is he still alive?
Clinically, he's not gonna live.
What does that mean?
He has
he
a
brain
severe,
dead?
yes, is a severe brain injury.
So much better than that.
It's apparently there's too much damage to recover from it. Okay, that's why we need to get a hold of
His
parents.
family.
Right.
I don't know what his I don't know if he has an advance directive or
Right.
what he would have wanted. He once told me that he would want we joked, I said I would want to be like, if I have an advance directive, I do this kind of work, I run a medical legal partnership. Like if I ever was like brain dead, I would want to be like, I'd want the plug pulled.
Right.
And he said he would want all efforts made, like he would be cryogenically frozen. Like he wanted every single effort that could be made to keep him alive. I know that much.
My understanding, and that's what we'll have to get a hold of the family as soon as possible, but my understanding is there's irreparable damage. There's nothing that can be done. I mean, I'm not there, I wasn't there, but I understand from previous cases that the brain, his brain is damaged beyond repair. There's nothing that can be done for that.
Is he still alive? Should I bring the kids to see him?
No. He has severe facial injury. I'm sorry, and I know this is tough, but I would not want my children to see.
Okay, I just thought I got this inkling that maybe he was like still somewhat conscious and I wanted him to get to be with them okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that, but that's
Okay.
the way it is. Like I said,
Okay.
there's severe injury, trauma.
Okay.
All right,
Is there someone is there a doctor working on him or are they just?
There's doctors at the trauma bay, the ER.
Yeah.
I think he's been transferred to ICU.
Okay,
All right, and they'll have to make a determination about organs
oh my
and so
God.
forth.
Oh,
So hence, hopefully we can.
okay, the kids, yeah, the
All right,
kids.
now let's talk about the kids, okay?
Okay,
I don't know who the contact person was. Was it one of the ladies that you were eating with?
No.
Miss McPherson.
I thought I wasn't supposed to contact them, so I didn't ask about those two because I thought it seemed, anyway, I
That's
asked
fine.
2 other women I'm friends with.
Okay, that are familiar with
I
the
think
children?
Jane is who they got.
Does the daycare place have to be contacted to allow her to?
Oh, I kind of thought I would go with her.
Okay, here's the thing, all right. As soon as this phone comes back,
Yeah,
I have to ask you some questions about I've already known about the phone.
yeah.
Would it be possible
It
for,
would be weird for Jane to, Jane likes the boys a lot, but it would be better for Lynn to pick them up, just because Lynn has picked them up before, when Danny had a back surgery.
Okay.
They call her Aunt Linny, they're really close with her. If we could get her cell phone number,
okay,
or
Do
her
Lynn and Jane know
daughter,
each other at all?
probably a little through
They're
me,
both
but,
not friends.
yeah. I mean, Jane's a therapist, she'd be very comforting, she has 2 kids of her own, she'd be fine, but I'm trying not to freak the kids out any more than necessary, so Lynn or Alan, her husband, Alan or Lynn would be the best choice.
you don't have a number by heart for them?
No.
Okay.
Okay, let me go check with Joanna and see
Please.
where she got, if she got far with them.
The reason being is,
You need to talk to me.
yes.
Okay.
And you've been great. I mean, you understand exactly how we have to do things, and I haven't had to explain a lot of stuff, but really, I feel the need to, I really want you here.
Okay.
If, you know, and you're not under arrest or anything like that.
I understand why you
But,
think I'm
but-
the primary suspect.
No, you're not the primary suspect. I have to work just as hard,
You keep saying
whether
that.
you were or you're not,
Okay, I
okay?
understand.
To show what your activities were,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
And let's put it this way. I think you're a straightforward person. And I think at this point, if you had anything to do with this, you'd have already told me.
Okay.
And you haven't. So my thing is that let's let the,
My ex-husband caused me a lot of grief. I would never do something like that.
I know. And it's
So I
gonna,
understand why I would
Okay.
be the person you would think would do something,
well,
but
we have to work just as hard to eliminate
it's
people.
fine. I want to figure out who this is because I'm honestly worried.
Well, let me ask you, if you found out that this was someone that you personally know, would that change your mind about what should happen to that person
About what should happen to that person?
for prosecution purposes?
No.
Is there any way that you would think
if
somebody,
tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
regardless of who it is?
I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother, but I don't think it was my family. Anyone outside my immediate family, that's a tough one. But
Okay.
I don't think my immediate family did this. So
Okay.
if it's anybody else, yeah.
Would you think that this guy Charlie would even be capable of doing something like this?
No. No.
It's just talk.
He's the Joker.
Okay. All right. Based on the,
Charlie is the trial that's starting right now. That's the feet finder underneath us. That's the jury selection. So she went right to her brother, which is the trial that is starting right now. Interesting.
fact that the clock is already ticking, all right, and we have to do as much work as possible up front. That's why I want you to stay here,
Okay.
if at all possible.
Okay.
But you're these children's mother, and if they have somebody,
You can't freak him out, you know? Like,
nobody's gonna freak them out.
I know, I'm just saying, like, my kids, like, they're already gonna have to deal with so much. Like, they're gonna wonder where I am. And the best thing would be Lynn and Alan, to have them hang around with them. My friend Janine, I was with two women. One of them is well, they're both doctors, but one of them has kids that the boys are friends with. And so, like, he could go over their house. They could go over their house and spend time. I don't want them like, where's mommy? What's
Mommy's
going on?
busy. Mommy's busy, can't come here right now. Will that suffice?
For a little while, yeah.
All right. Lynn, do we have a number for Lynn?
Joanna tried to get in contact with her, left a message at Alan's office for him to call. They haven't heard back yet.
Can they page him? Like, do they have a?
Now I know Jane's on the way here, and you just don't think she.
I mean, I think she'd be okay. I think I'd rather Jane. Jane has just never picked up my kids before.
Would the school have a problem with Jane picking them up?
Given the circumstances, no.
Okay, well, I mean, do they have to have authorization?
They probably do. I mean, I can call the school, and I mean, this is a very unusual circumstance. I can call the school and tell them I approve Jane McPherson to pick up the kids, and then,
Does she have a place to take them?
I mean, she has a nice house, a comfortable, you know, like
Is she
a
willing to do
child-friendly
that?
house.
I mean, I know she's on her way here
She
now.
doesn't know
so.
what happened, I don't think. She just knows I'm here.
Let's get, Jane's on her way here, all right, and the school's out on Tharp, and I'm assuming she lives up in the northeast part of town.
Quite an assumption. Yeah, she's off Waverly. And her husband is a writer, so both parents are around.
Let's have Jane, you want me to talk to her or just tell her that or have Joanna tell, I'll talk to
I
Joanna.
think someone should, Jane was a victim advocate too for a while. She's in there.
Jane.
Jane McPherson.
McPherson,
My
what was
friend
she, a
Jane.
victim advocate?
In Gadsden.
Okay.
Maybe she wasn't. She's a therapist.
Okay.
Did she do something at the university now, or is she just a
She was
PhD
the 1
student?
million bones woman.
Okay, that's where I know it's name from.
Will you coordinate with her, let her call the school to have Jane pick the children up? I'm gonna redirect Jane to the school directly.
Okay.
It's what's your,
Creative preschool, it's on Tharp. Right past, there's a Magnolia School, and then there's Creative on your right.
Creative
It's right up here, right?
It's on Tharp.
Oh,
There's a
Tharp out
couple.
west of town?
There's a couple, I'm really bad with directions. If you were to go all the way up Tennessee
Right.
and turn right, like on, I think it's Ocala, right where Super Perros is, and then you'd make a left on Tharp, you'd go up a little ways more and it would be on your right.
Creative preschool.
I'm gonna throw up.
Come in the bathroom if you need to.
Okay,
Do you want to
Leave
go
this
in there for a
open?
bit?
no, I'm fine.
Okay, well, let me know if it's that. I'm just gonna Google it, if that's okay.
Creative preschool, yeah.
It almost feels like she keeps bringing up the thing about being a suspect too, because she wants them to reassure her that she's not one.
Yeah, that sounds right. Uh-huh.
Do you want?
It's like a whole cast of characters. You get Jane from 1 Million Bones. Were you involved in that?
I knew about it, I know I saw a lot of stuff on it.
Yeah.
I can't recall if I've done anything directly with it, but. Do you want me to talk to them first, or do you want to?
What would you tell them what happened or no?
No.
Okay. I will talk to them.
I'll just say, this person's looking up extenuating circumstances, please.
Yeah. Hi, Mr. Chuck. This is Wendy, Ben and Lincoln's mom. Hi. I'm not going to be able to pick them up today, but my friend Jane McPherson's going to come. Is that okay? Her name is Jane McPherson. She's a petite woman with short blonde hair. Yes. She should have her idea if she's driving. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chuck. Are the boys doing okay? Okay. Well, that sounds great. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Bye. Lincoln's outside playing. Ben is in the blocks area playing with blocks.
They're only a year and a half apart, so they'll be like a
14
year
months
behind each other every time in school, right?
They have Ben's a July birthday, Lincoln's October, so they may end up a little more spaced.
Okay. So like have because July he'll probably be like the young baby in classes.
That was our.
He'll be the older.
That's what we were supposed to talk about this morning. Is like whether Ben should start kindergarten or go to kindergarten twice, or what he should do. And then he didn't call me back, which was weird.
Are you thirsty?
Yeah.
Let me see if I.
Is it Joanne or Joanna?
Joanna.
She said she was gonna bring some water.
Okay. We're kind of all running around. Let me
you
get
feel
that
like
for you.
Not
Let me
being
grab
around
some more
us.
tissues too.
I've gone through.
Oh, I want to be around you. I just know if I was sitting here, what would I probably want? Not much, but I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
She sure does talk a lot. Which makes it very strange that she hasn't been able to be charged with anything because, you know, you can only catch a fish if their mouth is open and hers don't shut. Haley May, happy 5-month anniversary. We are glad to have you. What? You want more? You're going to eat more of my lunch than I do. Here. I said that, who was I interviewing when I used that expression? You can only catch a fish if their mouth is open. Oh, Boom, during the Melly trial. And he was like, what does that even mean? I was like, if you're talking and your mouth is open, that's how you get caught. He was like, what does that mean? My daddy said it. And if my daddy said it, it must be true. You can't catch a fish unless their mouth is open. You can't catch a fish if their mouth is closed. Means keep your mouth shut and you won't get caught. Cue hyperventilation. Laughs. That cue hyperventilation was right on time. She does have, hold on, let me unhide this real quick. Look at her big old pile of tissues down here from whatever. If they don't, I hope that they get one after this, and I hope they sanitize that table. Yes. Lysol, that. Clorox wipes.
I guess this is a very different version of me you saw on the stage speaking versus having this. Thank you for that.
Yes, but this is an acceptable version given the circumstances, I don't think.
I just keep picturing the kids and what I'm going to tell them.
And from what I understand, Lynn's here.
Lynn's here?
Yeah, I think they're gonna go ahead and have her go pick up the kids.
Can I just like get a hug from her?
Let me see if she's still here. Okay, she's not up here probably, so let me see.
I'm sorry, I don't want to run you around. It's
No.
fine. Don't worry about it.
Hey,
I just.
Do you want a hug from her?
I'd really love. Yeah.
That's okay. Sometimes all I can do is run around. Okay.
Projection of reality.
I'll be right back. Okay.
call me if I'm not here yet. And I'll get that. Like Jackson, bring it here. I'll call the manager around.
Basically the same thing. Oh yeah, I added my little water because it's relaxing. My daughter, the queen of fake crying, just walked in and said, "What's she pretending to cry about?" Not many people believe her. They're 1.25 while we're waiting on them to come back in a minute. We'll go back down to regular speed in a minute, though, because this is one of the most replayed parts. What are you whining for? You're going to eat more of this than I am. Here. They hit dumpster fire emoji. bored of her not moving.
Then,
There we go.
Yes, I was gonna get Jane and bring her here for you to see.
Alan is gonna get Jane? I'm sorry.
Investigator Isom,
Isom.
which is the man that's been talking to. He's gonna grab her.
Grab Jane?
Yes, and Jane kind of voiced to Joanna, the kids probably wouldn't really necessarily recognize her. So, and in the meantime, Alan and Lynn got in touch with Joanna. So I think now what's happening, and Joanna already called the preschool. Sorry, I know this is a lot of information taken, but I think Lynn's gonna come here, get car seats, go to the preschool.
She can't take the car because they were like examining the car.
I think, or I don't, but essentially,
If they
yes.
can take the car seats out, they are so dirty.
That's
It's covered in Cheerios. And I actually meant to make an appointment this week to get it cleaned, and I didn't get around to it. So, so they're gonna take the car seats out of the car, put them in Alan and Lynn's car.
And then they'll bring them.
Alan and Lynn, like, the kids will be quite comfortable around them.
Right, okay.
And Jane's right, she hasn't seen the kids in a while. So Jane's coming in here now?
Yes.
Does she know what's going on? Do
I-
Alan and Lynn know what's going on?
I think they know that he's been seriously injured. I don't.
Hi.
Hi, Annie. Oh, dear. Oh, what a day.
I really needed some help. I'm sorry, I needed to call you.
Okay, sweetie.
Did they tell you?
They didn't tell me. I know.
Are things on the news?
It is on the news, but I don't know anything. I know there was a shooting in Danny's block this morning. That's all I know.
That's all I know.
Oh dear, oh, honey. Do you know how he is?
It's not good, Jane.
Really?
I was driving up the street and I saw like the tape and I just thought, oh, maybe there's like an electrical outage or something. Like I saw the street blocked.
So you
I was driving into town. I was running errands. I was meeting some friends for lunch and I drove up Trescott because it's the shortcut. And so I drive up Trescott and I see the tape and I was like, I guess there was like an electrical outage because sometimes we'd have trees that would fall or whatever. And so I turned around and didn't think anything of it. I was at lunch with two friends and the officer shows up. And I've been here since then.
And you don't have a phone?
Well, I had a phone. I said you can search my phone because maybe they can like find something useful on it.
We have to go through a lot of these steps, and that's
Of course, of
explaining to her. It's just as much effort to go through the steps to exclude anybody that could possibly be
Well,
involved.
of course, yeah.
Yeah, so we have her phone as soon as it's taking a little bit longer than normal, and as soon as we get done with the phone, she'll get it back. So but the main thing I was concerned about is the kids need to be picked up
Well,
on
exactly.
Friday.
Right. And so when I came and they said they'd spoken to the Grossmans,
Yeah.
I was like, I'll get the kids. I'm a
Right.
social worker. I've picked up kids that don't know me before, but I
Right.
think
I
especially given this.
I gave them your name and Lynn's name and
Right.
said, I think like Alan and Lynn have done it. Like when Danny had his back surgery, Alan and Lynn did it before. So, because I was out
Right.
of town,
And
so
they
like
have, right.
they've
They
done
have.
it before. They've got 4 kids, so they can.
I have, you're gonna be here for a while. You want me to
I think
sit?
so.
So, like, I might have a blanket in my car or something.
Do we have anything
Do you
here,
have
or have they all
something
been
for
used?
somebody who could get?
Let me check.
This
see if I have
woman
one
is
that's good enough for
freezing.
her.
And I apologize, I thought about that when she was shivering earlier, but I guess got a lot of stuff.
No, there's clearly there's
It's not really the most
it
important
isn't.
thing
It's
right
not the most important.
No, I saw her shivering and I kept thinking I'll go out and find out if they had a bunch of them. They had a bunch of them, but I don't know what's still available.
So what do you mean he's not good? What do you know about this?
I don't think he's gonna make it.
Oh my God. Really?
I don't know how I'm gonna tell the kids.
Let's put that on.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thanks.
You really don't think that? You know that?
What's that? I'm sorry.
You know that they don't think he's gonna make it through this?
You're not gonna make it.
And he's a TMH right now?
And I was asking because I thought maybe he would, and I wanted
Right.
I wanted the kids to be
Yes.
with him if he was okay.
Okay. Oh, God. And he has family and stuff at the hospital. Something.
No.
Family here.
That was
Right, I know, but I mean.
I wonder where you went.
See what's happening.
I was like, oh, he doesn't sit down, okay.
That's the thing.
I didn't make sure.
I took it with me. Oh, you just made some there or anything? Oh, you made some over there. Yeah, no, I don't think this is not. What? Bring it down. I'm a coffee snob. But it's not expensive, it's not fancy. It's called Cafe Bustelo. So it's kind of fancy. What about cologne? Bustelo? You don't do it? I do like, okay. I do like cologne. I'm an espresso person. Yeah. So it's espresso ground coffee that's usually used for Cuban, Puerto Rican, yes, and it's that, I like it because it has a very rich, bold black pepper flavor. That is, tastes good, but doesn't taste perfect.
Yeah.
Most of the coffees, they'll just drink black, or their black coffee, like Starbucks, Lucky Good, what's the, all those others, they're called watered down black coffee. Well, do you water it down, or it just tastes perfect. Yeah. And that's disgusting. Bustelo is cheap though too. Cafe Bustelo it's not expensive. It's like $4 for a brick. And but it's.
I don't have a coffee pot that grinds in. I don't have a,
Even a fewer, you have a special press maker for. Yeah, if you don't have, yeah, you're gonna do that.
This reminds me of that grill conversation during the Millie trial.
it's delicious because.
So you do a full? And then, and just get it. Have a break every time. Okay, yeah. Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Like it was that.
Set up, man. Thank you so much.
I'm a forum, but I will look at stuff.
It wasn't as pleasant though.
Both being but. That sounds like, oh yeah, and the lava, 21. Yeah. The lava. Oh, I'm 50. There. Yeah. You're in Kansas, there's jokes. It's so inefficient. I think it's small. The metal thing with this thing.
Yeah, but I don't know.
It actually did.
Yeah.
I don't break it. Yeah.
Money ain't worth business. Like, I can make my own money. Like dealing with somebody's BS. There ain't money that can pay for that.
I'm curious what you right out.
I don't know.
I just think coming out, Charlie. Okay. I have one. 1.5.
Let's go ahead and bring up the next group and get them seated.
Okay. Yeah. What? No, we're not doing it in Jersey, New Jersey. 50 more. So he's gonna do the whole. It's all it's Groundhog Day.
Nurse for God just get to 5 memberships. Thank you, Nurse for God. Jimmy Lawson got a membership. Rebecca Sorrells, Justin McCullough,
To bring what?
Bucky Bot, Susan Duncan.
That would
All
be a
get to
yes.
memberships by Nurse for God.
No.
William Fagan, this is, we're watching this part live. They're in jury selection. So as soon as they finish selecting a jury, they're thinking maybe Thursday. Depends on how long it takes them to get the jury selected. And there's already juror drama. One of them stood up. Juror number 33 is getting crunk. He stood up and he was like, "You're brainwashed." Yeah, that's nice. It's a lot right there in that microphone. Hey, Jackie D.
Bowers? Derek Bowers. Erica Jackson?
Ricky Watson just get to 5 memberships. Thank you, Ricky Watson. Trudy Martin, Care Bear, Simon, Brandi Kansky, Dale will get to memberships.
Michael.
Let me mute this. I don't want their names. I want to play their names. So we'll mute it for a moment while they're calling juror names. They done? Thank you, Ricky Watson.
Amberly.
Not done. Andrew C., member for 2 months. 2 months already. Time flies when you're having fun at jury duty. Happy 2 months to you. Happy 2 months to you. We are glad to have you. So, well, yes, they are supposed to address what happened with the jurors tomorrow because one of the jurors has already been sent home for the day. So when they come back tomorrow, they're supposed to. And I hope we get to hear it. I want to be like, who's brainwashed? Who washed their brain? What are we hearing? I want to know it all. Rebecca Martin, hello. Hi, Brandi. First time here. Justice for Dan. Yes, justice for Dan Markel. Long time coming, and there's still more to come, hopefully. Hopefully, co-conspirators to be indicted soon. Question, rumor, I agree. Question, rumor was afloat that Tim Jansen had signed on to the defense. Is this true? I'm not sure if that's true. Judy D., do you know? I'm not sure. And welcome, Rebecca. It's good to have you here. You hush that fuss. They muted it this time, not me. Yeah, Lucy's got attitude today. She can hear people out in the hallway too, and she's like, it's my hallway. Oh, no, Tim hasn't. Tim broke 5 ribs. Jeez, bicycling last week in the hospital. Yikes. Yeah, she does this thing where she's like she's not like full on committed to the attack yet, but she's like just letting me know that she's aware of something happening. So she's like, but she won't she's not committed enough to like full on start barking and going nuts because then she'll have to like do it until whatever is stopped. So she hasn't committed to that yet. Like right now she's like walking around. She's like, I'm just going to go watch seagulls again. I'm sure they're fine. I'm just going to mosey on out of here. Let them handle their business in the hallway. She's letting me know she's not a fan. Exactly. MJ, O'Malley, new member, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are glad to have you here. Welcome to the jury box. Yeah, it's like a pre-bark. Lucy Cam is down there, but she's been wandering around a lot today. She's been laying in the window a lot today too, watching the beach. Jimmy Law said, member for 5 months. I'm so glad to be back with the family and cult community. I sure love being here with y'all. Love this channel, Brandi. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're here too. I love our little cult family. Happy anniversary. Maybe Lucy's looking for the tiki hut. That tiki hut gone.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Stephen Everett, one of your judges for the Felony Criminal Division for Leon County. You have been summoned here this afternoon as prospective jurors for the case of State of Florida versus Charles Adelson. This is case number 2016 CF 3036B. This is a criminal case. The state has charged Mr. Adelson with the crimes of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. You will notice at times during this selection process that I will be reading to you. It's not that I do not wish to have a free-flowing conversation with all of our prospective jurors, but rather any instruction that I'm to provide to you on the law itself must be specific and it must be uniform. Is the state ready to select a jury this afternoon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed as well?
We are, Your Honor.
And for the record, I'm noting that Mr. Adelson is in the courtroom with his attorneys. The first thing that we're going to do this afternoon is I'm going to qualify you to determine whether or not you are eligible to serve as jurors in this matter. If the bailiff and the clerk can accompany me.
This is like the next round. Allie B from Tennessee, happy 2-month anniversary. We're glad you're here. I guess I was a lurker for a while before becoming a member. We get our lurkers, but we always end up tricking y'all into coming. Patty Pooman for 2 months. Yay, happy 2 months.
Each of the following questions that I'm about to ask you is based on a specific statutory provision that would disqualify you from serving as a juror if you do not meet the criteria. If your answer to any of the following questions is no, please raise your hand. First question, is everyone here at least 18 years of age or older? Is everyone here a citizen of the United States of America? Is everyone here a legal resident of Leon County, Florida? Do you all possess a driver's license or identification card that's been issued by the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles? Or have you executed an affidavit attesting to your eligibility to serve as a juror? Has anyone ever been convicted in any state or federal court of bribery, forgery, perjury, larceny, or any felony, and your civil rights are not currently restored? Is anyone at the present time under any prosecution for any crime in either a state or federal court? Very well, that means everyone is qualified to serve as a juror potentially. I'm going to go through some additional matters that pertain to discretionary excusals. These are grounds on which you may be excused from serving on the jury based on meeting a particular statutory criteria as well. All of these, or none of these, may be applicable to you. However, I'm going to go through them with you as a group also. Is anyone a full-time sworn federal, state, or local law enforcement officer or investigative personnel? Please raise your hand if that applies to you. Is anyone an expecting mother or a parent responsible for the full-time care of a child under 6 years of age? All right, ma'am, we'll speak with you in just a moment. Is anyone here over 70 or 70 or older, I should say? Has anyone performed state jury service in the last year? And by last year, I would mean between, this is October 23rd, 22, and today. If that applies to you, you may raise your hand. Is anyone responsible for the full-time care of a person with a physical or mental incapacity who is incapable of caring for themselves, and you being present will cause a hardship for them? All right, ma'am, we'll speak with you as well. Is anyone a full-time student between 18 and 21 who is attending high school, any state university, a private post-secondary educational institution, Florida college system institution, or career center? If you raised your hand, please form a line right here in the well, and I will address you briefly with the attorneys. The attorneys can approach the bench. Actually,
I like getting to see this part.
I need all of you to stand up so I can administer the oath of the respective jury. Please raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will answer truthfully all questions asked of you as prospective jurors, so help you God? You may be seated.
Energy says, why did I raise my hand? Yeah, I like being able to, even if we can't see like the behind the scenes stuff, I like being able to at least see this part. Oh boy. All right, we'll go back to our picture in picture. So they're going through the next round now. So we'll go back to our whatever the heck she's doing.
There's no family here.
Girlfriend, anybody come down? Nothing?
Amy, I don't know if Amy knows yet. I don't have Amy's phone number.
Amy's on Facebook.
I'll contact her later.
She's on Facebook. I mean, she can be found.
Yeah. I was thinking of one more thing. This is really tangential, but his friend I told you about, Matt Price, his wife's brother was killed. So if you're going to call someone first, Matt's going to lose it. So
I don't intend on calling Matt. I just need to have the background on different associates and friends and so forth. You know, my objective is to find out who did this. So based on what you've told me, I'm going to take that information, compile it with other information that other investigators have worked on, and we'll see where it leads.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying anybody that you told me about is any way involved.
Is there
I
any
don't
sign
know.
of stuff being stolen from the house?
I can't discuss that.
Okay.
So,
But you are discussing that you don't think he's going to live.
I'm telling you a fact that I know he's not going to live. He's not going to live. Okay. So.
Is he dead? No.
Well, I already discussed that with her. He has enough injury that's traumatic enough that he's not going to be able to recover from it.
Oh, God.
Did Lynn already go get the boys?
Yes.
What's happening right now is Lynn's on her way here. She doesn't have car seats.
Uh,
Gonna take the car seats out of your van, put them in Lynn's vehicle, and she's gonna go directly to Creative Preschool,
she has a key to my house, so she can.
pick up the kids. If I get a chance to, when she arrives, I will talk to her briefly and basically tell her, you know, let's wait on discussing anything with the children.
Yeah.
I'm sure she would do that anyway.
Yeah. I wonder if it would be better if she didn't know. Like if you.
It's, I mean.
Just so that because she's gonna be that, like, what if she can't then drive and go get the boys? Like.
Okay, but let me just say to you, I didn't know anything when I came here. So my husband Googles and says there was a shooting on Trescott Drive this morning at 11.
I got a call from my real estate agent who heard something.
So I know that I didn't know why I was coming here, but anybody with more sense would have known that.
John told you that
Yes.
when you told him you were coming here? Or?
No, they found John.
Mhm.
Interestingly, they found John's cell phone number.
They found me eating lunch. I don't know how that happened. I'm fascinated still.
We have ways of finding.
Yeah, it's interesting. So they called my husband's cell phone, and he was like, here she is. Talk to her. And they said, you needed me at the police department, so I came. It was not a.
What did you think I needed you for?
I wasn't thinking it was good news, but I didn't, my thought was that Danny had probably assaulted you. That was my thought.
I think that was Lisa's thought when she's like, I heard there was a shot on Trescott,
So-
and so I hope you're okay.
So
The
that,
realtor.
Yeah.
so that was my, but this scenario, which is now not seeming real to me,
Yeah,
didn't
well, me
seem
neither.
like, was not what I,
Me neither,
what I
but
thought
kept-
of.
I just keep picturing the kids.
Right. No, so there's no point in doing that, don't do that. So.
When Lynn gets here, I'm gonna just ask her to take the kids to her house. Would that be
Instead of my
unreasonable?
house?
I think
Wouldn't that
that's
be
much
more
better.
reasonable?
Is that better? She has a TV. They can
Yeah,
watch
yeah,
TV.
yeah,
I know, but
Yes.
they've been there before.
A
Yeah.
bunch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
take
they're
them
very
there.
comfortable there.
They
Take them
have
there.
children of their own.
They've got 4 kids. They're grown, but
Take them there. Take them
okay.
there.
Yeah.
Because,
All right, I'm gonna go make sure that I don't miss her.
Okay.
thank you.
Lynn Grossman, right?
Mhm.
But she already said that he wasn't.
This is
Like-
Sarah, by the way.
Hi, sir, are you a victim advocate?
I am.
I said you used to be a victim advocate. Was I
That's
right?
not true, yeah, I've done lots of stuff like that.
I
but-
recognize your name, and then she explained.
What's your last name?
Latour. I've only been here about 2.5 years.
I am losing my shit.
Well, that would be appropriate, I think you should do that. I think if you don't do that, that's
Jane,
not right.
who would have done this?
I have just
And
one
are they
idea.
going to come after my kids? Or me? Who's next?
Is Jeff this much of a lunatic?
The first thing that we're going to go through this afternoon is a discussion of what you all may know concerning this case. This case has received a fair amount of publicity, and there was also a related case that took place about a year ago. This process, well, what a wonderful segue. Turn the phones off now. If your phone is on, please shut it down. This process is going to be handled on an individual basis because you do not need to know what the other prospective jurors may know concerning this matter. Before we start any questioning, I am going to give you some instructions concerning cell phones, computers, and other electronic devices. Even though you have not yet been selected as a juror, there are some rules that you must follow about using your cell phones, electronic devices, and computers from this point moving forward. You must not use your phones or devices to search the internet or to find out anything that is related to this case. Between now and when you have been discharged from jury duty, you must not provide or receive any information about your jury service, and this includes friends, family members, co-workers, or anyone else. You may tell those who need to know where you are and that you've been called for jury duty. If you are picked for the jury, you may tell people that you've been picked for the jury and how long the case may take. However, you must not give anyone any information about the case itself or about the people that are involved in this case. You must also warn people not to try to say anything to you or to write to you about your jury service or about the case. This includes face-to-face, phone, or computer communications. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress to you that you must not use electronic devices or computers to talk about this case, including tweeting, texting, blogging, emailing, posting information on a website or chat room, or through any other means at all. Do not send or accept any messages, including email or text messages, about your jury service. You must not disclose your thoughts about your jury service or ask for any advice on how to decide the case. Further, you must not read nor listen to any news accounts about this case until you have been excused. Avoid the newspaper, television broadcast, and particularly the local news stations. Also, avoid any social media or internet news sites. I am now going to provide to you a statement of the case which has been agreed upon by the parties. On July 18th, 2014, FSU College of Law professor Dan Markel was shot while seated in his car. This happened in the driveway of Markel's home on Trescott Drive in the Benton Hills neighborhood. The killers traveled to Tallahassee from Miami to commit the murder in a rented silver green colored Prius. Defendant and alleged conspirator in this murder was the former brother-in-law of Dan Markel and has entered a plea of not guilty. The statement of the case that I have just read to you is informing you of the accusations that the state has made against the defendant. It is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as evidence or any proof of guilt. We are now going to talk to you individually and privately about this matter. Some of you may be excused, and the rest of you will remain to participate in the next phase of the jury selection process. Individual voir dire is time-consuming, but it will go smoother if you're prepared to tell us the information that we need to know from you, which is pertinent. These are the basic questions that you'll be asked. What do you know about this case? What sources have you obtained this knowledge from? Based on what you know, do you have an opinion about Mr. Adelson's guilt or innocence? Can you set aside your present knowledge, disregard it, and render a verdict solely on the evidence that is presented in the courtroom? Can you be fair and impartial? Do you have any reason that you cannot serve on the jury for potentially 3 weeks, which would represent a hardship? It will save us all a lot of time if you think about the questions that I have just posed to you and be prepared to provide a prompt answer when you are called back to discuss those 5 questions. As it relates to hardship, we expect this jury selection process to take possibly up and through Thursday of this week. After that process has been completed, we expect the opening statements and the evidence in the trial to begin. In total, we expect the proceedings from today may take up to 3 weeks altogether. We understand that it's a burden for anyone to serve on a jury for that length of time. However, we cannot make our system of justice work unless we have good people that are willing to do their civic duty to serve as jurors. Similar to people in military service, we do have to call on our citizens to make serious sacrifices. Jury duty is one of those times. You will probably never be called on again to do something similar to this. However, I understand for some of you, this may not be possible under the circumstances. To give you some more information about what this will involve, you will not be sequestered during the trial, meaning you will be able to go home at the end of each day. For the most part, we will work a regular business day, but on occasion, it may be necessary to work a little bit longer based on the witness schedule. I will do my best to adhere to a regular schedule, so please give it some serious thought as to whether any of you have a major issue or a physical problem or anything that may prevent you from giving this case your full attention and serving as a juror. Please be patient with us. We will be working as efficiently as we can. The bailiffs, clerks, and court administration will be assisting here in the courtroom. Please follow the bailiffs or clerk's instructions. Do not discuss the case while you're waiting or anywhere else until you have been excused. Please do not listen or read any media accounts on your phone or anywhere else until you have been excused. And also, I just wanted to give some emphasis on this point of not discussing the case until you have been excused. This is something that's very important that will enable us to select a fair jury as to both the state and the defense. It's very important that you follow this instruction. I definitely do not want to have to engage anyone in a negative context or capacity, but if I find out that anyone is discussing this case, I will deal with you appropriately.
Ooh.
If the attorneys can please join me in the jury room, we will begin the individual voir dire from there.
I will deal with you. I like it. Yeah, I like this judge a lot. Judge gonna take you out back. Talk about this case. Take you out back. I like him. He ain't gonna tolerate nothing. You get it, Judge. See if he has anything else to say in all of his wisdom before we go back to listening to this dumpster fire. And I totally agree. The whole thing with Miss Priss over here going on the long walk with her friend, you know, talking about whatever bad stuff she was saying about Dan. And then to the point where, like, her friend, the first thing she said is, I thought he assaulted you, when she had just said that Dan had never done anything like that. But that's the first thing that, oh, these women. All right, we ready?
I don't even think of Jeff. I hope to God not.
May I ask who Jeff is?
Yeah, of course.
I think you should. I think Wendy's been seeing a guy called Jeff,
who's a friend of Jane's, and
who's jealous.
Yeah.
Are you still currently seeing him, or just something you kind of like taper off?
It's been a bad week.
Okay.
Yeah, Jane and I actually went for a walk together Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Earlier this week.
But you've taken a 1 week break from
I took
Jeff.
a 1 week break from communication with Jeff to figure out what to do.
Okay.
Because we've been dating for like 9 months, so like 10 months a year.
And when you use the word dating, to you, is that's my boyfriend, or is it more of just dating, like the casual? Okay.
No, like he was my boyfriend, and involved with the kids, and I mean, yeah. And we had kind of a fight recently, and he's been trying to get back together, and I didn't know if I wanted to, and so he actually, the morning that I gave that talk, my boys were there and Jeff was watching them, so I could give the talk. Like Jane, do you think I have to tell them about him?
I think you have to tell them about him, because that is the only,
God forbid.
The only thing that I can imagine related to you, related to Danny, would be
The only
Jeff.
thing I could come up with was like his girlfriend Amy is recently divorced, separated, not really divorced. Like,
Sure. So
what if,
either of those people,
like the jealous boyfriend types, like what if the ex-husband?
Right, totally. And you know that this divorce has been very stressful, and Jeff has been very stressed out by the stressfulness of your divorce.
I mean, I'll tell them this, right? Like, can you tell them?
And when investigator Isom comes back, you guys can just, say, and he'll ask all the questions that investigators ask that I don't think of very often, because I'm a victim advocate and I won't think of things.
I think you do have to tell about him.
Yeah, I wasn't.
You weren't
not
thinking
telling
of him.
on purpose.
No, I'm sure.
I wasn't thinking of it. I just kept thinking, like, who in the world?
Is he someone that has, access to?
He's a professor of social work.
Okay.
He's former military.
Yeah.
But I mean, you don't think about this guy as like, oh, there's the kind of guy.
Right.
I mean, I would more just as like saying that maybe you did this.
Right.
It's just relationally, he's jealous.
Right.
Yeah, he's
something.
super stressed out by the stressfulness of this
I'm
stress.
just, I'm just assuming that this isn't true for the moment, but I guess that's not so.
And you have to look at it this way, telling them this, if anything, will help them disqualify Jody.
Right, that's
Yeah.
important to do.
Yeah, of course. Do you want to give them his number?
I don't, I mean,
So we
I
can-
mean, I can give them.
They have
I
my
give them-
phone, so-
They certainly have a ton of stuff from him. So I Googled, Trescott shooting.
Thank you for being here.
You're
So
welcome.
you Googled Trescott shooting, and what do you see?
Just that, police investigate shooting on Trescott Drive.
And it's on the news.
And unfortunately, the media here tends to get places and they can't really stop them from being
Oh,
outside.
how often is there shooting in like northeast Tallahassee, right?
On Trescott Drive,
On
not so
Trescott?
often.
This is what I can't figure out. How did he get to the hospital? Like, did he call 911?
A neighbor, according to WCTV, here.
And this should be said, the police department won't release his name until they notify
The family.
And them being in Canada puts a little bit more of a wrench into our notification because it's a little bit more difficult to do internationally, but we're in the process.
And there's really, his injuries are really terrible.
The police got notified because a neighbor, is it a picture of the house? Oh my
Yeah.
God, you can see the car. You can't
Right.
tell it's our house.
Well, yeah, right.
You
You can't tell it's not your house. It certainly appears to
Could
be
be
a
any
house
house.
like your house. It,
And they say the 2100 block of Trescott Drive. It must be still blocked off. I bet it's gonna be blocked
Who
off for a
knows?
while.
it's certainly a crime scene, obviously a crime scene.
But it's like a thorough, I mean, a
I
lot
know,
of people
I know,
use
I
that
know.
as like a drive-through.
Now, this other, people obviously know about this. Danny did show up places today.
I don't know that he had anywhere to show up today. Did he?
Yeah.
Like, did you know? Because like it's summertime, he works from home, right?
Right, but there are people, but imagine if any of us fall off the grid from 11 o'clock this morning, any colleagues,
That had a meeting or whatever.
Right,
Yeah.
all of the stuff he does over phone.
Right. Well, he and I were supposed to talk about where Ben was going to school, and it was very unlike him that I was the one who had to call him. So like he called early this morning. I had a repair guy at the house, and he called early this morning, and I left a message, and then I called him back. I have the phone record. He called at like 9, and he told me he went to Premiere. So he says, I don't know, like I think he went straight from dropping off the boys to go to Premiere, and then he said, I'm going to do an exercise class that gets out at 10:15 or 10:30, and then we can talk after that. You remember how I had a voice thing? Like I hadn't talked to him. He was like, I know your voice is bad. Like, does today work? And he said we could go for a walk at the law school, or we could talk, like, and I have this message on my phone from him, which is why I said to the officer, there's no way he did this to himself. Like, zero chance that he shot himself. You know Danny.
I think there's zero chance.
Zero
that
chance.
Danny would kill himself.
Yes, zero chance. Like someone did this to him. So he had plans that we would he said this at 9, like, we'll take a walk, we'll figure this out, we'll talk about school. And then I called him at 11:45 or so and left a message. And that was, I thought weird, but I thought whatever, like
And
he's in a
you
meeting.
probably thought, oh, good, I don't have to talk to him.
I was really anxious
Oh
about
my
speaking
God.
with him and having this be a contentious issue about
Well,
where's
of
our
course
kid
it
gonna go to
is.
school.
Oh my God.
And I didn't hear from him, and I didn't think too much of it. I just thought well, they'll just call me later. And then at around noon, I had lunch plans at 1, and I was supposed to go to a friend's engagement party tonight, and it's called a Stack the Bar engagement. So I went to go find bourbon. So I went to drive to ABC Liquors, and I went to go through Trescott, and it was blocked off. So I went around, and then I looked for bourbon, and then I got gas. That's why I was trying to show the officer, I have receipts from all these things, but I don't know if it matters if they're at noon. I mean, obviously, I would be one of the people that they would think did it.
I mean, you have certainly the most contentious relationship with Danny that anyone has.
Yeah.
But
they swabbed my hands.
Well, fair enough.
Gunpowder.
They should.
They asked me if I'd washed my hands since noon, and I was embarrassed to say I hadn't. I don't remember when I last washed my hands.
Oh, God. Yeah, no, I think Jeff is somebody that they should talk to.
Okay.
And I don't know of anyone else?
They were asking, like, does he have gambling debt? Does he have, and I'm like, the only person he owes money to is me. Like, there's no one else. He's like, he's a straight shooter, right? Like, he's not an alcoholic. He's not a gambler. He doesn't have a sex addiction. He doesn't, like, he doesn't have any, like, weird stuff going on in his life.
No, he's a difficult guy, but he's not a.
That's what he was saying. He's like, is there anyone that hates him? And I'm like, he's difficult, but he's difficult in, like, an ivory tower kind of way.
He's not liked, but he is not.
He's not liked, but he's not hated.
Certainly not, and he has people who love him.
How do his students feel? Like, is he, like, are law students receptive to him? Like, oh, this is a great.
I think there's some that really like his method, and there are a lot who don't like him at all.
So you say he's more disliked?
He's a very abrasive guy.
Does he challenge you, kind of? Would that be a good?
He's challenging. He loves to argue, so he's fairly elitist. So like the students,
very elitist. Oh my
students
goodness.
felt like put down by him a lot,
Okay.
and so they'd feel like insecure. And but again, we're not talking about like hateful and awful. We're talking about like difficult,
Right.
you know?
Right.
Right, and he has colleagues who really don't like him.
But not enough.
But this is a different, right, it's a
Like,
different, right.
They don't like him. They don't want to go to lunch with him. Right.
Yeah, no.
He doesn't make friends easily, but it's not like he makes a ton of
And he has a lot of, and he has very close connections at the temple.
That's what I said.
I mean,
said
he
he's
has,
got Jewish community and like.
he's important in the Jewish community, and he's loved, and he's,
And there
serious
two
academic.
Jewish temples in Tallahassee, or just one?
It's kind of complicated. There's
There's
Temple
three, at
Israel,
least.
which is the Reform synagogue. There's Shomer Torah, which is the conservative one that he belonged to.
Okay.
And then there's Chabad, which is sort of like, it's not really clear. It's kind of like a proselytizing thing. And he would donate money there and bring the kids to events there and spend time there. So he was sort of affiliated with two of them and bring the kids to stuff at Temple Israel too.
I mean, he's very, very connected across the Jewish community.
Yeah, he's very
Because
involved.
he's also very, like, he had a major Jewish education, so he's extremely knowledgeable about Judaism, and, he cares deeply about how people interpret scripture and law and rule and practice, and he's involved in all those sort of debates at the community level, and, he's very, it would be hard to overestimate how involved he has been in the Jewish community. He has a lot of connections.
And it was kind of one of the reasons why we got divorced is I'm Reform, I'm kind of culturally Jewish. Like we just had really different religious perspectives. In the middle of a fucking nightmare.
I would be like, stop touching me.
I didn't want you to be married to him, but this was not the method.
Well, that's what I
This is
said
not
to
the
the
method.
officer. I was like, we had a rough time, but
This has been a terrible
he's
time.
the father of my children.
Right.
And things were entering a new phase where he has this girlfriend and he's out of town a lot, and that was nice. That's why I know there's just, given his personality and everything, there's no way that he did this.
No, he didn't.
He had
didn't do
plans
it.
to be out of town. He was leaving on
And
Saturday.
he was
like,
delighted with Amy, and he's been delighted with this.
Yeah.
And delighted with the boys, and delighted with.
no,
with-
he didn't do this. So somebody did.
He was angry and upset about the divorce. Really, really angry at Wendy. Really, really angry. But really pleased with how things were going to go
It's been
forward.
2 years and things for him were a lot better.
Do you mind if I get Investor Isom to kind of tell him about Jeff?
I think you should do that.
Let me go grab him, okay?
I can't believe you brought your own drink here.
Well, I wasn't sure how long I would be here. I was thirsty. I had just arrived home to pour, say, a glass of wine when they called and said, "Don't you want to go to the police department?" I said, "Jay, no, not really."
You believe I didn't do this, right?
I assume we didn't do this.
I wish I had I was home working on a paper that's due.
Well, you'll
I
have.
sent it in, I sent edits to
You'll
someone.
have.
I hope they have the time log.
Of course they will. Of course they will. All of that is evident. You will you know, you don't.
I understand why they think it would be me, but.
Of course it would be you, but it's not you. Jeff would be my vote. Now, again, just going by, likely, I agree with you.
It can't be an accident.
He didn't do this. Jeff,
I hope to God he did.
I know Jeff didn't do it, but I don't think Danny
Somebody shot Danny.
To death. Holy shit.
I didn't even know that he was still living. Sarah told me that, and then I started freaking out and was like, I want to get the boys over there. Like, is he scary looking? Because I want, like, if he's not going to make it, but he's okay. Or he's not, like, I wanted the boys to be able to be with him.
Shouldn't somebody be with him?
I know, that's what I said. I was like, he's there and he's full on. Like, I was like, is he with?
Shouldn't somebody who loves him?
Yes. Should I go? Someone needs to go there.
I know.
He's by himself.
Really? He's by himself?
I don't think they haven't called the family yet. They haven't called his parents. They were like, what are his parents' names? They're asking me.
How about the rabbi?
Oh, that's a really good idea.
How about the rabbi?
Can you ask them?
Yeah, we'll do that right now.
So there's no rabbi at Shomri, but Rabbi Schneyer, that's really his name. He, him or Jack Romberg.
They need to go.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Yes, especially if he's not going to make it, so that they can.
He needs a blessing.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much for being here. I was sitting in this room by myself, losing my mind.
You're saying it's a blessing.
Lunch with Janine and Ritu. I don't know if you know them, friends of mine, and these officers walk in. And we just finished, I ate a lunch, like I had a whole delicious lunch, and they're like, are you Wendy? We need to speak with you. And I was like, oh my God, are the boys okay? Like, and they were like, the boys are fine. And then I thought, oh my God, like,
what's
going on? Like,
fine?
who's finding me here? And they wouldn't tell me. And so he said, I need you to get in the car. And so he drove me, and I started I just was like, what's going on? And they're like, your husband. And I said, ex-husband. And they're like, ex-husband? So they didn't have the, like.
Well, how do they know? They're just starting this.
So they thought we were still married. And so I was telling him everything, and then I was thinking, oh my God, now they probably think I'm a suspect. I should.
But of course you're a suspect, and you're a smart suspect. You should be the suspect. But, you're not gonna get framed for a crime.
Right.
And it is in your absolute interest to, in every way,
tell them
everything, because to the extent that if they don't know whoever did, if this goes unsolved, that's the worst thing for your boys.
So many things, Jane. Like, do you think whoever did this is going to come after the kids?
I'm very worried about that. And I think
I don't want to be like left alone in that house. Like, I want protection. I'm scared. I don't know who this is.
Okay. Well, you should maybe go and stay. I think you should go stay. Can you go to Lynn and David's?
Ellen, yeah. Yeah.
You
They
should.
have lots of bedrooms. I could just.
You
stay
should.
there for a
The
little
boys
bit.
are there.
Yeah.
And
I need to pick up a few things. Like, I would need my contact lens case.
Just go there.
I'm really glad you're here. I am losing my shit.
I wish they'd come back.
They keep doing this where like they leave for long periods of time, and it's 5:30 already.
Mm-hmm.
I've been here for a while. I didn't know if I don't know. Are you looking to see if there's more info?
No, I
online?
have not. This from now. From Danny. I have from Kara. So I called her.
I talked to Kara yesterday. I was taking a walk around 5. I met a new friend last night, a friend of a friend, this girl Malia. We went to Tallahassee food trucks.
Wow.
Last night, hung out with her for hours. Are you telling her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she also Googled and said, oh my God, there was a shooting, do you know? So both she and John Googled,
Why would they Google, why would that just come up?
I said to both of them, I'm going to the department, they're the people I said, I'm going to, John was there when John got the call from the police officer. So then I'm in the car, I'm like, I'm calling Kara.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm on my way to the police office.
Well, I would have called you and Kara, but Kara's in Portland.
Right.
I'm really glad you're here.
So I just
big
came,
time.
no worries. And so I'm just saying to her that Danny's been shot and it's serious, because until I know that I can't I can't quite take it in that that's the,
Do you think you could, like, you're allowed to leave the room, can you?
oh, here they're coming.
Hey, I just wanted to let you know that Lynn just came,
Oh, good.
just got the car seats in, and she's headed out.
So we have a real concern.
Okay.
Would it be possible for a rabbi to be sent to the hospital?
Okay.
So Danny's very
I don't know.
religious.
Okay.
I don't know if he's
And-
even alive, but
Okay.
We're just really struggling with the idea that he's there alone.
Okay.
And he's very religious.
Okay.
extremely.
And I'm sorry to think of this earlier, but I can give you the names of the 2 rabbis in
Okay.
town, and I think they should be called.
Okay.
At least he's not, because his family isn't, like, nobody's there with
Okay.
him.
If Sarah, can you write down these names?
Because I think if they could go, like,
Okay.
whatever's happening,
I understand.
whatever state he's in, some kind of blessing
I
is
understand.
required.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't have any phone numbers,
Okay.
but Jack Romberg is the name of,
Romberg.
yeah,
Okay.
is the name of one of the rabbis. The other rabbi has a name that's gonna take you a while to spell. His name
Sometimes
is,
those are the easy ones because I find one and that's the only one there is.
his name is Schnoyer Eurichman.
Common spelling on it?
That's really his
Yeah, that's a
name.
good one.
But his last name is Eurichman, Oirechman. His first name is Schnoyer, Schnoyer.
I'm just Googling Rabbi Tallahassee. And
I'll see what I can find. If you'll tear that out for me and I'll see what I can find.
Thank you.
But Lynn is here. The car seats are in. I've spoken to the preschool. I changed the name. They were fine with that.
Preschool knows that,
Lynn is coming.
okay.
Yes, I've spoken with them after you spoke with them and told them she was coming. They were fine.
Okay. Do they know what's going on?
I don't know. The investigator,
Was
made
there?
contact, so I don't know what all they know. But we spoke with Lynn and
She's
said,
gonna take him to the house?
yep, and
does they
said,
know what's going on?
we explained to her he is severely injured. He may, probably will not make it,
But
but
he knows not to, they don't tell them.
correct.
So they're just gonna pick him up, say mommy's
Mhm.
in a meeting, mommy's busy?
Time for McDonald's. Auntie Lynn's picking you up.
Okay.
And then I have her, cell phone number because I knew you didn't have your phone right then. We'll get that back to you here shortly, hopefully.
Okay.
And I told her that you would call her and probably go straight to the house, whether it's us taking you there, Jane taking you there, whatever, however
Does
you
my
need
car
to
need
get
to
there.
stay here?
I don't think so.
Did I gave them my keys,
Yep,
right?
they have the keys
So
because I
it's
got the
my
car
house
seats
key.
out.
Okay.
But yeah, all that should be done. Unfortunately, just everything's time consuming. So that's, kind of all we're waiting on.
Okay.
Let me see what I can.
Good, we need that, I mean, that's just urgent.
Okay,
That's just
absolutely.
really
And
urgent.
it's Jack Romberg and Rabbi
You can call him like Eurichman.
or Rickman. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll see what we can do.
Thank you for thinking of that.
You're welcome.
And I did tell him, Mr. Isom, that you want to talk to him again. So,
Yeah.
And is there a bathroom that I could use?
Yes.
I had a similar urgency need. Making me swipe my hands before they let me sit down there.
You can go to your left. And then.
These heifers. Amanda Davis gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Melissa Ann, Suzanne Home, Tom Farrell, Cajun Kool-Aid, and Ziggy Oliver gifted memberships by Amanda Davis. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, thank you. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, you could hear the toilet flush. Did you hear that? Toilet must be real close. Awkward. That was her friend's phone, wasn't it? Or did they give her hers back? If that's her friend's phone, she's a nosy heifer. Would y'all look at your friend's phone like that? That is the friend's phone. Hold on, we're about to do a poll. We're about to do a poll. Never has it occurred to me to look at my friend's phone when it goes off.
That is actually me.
Sorry. Do you mind if I sit in this chair?
Oh, please do.
Jane, I'm sorry. I don't know that his family knows yet. Did they get that information?
We're working on that. What we do usually as a law enforcement agency, we don't like to tell people that over the phone if we can try to avoid it, just because it's kind of shocking news. And we usually
So can you tell
what we're
law
trying-
enforcement there to go to the
Correct.
house?
That's what we're trying to do now.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, because we don't know, especially people's conditions and how they're going to react. So if someone gets so upset that they have a heart attack or something, we want, not
It's
just be
better.
on the phone.
It's better to have a human.
Mhm.
But they're working on that now.
Yes.
So it's an actual fact that he's not going to survive these injuries.
That's what General Isom.
Yeah, Investigator Isom. Yeah, that's what he.
He's not a general.
Investigator.
Whatever. I call him Grouchy sometimes. That's okay.
I was just like in the car with it. I'm like, what is your name? What do I do? I saw that one from Kara. If you need to call her, you can. You're not being held hostage here.
Just tell her.
So what we're in the process right now, and to do that, generally we have to. It's almost like a telegraph that we send to the other agency, kind of give them the information
right.
who to make contact. It's very old school as we were started working here.
I know that it's not like, well, I don't know what's happening right now, but like as of a little bit ago, it wasn't definitive. Do they want to wait until it's definitive, or do they want him to like?
That
They
sounds
want
pretty.
to get in contact with them because I think some decisions need to be made, and because they're his parents, they would be his next of kin. Yeah.
So he's still alive, but he's maybe on life support or some such thing.
I don't know
You
the
don't
medical
know.
terms around it, but it's from what Investor Isom was telling her, it does not look.
He was shot in the head.
From what was it with Investor Isom?
I said that and he didn't answer it.
So it's just he was very badly
shot
multiple times, maybe badly.
When I think he did say that there was trauma to his face. And that's
I
when
was
you were
saying I
asking
wanted
about
the
showing the
kids.
boy.
I wanted the kids
Yes, you
to be
can't.
with him, but not if he
yeah.
looks scary.
And not if he's. I mean, there's nothing to be.
I know. I just thought he might be like.
No, I
when
know,
I got the
like
feeling
he
he
got
might be a
shot in
little
the
bit
leg.
alive.
Right,
And if he's a little bit alive, I wanted him to like touch
Be
the
able to
kids
see
one
the
more
children, right?
time.
But he's apparently beyond that. Like he probably hasn't
From
regained
what Investor Isom
consciousness.
said, correct, yes. I don't,
He's
from
been,
what he was saying, I wouldn't
He was
take
found
it.
in a really dreadful state, and he has not come out of any kind of. He hasn't. He ended that phase. Oh, good Lord! Have you called your parents, darling?
No, after we're just
Can
going.
she call her parents?
They have
I
my.
don't see, they have her phone.
But
Yeah, but I know their number.
their number.
I do know my family's number.
I don't
Know the answer?
I don't know that, I don't want to say yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm
but
gonna go to the bathroom and come back. Do you need to like? Am I a suspect? You need to like watch me.
No, I don't need to watch you.
Okay, I'll be back.
What I'll do too is I'll just check and see if you can call your
Yeah.
parents, okay?
Yeah.
Again, I don't see any issue with it.
I just think they're gonna want to come up.
Well, and you're gonna want them here, honey.
Yeah.
So they
I want
need to.
them-
They need to get in the car right now, and they need to come up.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what needs to happen, because they can stay with you at your house.
And they can
We
help me
can,
with the
we just
boys.
try to figure out if you're
Bathroom.
safe to be in the house.
Yeah.
A little bit alive. Okay, so 82% of you said you would not have looked at your friend's phone. I wouldn't have, but I mean, but like I said, like everybody's, a lot of people are saying like, I've never even, I don't even look at my husband's phone. I never did either. I probably should have. because Lord knows there was,
Hey, it's me.
lots going on. But
So I'm just updating you. Danny is expected to die. Gunshot wounds. Don't tell anybody else, just keep it to yourself. I know that you're,
I keep my phone locked too.
yeah, no, he's, right, no, he's, Wendy, of course, I mean, they've been interviewing her as a suspect, and I have suggested Jeff Lacasse. That's my contribution. And also suggested that we get a rabbi over there. Because he's alone, he doesn't have family here. This is really terrible. It's really terrible. There's nothing you can do that I can think of. Wendy's got, I mean, they brought me here to get the kids, but I thought, God, the poor children, they won't know me. And actually, it's probably better that I'm, here with Wendy. I'm sitting here with the victim advocate and now the investigator, and I'm going to get off the phone. Mm-hmm. I will. All right. Bye, Dawn.
Okay, I appreciate you coming up here.
I'll get out of your way.
It's time to go.
Okay.
We got some more stuff we have to take care
Yeah.
of. But I really appreciate you coming up here and talking to her. And,
And I suggested to you that you look at Jeff Lacasse.
that's what Sarah was saying. I'm not sure who that guy is,
Well,
but
she'll tell you about it. And
is she gonna tell me everything?
I imagine she will. I mean, she's been Danny's a jealous guy, Jeff is a jealous guy.
All right.
But, that, as a social worker, I would
Okay,
be.
well, let me ask you this. If Jeff is the new guy, why would he feel like?
Just because this is nothing I wouldn't say in front of Wendy.
Okay.
I
I thought you said it's something I wouldn't say. I'm like, I'm right here.
As doing the kind of work I do, I would think, there's this person, and then he loves Wendy. Danny makes Wendy's life very difficult. Wendy is currently making his life very difficult. I don't know him to be a lunatic, but he's a jealous guy.
Okay. All right.
That's what I would
Very
say. He's my colleague, so he's somebody I think of as a decent guy.
That would be who now?
Jeff Lacasse is my
Okay,
colleague.
Okay. All right.
Are
you leaving?
Yes, I'm being kicked out.
Oh, really?
Really. But I can come get you if you need me.
Okay.
Okay? So if you can't drive, it's no problem.
What's your number, Jane, so I can give you a call?
321-4657. I'm happy to come get you. I'm happy to come get you. You need to talk to these guys.
Can you make sure someone goes to see Danny? I guess they're gonna do
You're
that.
gonna
That's
do
not
that,
your
right?
job.
You're gonna make sure that there's
I know Sergeant Baldwin, when I was out there and talking to her when
It's
you were
really
they were
critical
working on that.
that he be blessed today.
Oh,
It's absolutely
okay,
critical
gotcha.
that he see that a rabbi go there. Absolutely critical.
All right.
All
Okay,
right, honey.
bye. Thank you for coming.
Okay, I am available to you. I'm going now, but
Yeah.
this is a process and you're gonna move through it. Thank
Okay.
you. I'm glad. Thanks very much. And these guys were very generous to let me come in here at all, so thanks very much for
You're
that.
welcome. I'll be back.
I think he'll just ask you some more questions and they just need to, they don't, and sometimes, friends and family try to help, but sometimes they can
No, it's good that you
tell their
followed that.
side and, and that was good. Sorry, it's so cold in here and I was irresponsible and offer you a jacket.
I'm not
sooner.
sure if it's cold in here. I was like shaking from the moment the officers came into the restaurant and were like not
Right, that's
telling
not a
me what
normal
was going on.
situation.
And so I didn't know what it was. I knew it wasn't good. And so I
Mm-hmm.
feel like my body started shaking a few hours ago. I don't know if I'm actually cold, but thank you for the jacket.
Well, it's generally, I don't have goosebumps yet, but usually I get goosebumps in this room, so it might be warmer than normal, but I think nerves. And then they said that they should be done with your phone very soon too, and then that's when.
Will they just sort of, can I get an update from I just want to make sure the kids are not freaking out. I don't know what Lynn told them and I trust her very much, but is there any way to just get an update on my kids to make sure I know they're okay, they're in good hands, but I don't know. I mean, just to make sure like they're not being told like
too much information at once.
yeah, or just like, where's mommy? I would like them to say like, mommy's at a work meeting or something,
Right, okay.
like just something that the kids would understand. Like sometimes mommy's at work, so they get the idea of like,
Okay.
I mean, they would wonder why is mommy at work at this hour, but something.
Okay. Let me check on that, okay?
I'm not trying to create more work for you.
You're not creating more, this is kind of what I'm here for right now, exactly what I'm here for, okay?
Yeah.
Speeding it up while she's in there by herself. She is very controlling on the narrative. Her friend's a little bit how can I invasive. Plus she keeps touching her. Like, don't touch me. I don't want to be touched. Personal space. Lucy doesn't understand that at all. She's not big on personal space, but yeah, feeding off the drama, definitely. But I don't want to be touched. Like all that, like doing all that, like, get off me. But I'm also like, when people are like in really hard times, I'm also kind of awkward in that because I don't know how like normal people react. Like, so I'm like, pat them on the back. I'm like, is this where we hug, or like, I'm not very good at that, like at all. Like affection was not the like love language of my family. we like sarcasm is our love language, really. But so like when people have hard times, I'm not very. I don't know how like normal people act. I'm like, I don't know what to do. Yeah, you good, bro? Yeah, that's more my style.
Sitting in this room by myself right now is like a form of torture.
I'm sorry. I know. I keep leaving you and I don't want to. But, Joanna, who's been in and out of here, the female, she's just saying some back. She's our special victims investigator, which means she does all this child and sexual assault and those types of crimes. Yeah. And she spoke to Lynn, and Lynn's very well aware that,
Lynn also has an MSW.
Second one does, it seems like sometimes. So very aware that they don't know, what's going on, not to disclose anything,
Yeah.
overly.
But Lynn knows.
I don't know what Joanna is. I mean, Lynn knows something's up and something's wrong. And I'm sure Lynn and like everyone else seems to do nowadays probably Googled or looked at the news,
Yeah.
So, and I think she does know it involves obviously being.
Because I'm here and I seem to be okay.
And then also she, they did get in touch
with the rabbi?
With one of the rabbis, yes.
Are they going over there?
I believe so, yes.
That's great.
And then if nothing else, even the hospital usually has.
Hi.
That's his cell phone number.
Okay.
I spoke with him, and he's going up there.
Good.
I spoke with the hospital, and they have already had somebody come by. They've already had a rabbi come by.
Really?
Because they have
I wonder who
chaplains. They have chaplains of all different denominations.
Like just on call.
Mhm.
There's not a lot of Jews in town.
I don't know, but he is going,
Thank God.
and that's his cell phone.
Okay.
I told him you would probably touch base and reach out to him
Honestly,
whenever. No. Okay.
I don't really have a great relationship with him.
Okay.
So he's not really who I want to talk to right
That's
now.
fine.
I just want to make sure he's
The
giving
other
Danny
rabbi
what
that you
he
gave
needs.
me is out of town.
I have a great relationship with him.
Okay, yeah, he's on his voicemail. It said he's out of town
I saw
till
on Facebook. He's with his grandkids.
yeah, so would be in and out. He was like, "Is there anybody else in the community I need to reach out to?" I said, "You know, as of right now, you know."
I'm just
So
gonna take out his number to give to his parents in case they want.
Yeah, have them. They would probably want to talk to the rabbi. So, I'm really glad he's going over there. I can't talk to him right now.
okay, and that's fine. And I mean, he asked about you and asked if there was anything you needed, and okay, so. And I said, well, you know, I may have her, you know, if she wants to reach out. And he's like, absolutely, anything, you know, that's needed. So.
Thank you.
No problem. And don't worry, Lynn, we spoke. She knows the children don't know what's going on.
And she knows?
She knows that he was seriously injured. And that.
Did she seem okay? Like, is she with Alan? Are they
No,
together?
I talked with Alan. She was out when I got him.
Okay.
Apparently he just does not answer his cell phone. He's like, let me give you my cell phone. I was like, I've called it twice. So she was out somewhere. She wasn't at home when I got a hold of him.
Okay.
So he said, let me call her. I'll have her come. So she came by herself, but she had talked to him. She was fine. Cool as a cucumber.
Okay.
She's, you know, and just for time's sake, I knew Jane was up here with you. I was going to bring her up, but just, it was at 5:30 getting her out to get the kids.
Yeah.
And she knows the kids don't know anything. And it was going to be, you know, mom's running late. Aunt Lynn, it's McDonald's time, whatever the case may be.
That sounds great.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem, no problem. I'm sorry my face is so red. I told her I was laughing because my rear end's sticking up, you know, bending over, getting the seats. I was like, I'm sure 7th Avenue is loving
Did you
this.
see all the Cheerios that are in that car?
We did. At least you know.
I know
can be all
it's there.
vacuumed out.
I meant to clean
No,
the car
please.
this week. No, I'm glad I didn't because it would look like I was trying to erase a crime scene.
Well, and the funny thing was that
Who
we
thinks
said,
like that?
I don't know which car seat goes to which. And when we were walking up, I said, okay, I have the left, you have the right. And then we sat them down and she and I picked them up and I went, I don't remember
One
which
kid
one
is
was
short
which.
and chunky, and one kid is long and skinny.
So when they get in and it doesn't fit, they'll have to figure it out.
They'll figure it out.
Because as we were walking out, I was like, oh, I don't remember which one was which.
Lynn is really great.
Yeah. So she was great. And, you know,
What's Ann?
Alan was like, because I was very cryptic with him on the phone. I just don't want to tell people. He's like, do I need to come up there? I'm like, no,
That sounds
no,
like
no.
Alan.
He said, everything's fine.
That's a good
I was
invitation.
like, she's all right. He's like, okay. So.
But you told him that Danny was.
I told Lynn more than I told him.
Okay.
Just because it was on the phone. So I'm sure when Lynn left here, she called. So.
Am I just gonna be here for like hours?
I don't think so. I mean, I think they're just quite honestly waiting on the phone. Remember how we told you they put it on the machine?
Yeah, that he had to.
Right, to do the phone, and it just takes
forever,
depending what's on there.
Yeah.
As far as if you have lots of pictures of the kids, or you know, it takes some time to do that.
Yeah.
And then they actually brought your van back here, and I got the car seats out of that, and I think they were finishing up. So I think that's
I'm
all
gonna need
they're
the police
waiting.
help to get the car seats back here.
You may.
I always have them installed here.
Yeah, and you know, on the strap that goes over, we hooked them. I didn't tighten them as tight as they should be. I was like, here,
you know
can you
what?
see? And she's like, nope, I'm good, because they weren't moving. So it's definitely a true. That's why my face is so red, because I've been out there doing that. But I'll touch base with Isom. Hopefully it's not.
We wanted to talk to him about a potential lead, so.
Okay, I'll let him know.
A potential lead. Melissa Ann, 4-month anniversary. Happy to have you here.
I know it's a lot of running around and
I want to talk to my parents and get them up here.
and I told him that, and he said it should be relatively soon that you get your phone back, and then they'll.
Why not use someone else's phone?
I know, yeah, because you know the number. Let me go ask again and just be like, can she just call?
Yeah. Do you have a phone, right?
A cell phone?
If I can borrow it, though.
Yeah, this is Charlie's trial. 9 years later. Look who decided to join us. Hi, pretty girl. Yeah, she hasn't gotten anything. Her hands have stayed pretty, well, I can't say her hands are clean because she said she don't wash them, but she has figured out how to avoid any kind of connection to this legally. So did her mama and daddy so far. Yeah, she's a lawyer. It's something in immigration law, I think is what she said. But she went through law school. She knows what she's doing. Even on the stand this morning, you could tell that her answers were very like lawyer-ish answers. Lawyer-ish? That's the technical term. That's the technical term. But it's almost like she's okay. So she's an attorney. She knows that she should have her attorney present. But it's almost like she's doing that same thing that, that Alec Murdoch did, where he's like, oh, I'm an attorney, but I don't have anything to hide. So I'll go ahead and talk to you, as much as you want. Like, that's what it seems like to me.
How you doing?
I don't know.
Okay. All right.
How are you doing?
I feel like my head's about to explode.
I'm about the same.
Okay. I need to find out this number here, 6,800.
That's Danny's number. Wait, 6,800. 202.
8,200.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same here. I'm just going through, these are phone calls that you made.
Yeah.
Charlie's your brother?
Yeah. No, I didn't call any weird sex hotlines or anything this morning.
That's okay. We've seen that
Really
before.
embarrassing.
That's all right. You checked your voicemail?
Oh.
Or no, you
Why would
checked?
it be a 305 number?
I don't know.
Um,
Your number, isn't that you?
Let's say you get the 5 memberships.
Okay, called this number.
Okay. That says voicemail.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know what that means, but I'm just basically going over this with you to see if you can clear up anything. And of course, this is Charlie, your brother, your brother. Michelle Turner.
A friend of mine who lives in Colorado. Renee. Renee's the one that used to be the victim advocate. Renee is a very close friend of mine that is interviewing at FSU today for a position and leaving at 7:30. And if there was ever a woman I would really like to get a hug from, it's Renee, but I don't want to bother her on her
Rita Hinden?
That's the mother of my friend Tova Nugget. So it must be like a family plan under her mom's name for some reason, but
So you called the
my
friend?
friend Tova was returning her message.
TOBA?
Tova, Tova.
Okay. Emily Benfer?
I didn't talk to her. I sent her a text.
Okay, I see it.
Just sent her I just sent her a gift for her baby, and she was texting me to thank me.
We're gonna talk about Jeff here in a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It looked like part of the ceiling just fell off.
I know, I was worried about that too. That one's
Right?
before, but maybe it was some others.
Oh, I really can't. I guess I need to hold on to this in case Danny needs
Just
it.
have in case, yeah.
And
I took it down too, so when I get in contact with his parents, I can refer.
it would matter to them to have contact with like the local Jewish stuff in town. I bet that's I won't answer it, but it's my friend Robin, and I bet she's in the general counsel's office at FSU. I bet I wonder what people have seen by now.
I don't know, and that's kind of why we're trying to get his parents notified, because it's very difficult now to beat technology and news sometimes in this field.
I missed Robin. He's called Jimmy Judkins. That's my attorney. Should I call him? That's my attorney for the divorce case, not like an attorney for like.
ML Gifted membership.
And once
Lady
I
Sandra.
finishes talking to you, I'd call whoever you feel comfortable with calling.
Okay.
Thank you, ML.
Whoa. Just need to know you're all okay. I don't even know who these people are. Can I listen to the message from Robin just to hear what's like why I need to call Jimmy? She's called a lot of times. God, I wonder what she knows. Try the.
She has not been indicted. They said they don't have enough evidence against her to bring charges against her.
Can you write? Oh, she's gonna text me. Never mind. It's weird. So why would Jimmy need to talk to me? He's my lawyer for the divorce case. This is Lincoln from last week.
Cute, very pretty hair. Very serious in that picture.
So cute. I'm curious, like what's coming in. Right now it looks like a whole bunch of nothing. No one's writing me yet. I can get a sale on Victoria's Secret stuff. Governor Rick Scott has things going on. A lot of the rest of the world going on.
And so I don't forget, because sometimes I tend to do that when you're ready to get out of here.
Yeah.
What's your phone number?
954-803-0079.
Okay.
All right. I was just looking to see.
Yeah.
There's a lot of nothing going on. And then my attorney really wants to talk to me.
Okay.
Did you hear about that?
No.
I think it's nothing. It says we
Your
got
attorney for,
our divorce case.
oh, okay.
It says we got a new judge.
Oh,
Anyway.
okay. All
I
right,
think
let's, I mean,
Talk to-
I didn't know earlier, but apparently you got a guy in your life named Jeff.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me about Jeff.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to hide anything.
No, I know you weren't.
I just didn't think to tell you about him. So he's been my boyfriend. We've been dating since end of October. Jane actually set us up, which is why Jane thought of him first. And Jane and I had a long talk earlier this week. We went on a walk together and talked about, I wasn't really sure I wanted to continue dating him. We had like a fight at the end of June and it was weird. And then I went away for 2 weeks and just got back. And I asked him to just no contact for a week just so I could kind of figure out whether I wanted to be with him or not.
When did you ask him that?
Monday night after yoga. I sent him an email Monday night.
Yours or his yoga or both?
I don't know what that means. I went to a yoga
Who
class.
went to yoga, together or?
Like together.
Okay.
Some guys like yoga.
I'm not judging, I'm just asking.
I go to yoga, or I
And
used
Jeff
to,
goes too?
and he would go with me sometimes.
So Monday night after yoga,
I sent him
this past Monday,
this Monday,
Okay.
yes, July 14th.
okay?
I just sent him an email and said, you know, my heart is really heavy and I'm having trouble figuring out what to do. It'd be a lot easier if I just like didn't have any contact from you for 1 week and then we'll kind of figure out where to go from there. And so I haven't had any contact from him.
Was he amicable to that or did he?
He didn't respond to it. I said, I'm going to take your silence as acceptance. And
Oh, okay, you were in person telling.
no, I emailed him after yoga. He'd been like, let's go out tomorrow. Let's go out the next day. And I felt I have a hard time saying no. And
Right.
so I didn't say no in person. And then later I wrote him and said, I really just need like a week of silence to get some clarity on where we are.
Okay, so he never responded. Still has not responded.
The only response I had is that I bought some presents for Ben for his birthday when Jeff and I went to Destin one time and he had them at his house. And so he brought them. I came to work and there was a bag of the presents from his house. But I had asked him at yoga, I said, oh, when you get a chance, I'm really going to need you to bring those presents because I don't have the boys this week and I could wrap them. And so he just brought the presents so I could wrap them.
When did he bring them?
It must have been Tuesday morning at some point. I think I got to I'm not in the office like 9 to 5 right now because I just finished teaching and students are out of session. And so I have writing deadlines. So I work sometimes from home or from a coffee shop. And so I rolled into work sometime mid-morning and they were there. So I don't know what time he was there, but I could ask my assistant.
Well, that's all right. You're saying you asked him for them
And he brought him
on the phone, I guess?
When I saw him at yoga on Monday,
Okay.
I had mentioned to him that I wanted to wrap these presents. I had most of the week without the boys and I was, looking for something to do. I might as well wrap Ben's birthday presents. And so he brought them to the office.
So he brought them even after the whole.
I said no
need some
contact,
space.
but yeah.
Why would you say, how long have you been seeing Jeff?
Since the end of September.
Okay, all right, and so since September, you all have been seeing each other exclusively?
In the fall, I was dating someone else too, and the relationship really evolved around February. I post-divorce, so I was kind of slow to but so I jokingly used to call him my special man friend, and around February, he started being more like my boyfriend. He started spending some time with the kids, and they really adore him. And I introduced him as mommy's friend, not as mommy's boyfriend. So they just think of him as Jeffrey, and he plays Star Wars with them. And so he and I would spend time together on the nights or the days I didn't have the boys. And then when I had the boys, he never stayed over, but he would sometimes join us for dinner and play with the kids and then go home. And things actually worked great, and I was very happy. And then we went to Gainesville together. He's a social work professor at FSU, and he was teaching a class at Gainesville. And so I didn't have the boys that weekend. I went with him to work on some writing, and we had a great weekend until Saturday night. We went out to dinner. We came home, and he just was convinced that I'd been cheating on him for months, and had kept track of it, and was just absolutely convinced that I was cheating on him. And I kept telling him I wasn't, and he just was. I felt not very trusting of me, and it just made me feel really uncomfortable. And after that happened, I wasn't sure that I wanted to be with him anymore.
I'm wondering what brought this on, the whole not trusting thing.
I'd been dating someone else in the fall, and so he had asked me, did you see someone else in the fall? Kind of once things were good with us, maybe around April, and I said I did, and I told him about it, and he felt like, I don't know, he was jealous of him, and he was like, I don't want you to see him, and the guy I was dating was leaving town, and so I said, well, I want to, go get coffee with him before I leave town, and he said, like, I really, I don't want you to do that, and we had an argument about it, and I went and had coffee with him anyway, and he ended up at the same coffee shop at the same time and saw us having coffee and got really angry, but
When was that?
that was May.
May.
Like mid to late May, maybe.
Okay.
And
But do you think it was a coincidence, or do you think he intentionally went
I
to
think
that?
it was a total coincidence.
Okay.
I was only there for like 30 minutes, and yeah, I think it just is a small town.
Okay.
Southbound.
All right. What kind of car does Jeff drive?
I'm really bad with this. It's silver colored. I think it's a Nissan. It's very old and very rundown.
Silver Nissan?
Gray, silver.
Okay. You don't know what year or how many doors or anything?
I want to say 2 doors.
2-door?
And I don't know what year it is. I have no idea.
You pretty sure about the 2-door?
I'm pretty sure. I feel like, yeah,
Is it his car exclusively?
exclusively. He doesn't even have to share it with anyone.
Okay. Does he live alone?
Mm-hmm.
Where does he live?
He lives in an apartment complex. I've actually only been over there once because he was kind of embarrassed. It's a basement apartment, and it's off Park Street. I think it's called Victory Gardens.
Okay.
It's like between Park and Appalachia.
Mm-hmm. It's off Victory Garden. You don't know the name of the complex?
I thought that's the name of it. Is Victory Gardens a road?
Victory Gardens a road, yeah.
I thought that was the name of the apartment.
That's all right.
Is it closer to Park Avenue, or is it closer to, or is it halfway down?
It's if you turn left, if you're on Park and you're heading towards downtown, if you turn left, it's on your right.
Okay.
Who are you?
I'm sorry, I'm Investigator Cherry. I just got
Hi.
a couple of questions if I can
Okay.
just jump in
Go
real
ahead.
quick.
Yeah.
Obviously, we asked earlier about Danny's passcodes to his phone, his iPad, and all his stuff.
Yeah.
Okay,
I can tell you one that he used to have back in the day.
yeah, let me have that one.
God, it's the only one I can think of though.
It's okay.
I know a passcode used to be Meraglim 1. It was MERAGLIM 1.
I'm sorry, M-E.
E as an elephant, RAGLIM, Meraglim 1.
1.
But this is like,
A while ago.
it's a while
I
ago.
got that. Well, here's the thing. I got 3 kids, and we've downloaded a lot of games on our phones and our iPad and everything, and the little buggers will try to know the passcode. Now, Danny seemed very involved with his children.
Yeah.
I got that sense as soon as I stepped in the house. Is there any chance that the kids
Maybe
may
they
know?
know the iPad code. They might.
All right, when we get a chance, can we just double check and see that? Because that might help us out. a
Can
long
I
way.
ask them rather than you? I just think.
Oh, no.
No,
I
you're gonna be the one
no, yeah, I want you to ask them.
Absolutely. They know, I don't have an iPad, but my parents do, and they know like, what's the secret code, so they would know if Abba had a secret. That's what they call Danny. They call
Yeah.
him Abba. They would know if Abba had a secret code, what's the secret code.
Right.
So I can ask them in a way that,
Yeah, and so the iPad and the phone, if they know.
does his
Let me
phone
give
have
you
a
the-
passcode? Do you have his phone? Yeah.
Here's the kid's date of birth.
I was thinking maybe that, I mean, I don't know, usually people use like dogs. We don't have a dog. He didn't have a dog growing up.
Yeah. Well, the texts are telling me that it was possibly a number. Like mine's a number and not
That's what
necessarily
I
a
would,
word.
I would think it would be a number.
So I was thinking maybe birthdays and whatnot.
Yeah, so
The one son's birthday is July 29, 2009.
Which one's that?
Benjamin.
That's Ben.
And any other ones is October 13th, 2013.
No, 2012.
I'm sorry,
2010.
2010.
You were wrong. You were right.
I know.
That's Lincoln.
I was
right?
there for it. Yeah.
You were there, yeah. Okay. Yeah, mine are 6, 3, and 8 months tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Okay, just Yeah, let me know.
Okay, so I will, as soon as I see them and it's appropriate, I'll ask them and see if I can find out.
Well, he can try the 2 date of birth now.
Oh,
and see.
yeah, no, of course, I just meant in terms of asking them what's Abba's secret code.
And it's maybe important to kind of get that out of the way.
I know, I just meant like I haven't seen my kids
No,
yet,
I
so
understand that. I understand that. And it is.
as soon as I see them and I can be like, does Aunt Lynn have an iPad? You know, does Abba has an iPad? What's his code? I'll ask as soon as I can ask, okay?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So that's, is that Hebrew, the Ava?
Yeah.
Okay, that's father?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I know that like abuela for Spanish is grandmother.
That's true.
Right, Sarah?
It is.
Do you speak Spanish?
No, I probably should, but I don't.
I do.
Okay, the guy that you were seeing in the fall that Jeff got jealous of,
His
saw
name's Daniel.
Daniel?
Mm-hmm.
Daniel what?
Sack.
Sack?
S-A-C-K. He's moved. So he was, he and I actually went to college together, and I randomly found out that he was still in Tallahassee. But he was really eager to leave Tallahassee. He wanted to be in the Northeast. And so.
Law student?
No, he's teaching at the theater department. So we knew each other in college and then lost track for 12 years. And then he ended up getting hired by the theater department here.
But since left?
Since, yeah, in May, at the end of May, he moved to Amherst to start a job there.
Connecticut?
Massachusetts.
In May?
Yeah, end of May, maybe early June, something like that.
Is Amherst a college?
Yeah, but he's at UMass Amherst.
Okay.
My stomach really hurts.
Do you need to eat?
No, I don't know that I'm gonna eat for a long time.
Okay. Do you
Good
need
thing I
something?
had that
You got water.
last lunch.
And you saw him briefly at the same time you were seeing Jeff?
In the fall, yeah. I had actually never dated two people at once before, but I wasn't exclusive with either one.
Right.
So I dated them both until until I realized like Daniel just was gonna leave and I thought Jeff had potential, so.
But let's get back to this Saturday.
Mhm.
I guess this was this past Saturday that he got mad about.
When he got mad, it was June 28th. It was before I left for Miami with the boys.
Okay.
So, yeah, he got really mad.
But what sparked that?
That was what was really sort of surprising is Daniel had been gone. We'd had a month of like really, really great times, very happy month. And we went out to a nice dinner with friends and then got back to the hotel room and I could just tell he was upset. And so for me, it kind of came out of nowhere.
Was that in Gainesville?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's when Jeff wanted to look at your phone or something?
Yeah. Did Jane tell you that?
Yeah.
So he had said that he wouldn't, it wasn't that time, but he had said, like if Jeff would be over and I was doing something, I would leave my phone out. I have this like old agenda book. I'd leave that out. And basically he said that he like saw that I had called Daniel and he saw it in
Daniel
my phone.
Sack?
Mhm.
Okay.
Sorry, that's why I said there's Danny and then there's Daniel.
Gotcha.
So it had really upset me that he had gone through my phone and that he had, I was just, the whole time I was just kind of crying. I was just really sad. I felt like we had a great relationship and his behavior made me think that I couldn't really be with someone like that. And I didn't really say much other than I was just really like, no, I didn't cheat on you. Like, yes, I saw Daniel in the fall. Like, no, I haven't seen him more than as a friend since February. And like, if you don't trust me, we can't really do this. So, and then he was, really sad and apologetic and was like, oh my God, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me and I'm gonna lose you. And I never really thought I would be in a police station talking about my relationship.
Well,
I understand that it's potentially relevant.
so this was on the 28th of June in Gainesville.
Yeah, so we drove back that Sunday morning and I cried the whole way. We drove back to the house and I told him like, my parents don't believe that I can drive the boys down to South Florida by myself, so they like to drive up and help me drive down with them. So my folks were coming up that Sunday. So Jeff left, I had a couple of hours, my parents came up, and then Monday morning I went and picked up the kids, and that was the weekend that Amy was visiting, Danny's girlfriend. So that was my first time meeting Amy. So I went to our former house, and I was really, anxious to meet Amy and kind of sad about 6:20. Sad about the whole thing. And so my dad was like, well, I'll stand with you. So my dad stood next to me on the doorbell, and Amy was perfectly lovely. And I picked up the kids, and they seemed really happy, and got in the car and said goodbye.
Okay. That was Monday.
Yeah.
And then
I was in Coral Springs or Miami with my folks, and my brother and my other brother came down. It was my dad's 70th birthday on July 5th. So we had a party for him, and I had Skype contact with Danny and the boys. And so after we left the next day, he flew up to New York and was in New York that whole time.
who?
Danny.
Okay.
So Amy went back, and the next day Danny went back to join her. And so he was in New York the whole time I was in. He flew back July 11th.
Okay.
In time to pick up the boys on that Friday afternoon.
Okay. Let's get back to Jeff after you come back to Tallahassee, and I can't remember which day you
So I had lost my voice. So I got back to Tallahassee. My parents came with us, and then Saturday morning I took my folks to get the rental car. They left, and I had a cold, and I wasn't feeling well, so I kind of just was in my house all day Saturday. Sunday, Jeff and I made plans to go see. So Sunday the 11th, 12th. Sunday the 13th.
You hadn't seen him since you drove back on the 29th.
That's right. So July 13th, I saw him. We went to a movie and then got some dinner, and we're talking, and it was confusing because I missed him, and it was nice to be with him, but I also felt kind of like uncertain given his behavior in Gainesville. I have kids. I feel really protective of, if someone.
And that'll be the 13th.
The 13th is when I went out with him.
Okay. That's a Monday?
No, it was a Sunday. And then the 14th was the night I went to yoga, and he came and seemed to want to go out a lot the rest of the week. And I just knew I needed some headspace to figure out what to do.
Okay, the 13th you went out with Jeff, went to a movie. The 14th you went to yoga.
Mm-hmm.
He went to yoga.
Yeah.
But no discussion. Oh, no, you email him later.
And say I'd like a week off. And I'm sure, I don't know, you can find it in my phone. It'll be in my email track of what I sent.
And then basically to Jeff saying, I want some time.
He
doesn't respond, but he brings up gifts on the Tuesday.
Yeah.
But you'd had no contact since the yoga on Monday night.
None.
Okay. Nothing, no contact at all
No
since?
text, no email. I told him, I said no text, no email, no nothing.
Is Jeff a violent person?
No,
Not at all?
no,
Jeff own a gun?
I don't think so. My guess would be 100% no, but I guess I was only in his house one time. He certainly could have a gun and I wouldn't know about it, but he'd never
Lives by himself.
Lives by himself. He'd never talked to me about a gun.
Okay.
He was in the military, so.
Oh, he was in the military before?
Yeah, he grew up in California. His dad was in the Air Force, and then he was in the Air Force and ended up in Eglin Air Force Base, and he started going to community college and took classes and was really bright and ended up doing a PhD here at FSU, and then taught in Arizona, and then just got rehired here. Not rehired, but hired. And that's how Jane knows him, is she's doing a PhD in social work, and Jeff is a professor in social work.
All right. I want to get a picture just to confirm I'm not talking about the right person.
I probably have one on my phone.
Sure.
And you can find him on FSU, right?
How long has he been back at FSU?
Since August.
And you all met through Jane?
Yeah. No, I just have pictures of my kids. This is from my dad's 70th birthday. That's my mom and dad and my boys and me.
Wow.
They're super cute.
Very nice.
He's a young 70s. Yeah, the boys have blue eyes. Danny has blue eyes too. He's loved and controls my mother. The calls are definitely coming in.
Yeah. I'll go see if I can get a.
Oh, I wanted to call my parents.
Yeah.
Should I wait?
Just a couple minutes more. I'm just gonna get a picture so I know that I'm talking about the right person.
Okay.
It'll come from a database.
Okay.
Do you hear
I
that?
can listen to messages. Okay.
It's loud. That hurts my ears. It does it every once in a while. See, there it goes again.
It's very strange. Well, not strange. It's
And unfortunately, you're probably going to be
getting so many
inundated.
calls. So Tracy Cohen was like this woman that I was really,
Trying to get
really
me.
good friends with.
T3.
And she and her husband live on Trescott down the street. They've got 2 little girls. And she was she's the one person that it just really hurt my feelings that after the divorce, I felt like she kind of took Danny's side. I think they're calling from Park City, Utah. Oh, I've got a message from them. Anyway, so she was calling because she's like, she heard that she's on Trescott. She said, oh, you heard it, I guess. She said the shooting was, she heard that it was Danny and she called the hospital and they won't give her any information. And so she wanted to find out. But I wonder, like, Tracy's husband, Jeremy, is a friend of Danny's. I probably should tell them that.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, there's just a lot of people, and because I don't know, it makes it difficult sometimes.
Tracy's husband, Jeremy.
Okay, and Tracy's the person that you were just telling me about,
Yeah,
correct?
that I just felt
it was
sad.
kind of felt a little bit hurt when.
Her husband, Jeremy, is friendly with Danny. She lives on Trescott, and I'm just thinking Jeremy might be a good person to know about what's going on. I don't know if there's a good person to know. Like,
What I would say, because we're still trying to work on getting his parents
so
notified.
do that
just
first.
kind of, and what I'll do is, if you leave there before I have confirmations, before I get to talk to his parents, I got your number. I'll call you as soon as they know. And obviously, it's unfortunate. Like things like this do get around, and it's sometimes for your benefit too, because you're going to start getting inundated, right? And sometimes my suggestion is if you're comfortable with it, like have someone else man your phone or something like that.
I want to see this. I now have 2 messages from the Utah. Can't hear it. I can only hear like barely any. Oh God.
Maybe Charlie's trying to call in.
He's the academic dean at the law school, and he's saying it's an emergency. I'm guessing it's an emergency because he wants to know what's going on with Danny's. It's not an emergency.
You don't need to talk really to anybody but who you want,
Let me just listen to these puppies.
It's funny how she's like, oh, it could be this person and this person and this person. Let me give you a lead on this person. It could be this person. I want to prosecute it unless it's my brother.
Lynn called not knowing anything at 4:47 just to chat.
And that might have been before they got in touch with her.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But like at a little before 5, she was just calling to shoot the shit.
I wonder if it's her phone like messing with their cameras. Isn't that kind of what it sounds like? Oh my God, I have so many friends that I don't even know who to call next. So popular. Everybody loves me.
Do you hear it?
I kind of hear.
That's really, she was saying, that was my friend that was at the lunch. She said, I have a feeling who's behind all of this. She meant like she thought it was Danny's fault that I was there.
Excuse me.
Hi.
Hey, his parents, do either one of them have any medical issues?
Oh God, I'm gonna get called right now.
We've been working on it. We're trying to get the law enforcement to go, but
His mom is a large woman and has some ongoing health issues. I think they're both actually, I mean, they're turning 70 this
Sure.
year, so oh my God,
you don't have a number for his sister, do you?
let me see. I might actually. I've recently went through my phone and deleted stuff I wasn't
Right.
using, but let me see if I have Shelly. I don't have Shelly.
And it's Shelley Markel?
Markel.
Markel. Is it SHELL?
Y. Just Y. I think I have Phil.
Okay.
I do. I have Phil's.
Okay. Because we tried Ruth's number and she didn't answer.
So a lot of times they have a place up north that they go to on the weekends. I don't have that number, but Phil might answer his cell phone. So here's
877.
It's he does a lot of business, and so I think it's a toll-free number.
Okay.
Well, let me see if I have Ruth's.
Okay.
If I have the country house number. You guys are calling now, huh? Has there been any update from the hospital?
I haven't spoken with them.
If people wanted to
I did
know,
speak with ICU. I spoke with the nurse.
Is that the number you have for Ruth's house?
No.
His parents are recently divorced.
Okay.
I think she's at that number.
Okay. All right. Obviously, it's something we try to avoid as far as we like to have someone make contact in person, but we're just not having any luck right now because we don't have an address. We have business, because I was able to Google stuff and see the business
Yeah, but
stuff.
they're not going to be there.
Right. So this is what we're going to try and do.
Okay.
But this is like the Thami thing too. Remember how he kept saying stuff about
Sorry.
Yeah.
he kept
It's not
complaining about
ideal,
Sharon?
though. We like to try to get someone there for someone, but sometimes time isn't necessarily always on our side.
Because they want
Same old
someone.
Well, they need to tell someone, because, eventually he's gonna need someone to make those decisions and stuff.
It looks bizarre to get these messages of about book club and
How life kind of sometimes just keeps moving.
recommending students for jobs and sort of waiting. Oh my God. I can't help but feeling like this is all my fault.
Well, yeah.
Why do you feel that way?
Why would somebody do this, right? If I had been still married to him, then there wouldn't be anyone that was angry, right? There wouldn't be any kind of disgruntled, wouldn't be Amy's husband. This can't be a random act of violence. This has to be on purpose. Someone did this for a reason.
But this is why I tell everybody, you don't cause people's actions.
Well, you kind of did. Okay, so here's the problem. What normal people would say that? How would that be your first go-to? If you're oh, if only we hadn't gotten divorced, this never would have happened because people wouldn't have been angry. Who thinks about that? Who thinks about that? Like, if you're automatically saying, like, what? And she's the one who keeps telling on herself, saying she's a suspect and this is her fault because it's definitely related to her divorce. What?
Ugh. You can control your actions. You
This
can't
heifer.
control anyone else's.
Ugh.
And I know it's hard. And, you know, as you and I kind of talk throughout this process, you know, when time comes.
Okay, remember when police showed up and Alec Murdoch was like, I know it's because of the boat case. I know it has to be the boat case.
I'll make recommendations for things that might be good for you and for the boys. But right now, let's just kind of deal with tonight.
Yeah.
We'll get there eventually.
Let me, I want to send some text sort of canceling my plans. Like, I'm actually at 6:30. I was supposed to be at a party by now. So let me tell Linda. God, the person throwing it works at Beavis Funeral Home.
Okay.
My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've ever met. What did we say I should tell people?
Just say,
Can't
if you
make
want
it
to keep
tonight.
it, yeah, just like, I'm very sorry, I can't make it tonight. I'll be in contact soon. So they're doing a stop the bar party.
Yeah, I'd never heard of that. Is that a thing?
I think it's newer for newer people getting married and don't have as much money to spend on weddings. So you do a stop the bar party, so at least you get all your liquor and. Or maybe just stock a bar at your house. I don't know. But that was my interpretation when I've heard of the stock the bar
I'll
party.
be drinking that bourbon.
I want to have a stock the bar party.
Do you like bourbon?
No.
I don't know much about bourbon.
I don't know anything about bourbon. I asked her okay, so that was tonight's plan. And then tomorrow.
I want people to stock my bar.
Should I be
Don't worry about tomorrow. Just go ahead and do your tonight since you're supposed to be there at, basically now. And
I
I would
just feel
wait.
like I shouldn't be going about my life as if it were normal. Like the kid, I don't know how to do
Well,
this.
and then you know what? You're going to be able to call your parents soon. And then I think once your parents get here, they'll kind of be able to help guide you on what's best.
Yeah.
So don't worry about canceling tomorrow's plan. You have a bunch of time to do that in between. And this is, the most important thing in keeping yourself the least amount of stress.
Come on now.
Sane, unstressed, whatever word you want to use.
So Robin kept telling me I had to call Jimmy. Should I call?
Who's Jimmy?
Jimmy is my divorce attorney. So
and Robin's your friend.
Robin's
That's
a
not
good friend.
Was Robin the one that you were at lunch with?
No.
Okay. I would just, again, I don't think
Why
that
don't I
might
send an
be.
email to Jimmy Judkins and just ask if I heard there was an urgent matter? Do you need something?
If that would make you feel better, that's fine. Were you guys going through any new thing with your divorce?
I have a meeting that was coming up. So basically what happened is when we got divorced last summer, the settlement agreement was that Danny really wanted to stay in the house. So the agreement was that he would stay in the house and he would pay me my half of the house. And he had until like mid-October to do it. And he just didn't do it. And so I asked him, where's the money? What happened? And he said, I have compelling reasons and I'm not paying it. And I said, well, what are the reasons? And he said, I'm not telling you. So I rehired my attorney and we filed a motion in court. It just keeps going on and on. But anyway, it's taking forever. You're a victim advocate. It's taking forever to get through court. It's teaching me to have a lot more patience as an attorney. But we have a meeting coming up soon. It was supposed to be the 24th, and then Jimmy just moved it to the 30th or the 31st. So that's why I feel what's the urgency if it's not about this? What would he need to talk about?
When did he start sending those emails?
This, I'd
Or
actually,
voicemail or
I got one from Robin at 5 and one at 6. And that's unusual. And she's not
And I don't know, what's Robin. She might have inklings of what's going on, and she might be you need to contact an attorney. But again, you're not being, looked at as a suspect. They're just clearing.
Well, I'm trying to help.
And you have been, and I think you and Investigator Isom have been able to communicate well with each other and everything.
Okay, so Jimmy sent an email to me. So when we had our hearing with the judge about whether Danny needed to pay me, the judge was like, you need to pay her the money, like, we're gonna hold you in contempt of
Which
court.
judge is it now? I know they just changed all the judges.
They
over
do,
there.
so it was Judge Hobbs.
Before?
Mhm. So like Judge Hobbs at that hearing, she was like, I'm gonna put you in jail, like pay her the money.
Right.
And he was like, well, Your Honor, I have, I'm gonna file a motion for full custody of the kids, and I'm gonna file a motion for, he never did that, but like a motion for sanctions against Wendy's attorney, who's Kristen Adelson. I don't know if you, so Kristen was my attorney, and so because he filed sanctions against my attorney, Kristen was like, I can't represent you anymore. I need to represent myself. Like, I need to be a witness in your case because he's impugning my professional reputation. So Kristen hooked me up with Jimmy to be my attorney instead. And so now Jimmy's my attorney. And so we're trying to like, now I've got Jimmy writing to me and Kristen and trying to work this all out. But
Holly
they
Knight,
wrote
thank
this
you
at
for the gift of
344.
memberships.
Clearly they have no idea because all it says is basically we have a new judge and I think this is good news and like, here's some stuff we have to do on our case.
Okay. Yeah, and
I'm gonna
again,
skip it.
Thank you.
It's
yeah,
not- it
I
can't be
don't
that
think you
urgent.
really need to be stressed. I mean,
Yeah. Okay.
and I think when time comes, I think anyone that's been trying to reach you about anything will understand completely and entirely why.
What's going on?
Yes.
God, one of the other, there's like a young faculty member at the law school, this guy Mark, who had a heart attack. Mark is like 33 or 34. I did yoga with him. He's like super fit, healthy. He just had like a congenital heart defect. So, he's fine. He's actually alive. He made it. He's okay. But, the whole law school was like, oh my God, like what happened? And now that's why Manuel's called twice. And it says it's from Park City. That's where his wife is from. So either he never changed his cell phone. That's possible. He either never changed. I've never talked to Manuel outside of school. So either.
And he's the dean of the law school?
He's not. So there's like the dean in charge of everything. And then there's like the academic dean. that-
Okay, because
so,
the law school is pretty much separate. I mean, it is part of the university, but it like has its own academic deans and all those type of.
Did you go to FSU?
I did.
Yeah. Did they do the one book, one campus thing when you were there? Did they pick up books? Did you go undergrad or master's? Or?
Both.
Yeah. Were you in social work?
I was. I graduated fall of, how long ago was it already? I think 2011.
It's Jeff's phone number.
I have this work number and cell phone. The work number would be the
Who is that?
the Bainbridge, Georgia. I bet you got some the Greenbergs and Cairo that I was saying, Alex and Maya. Do you think we should talk to them?
Not right now.
You're trying to kill me.
So that's his, the 294 would be his cell. The other number would be his office number.
Okay. All the news is already on people's.
Meaning what? What's
Well,
out there?
they just know, I don't know
A
what they
shooting on
put up.
Trescott, I think.
That's basically what's going to happen.
Okay. My kids are not gonna see the news, so I'm not worried about that. I guess you're just telling me, sorry.
No, I'm saying that's probably why these people are trying to
Are
get a hold of you now.
Yeah.
I need to go back. I need a timeline here. What time did you wake up this morning?
A little before 8. I know that because the repairman was supposed to be here between 8 and 12, and I didn't set an alarm, so I woke up like, oh God, I need to put some clothes on and get ready.
Okay, at 8 o'clock?
He called, or like my mom called. I could see what time the calls came in, but let's see, starting this morning. Yeah, my mom called at 8:09. And then the repair guy called at 8:08, and then my mom called at 8:09. I guess he called her to trying to sorry. So yeah, so then the repair guy called, and I don't remember exactly what time he got there, but like between 8 and 9, probably closer to 9.
Okay, what time did he leave?
Around 10. He could probably tell you, like he'll have a record of what time he
Okay.
called in to figure out whether to repair it or by anyone.
Okay.
So he'll have a record of his calls too.
Okay, before 10 a.m.? A little before 10 a.m. he
Yeah.
left. Okay. And then you went back to working on papers and so forth?
Yeah, I was making some breakfast. I remember I was making oatmeal, so it was taking a while. It was like that kind that you have to stir for a long time. And I was talking to Charlie, so there's my call to Charlie, and then I called Renee, my friend who's interviewing for a job at FSU today. She was driving in, and I wanted to wish her good luck and see if I could meet her for a hug at some point today.
Okay.
So that was at 10:24. I called my friend Tova back at 11:22. I think I was just, in between working on the paper, being distracted.
So between 10:24 and 11:22, all right, 10:24, you're talking to Renee.
I talked to her for 18 minutes.
Okay, so now we're up to 10:24, 4:24 plus 18, we're at 40 something.
42?
42?
Yeah. Then I went back to working. And then I tried Danny again. I left a message at 11:42 a.m. It's probably just, 27 seconds. I just left him a message.
And this is all at your house?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, well, the reason I'm getting down to this, I'm trying to whittle this down with what they pulled from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever leave your house before you went to the liquor store and got turned around on Prescott?
No.
Never left?
No.
Okay. And so at 10:42, you're done with the call from Renee.
Yeah.
And you don't make another call again, according to what I have here, you called Tova.
11:22.
At 11:22. So between 10:42.
I worked for a total of 20 minutes. It's a good thing I'm not on a timesheet.
Okay. So from 10:42.
And you know what? If you took my computer, you could probably find records of what time I saved the document. And I'd be happy to sign a waiver so you could look at my computer.
And 10:42 to 11:22, you're working on papers.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you remember the call to Tova.
Mm-hmm.
And that
I just left her. She had called. I was just returning her call.
Okay.
So I just left a message. And then I tried Danny. I left him a call. I worked in between. Once again, it would be good. I'll get you my computer if you want to take a look at the documents.
I just have to validate all of this. That's all. So
And you could probably go to my email records, which you should have. When you guys did the phone, you did the email records. So you would have of what time I sent messages.
Were you sending email messages during those times?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Between 10:42 and 11:22.
I think so, because I don't remember exactly what time, but before I left the house at noon, I sent off the edits, the citations to the law school library to have someone look at my citations on this paper that's due that I no longer care about.
Okay. And so how can we say, do you have some way of showing
I
a
can look
timeline of when
I sent email.
when you left the house?
Oh yeah. So the only thing I have that is the only thing that I guess I have is I was waiting to call back this colleague of mine, Joe Davis, and I called him from the car at 12:27, and he was the first call I made as I was pulling out of the driveway. So that was 12:27.
That's leaving the house.
That was leaving the house. So I got into the car, I put on my earpiece, I called Joe, and Joe was busy with a colleague. And then I was returning phone calls. I called back this woman, Laura, that was at 12:29. And then I called my friend, Jeff Skopek, who's different Jeff, lives in Boston, just had a baby. And so I was catching up with him about his baby. And we were on the phone about 16 minutes. I was on the phone with him on the way to the liquor store.
Joe Davis was the one at 12:27.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I actually spoke with Joe. Laura, I left a message, and then Jeff I spoke with for a while, and then the connection cut out. I went into the liquor store, I tried him back again. We talked for a few minutes, connection cut out again, and I was like, I'm at lunch, I'll just call him back later.
Okay. When you went to the liquor store, did you already know what you're going to get, or you had to?
Yeah, I had the name of, I don't know bourbon, but I was supposed to go to this party tonight. It's like a stock the bar party, and so I
Right.
asked my friend, what do they like, and she wrote down the name of the type of bourbon. So I went in the store to get Bulleit Boulet, that bourbon. And so I asked the guy in the store, like, where's your bourbon? And so he showed it to me, and I found it. And it was on
Okay, so
sale.
you just went, he pointed out where the bourbon was,
Yeah,
and you go there and you just grab the brand that's familiar by the name?
yeah, that's what they said they wanted. So
Okay, so you didn't discuss with the clerk whether it's good, whether
No.
it's bad?
the only thing I said I discussed is I walked over and he was like, can I see your ID? And I was like, why are you laughing? I could be 18. I was like, and so I was like, I love to be asked how old I am. I'm like, I'm old as dirt. Here you go. And so I handed it to him and he's like, you're not old.
Okay.
So anyway, we had like a little banter and he was like, your eyes are so blue. And I was like, thank you. And then I left. Yeah.
Will you put his name underneath there, please?
This is so creepy.
Just print his name.
That looks like him as a student. I wonder if that's like,
Oh, will you sign it as you're saying that's who Jeff Lacoste is?
do you want me to like,
Just sign your name and the
Oh.
date.
okay.
Okay. I just want to confirm
Okay.
who this person is.
Yeah.
Call your folks.
Okay. I really don't want to make that call.
I know, but
I know, I just
you
like.
can wait if you want to.
No,
I
no,
feel
I'm
like
just-
I was holding you up, so.
You were, and
I was, okay.
no, I mean, I want them here. I don't want to tell them what happened and what's going on because they're very emotional.
Well,
And,
Make sure they're not driving.
well,
or
that's
doing
the thing
anything.
is like, they're gonna now get in the car for 8 hours and come up and,
Are they both very emotional? Is one more emotional than
my
the
mom's more emotional. My dad's more of a straight shooter.
okay.
Well, people must really know now because I just got a text from someone that said, I know everyone is calling you right now, but could this really be happening?
I just talked with Alan and he asked me, he was going to take the kids by the house to get some clothes and said that they have a key but don't know your alarm code.
I didn't set the alarm when I left.
Okay, that makes
But
it easy.
if it goes off, it's 10:13.
Okay, and we spoke with the hospital. We've spoken with his dad. We did make contact with him. One of the other victim advocates was able to make contact with him. I don't know all the ins and outs of the
I'm
conversation.
sure he's devastated.
He's apparently in Colorado.
Oh,
They're in Aspen, or he's in Aspen, is at least what I understood.
well, at least he's closer.
Right.
Well, I don't know if that's any.
I was gonna say, the nurse at the hospital,
Yeah.
the rabbi was up there, and I'm sorry.
That's not. Oh, it doesn't.
I know.
It doesn't matter.
I
I know.
know.
Why I'm correcting you. I'm sorry.
And I realized that when I called Jane, I was like, wait, I wrote that wrong. Was talking about something about the rabbi and didn't know what.
I'm sorry. Phil was talking. His dad was talking.
No, the nurse at the hospital,
Yeah.
and this was prior to me getting them in contact, about what type of Jewish whatever he practices.
Mhm.
Okay.
He calls himself Flexidox, so he's like he's Orthodox-ish. That's
Okay.
why the rabbi is a good choice. The one that's here,
Okay.
Oyerman.
Okay.
He's like his
Okay.
denomination.
He is there. Okay.
So, and he's at the hospital.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. I just wanted to make sure and that's what I thought. And my conversation with him is, oh yes, very familiar. And then when I talked to the nurse, so we may have been talking about two different people
Do we have
because,
an update on what's going on medically? Like,
I didn't even ask because I know somebody else is dealing with that. And my understanding is he's in ICU. Last I heard, was he was probably not going to survive. But they are trying to
And you
work out
told
the
his dad
organ
that?
donor
Okay.
aspect
okay.
of that whole thing.
And you told his dad this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so they are
And
aware.
is he coming? Is he?
Well, and Melanie spoke with him, and I hadn't had a chance to sit down and talk with her since, because I was on the phone. I was trying to give the nurse a heads up to say, hey, just so you know, we've talked to the dad, he's gonna be calling, so that random person didn't call.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. And,
Did Alan say the kids needed clothes? Like,
well,
they can just sleep in their closet.
well, and he didn't know how long you were gonna be
Yeah.
and, stuff like that. And Jane called and said when you are ready to go, she would like to come up here and go with you if she need, just so you're not going by yourself,
That'd be great.
that type.
Am I allowed to take my car?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
I don't.
Did they keep the keys or?
I don't know if
I know she had the keys. Did we ever get them did someone take the keys?
Jim did.
Okay,
Mhm.
so.
He may not have given them back. I'll double
Yeah, I
check.
don't-
Again, we're all doing different things, so I may have missed something, but I'll double check.
Okay, yeah, I don't have the keys. I'm gonna call my parents. Okay.
And y'all spoke with Lyson about
Yeah, I was gonna call the
Yeah, he
parents.
said that's okay, right?
Yeah.
Do you need anything? Are you hungry? I know some people won't.
All right. That's all of this.
I think you're gonna be upset.
They're very angry with him, right? Like,
Well,
this isn't like
you
it's their son, but he's the father of my kids, and this
They're
is a very, pardon my language, fucked up situation.
don't pardon your language at all. I would, you know what? When I was talking I let them first because you're upset, so let them know that I'm okay.
Yeah.
As in you're okay.
Well, that's why I
and
need
then-
to call them, because my mom would be like, "What happened?" Like if
Right.
the police called, my mom would lose her shit.
Right, and that's why we always try to get people there in person or get
Yeah.
so just say Danny.
7:00 already. I have to see my kids before they go to bed. I'm sure they're not gonna want to go to bed without me, but like.
And I'm sure they're gonna be hyped up a little bit because they're at
Oh my
someone's house.
Oh my god.
This is not a normal situation, and things are gonna happen a little bit abnormal. And,
No, I know. I'm just picturing like.
And part
They're
of
just
it.
so innocent. They don't know anything, and like they should not have to go through this. They're so little.
But you know what? Kids are resilient, and sometimes the younger they are, the more resilient they are. And you, I can tell already, are a compassionate and strong woman. And better than all that too is you've got an awesome support system, whether it be your family or just you've got a ton of people calling you. You've got a network, so you'll have people to help be strong for you.
People must be figuring this out. I just got a call from Karen, who's friends with Robin, who used to live here but is in Oregon now.
Put your phone down, woman.
I mean, you think my attorney's calling me because he wants to make sure that I'm committed to Hades crime?
I mean, I don't know. Does your I don't think you should be worried.
I know, like I don't have to call him. Right?
Yeah, and and I think if anything, it's probably maybe someone concerned for you that's calling him and maybe setting him up to this, and he's just,
Jeez. It's not like my criminal best
right.
friend.
Does he do criminal offenses? Right. So I don't. You're an attorney, so you know your rights very well, probably. And I think it's just more people being concerned. People like your attorney, like your police. I'll stay here with you, and that way you can
Put the
say
phone
that.
down.
I'm just please trying to do
Wherever that microphone is on the table.
They're probably kind of hearing. They're probably hearing, and they're looking for you for
Hearing on
confirmation.
the news, like, so you heard that, like.
What I will tell you, the police station hasn't released his name. But obviously, this Dean person has an inkling, whatever the case may be.
Something must be going on. How would all of these people know?
Well, if someone like the dean, and if they're trying to get hold of you and they can't, they're gonna start going to other.
So that was this.
I mean, I will say the news
CC is
does have
calling
the
it
block.
music.
They do
Yeah,
have the
it ain't
street,
music,
and
so
then
people are figuring it out. Well, Tracy knew that it was him,
Mhm.
and she's calling the hospital. So how did Tracy know?
and I will say that the
Oh,
police.
Facebook. They're all probably talking to each other on Facebook.
I mean, people communicate. Like,
No, I know, but like,
and then they're all probably trying to call him and say, "Hey, where you at? What are you doing?" And
Right,
then-
and so he's not responding, and he's always very responsive. They must have each other's contact on Facebook and then be connecting with each other.
And then what'll happen is they'll get really frustrated because they'll try to contact the police department. We're not telling anyone anything. They'll try to contact the hospital. The hospital's like, no.
Here comes Chelsea. Okay, I'm gonna call my parents. I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead. I just
You
know
don't,
that he has
but-
been shot And
But all signs of what everyone's telling you, I mean, when they start talking, sorry to be blunt, organ donation,
I know that's
it's not
really.
He's kind of.
Okay, so I just want to tell them what happened and that I need them here.
And
that
they're
I'm
gonna come
fine
up
and
here
the kids
probably.
are fine.
Mhm. And let them know, when they ask, say the kids are with Lynn and Alan. I'm gonna probably be seeing them relatively soon.
I will, right? I'll be out of here soon. Yeah, okay.
I know it's
It's
probably
so
you're in
creepy
like
to see Jeff's picture. Like it looked like a weird mugshot. Like it's, can you, oh, dear God. Okay.
nervous.
No, I just I think it's a shock reaction. You know, right? Shock reaction?
Yeah. Oh, and I'm a shaker when I get upset. So yeah.
I
I
usually
know.
shake. I really don't. Okay, here it goes. This is the worst day of my life. Maybe I should text them if I can't reach them. Hi, Mom. How's it going? Mom, I need you to sit down. I am fine. The boys are fine. I need you to sit down. I'm fine, and the boys are fine. Danny has been. You can put me on speaker. Yeah. Danny has been shot. And I don't think he's gonna make it. And so I know. So I found this out around 1 or 2 today, and I'm at the police station, and I'm trying to help them figure out who may have done this. The boys are fine. I had Lynn and Alan pick them up from school, and they're with Lynn and Alan right now. And I'm gonna leave here soon and go be with them. But I really need you to come here and be with me. But I want you to either fly, obviously you can't leave right now, but I need you to get yourself together. If it's too much to drive, I'd really rather that you flew up. I'm at the police station, and I'm gonna leave soon and be with the boys before they go to bed. They're with Alan and Lynn, and they're totally fine. Yeah, the boys are fine, but they don't know anything yet. In his house, I know. I know. So I just need.
As to whether or not you would be brought up for jury selection as to this case. When everyone previously heard me say there is to be no discussion concerning the subject matter of this case, is anyone confused in any way as to what I'm saying? Raise your hand now, because I want to get this cleared up. Until you are excused from jury selection, do not discuss in any manner the subject matter of this case. Is anyone confused? Is anyone not clear? Raise your hands, because I want to get this cleared up. You can talk about anything else, but not about this case. We will resume with the individual voir dire.
Judge's going to end up whooping somebody. I wouldn't want to get in trouble.
I need you to calm down before you get in the car, okay? Okay, so, and it's, it's evening, so if you want to come here tomorrow, I have
a lot of people that'll, you know, be here with me, and, you know, we'll have a lot of support. So I want you to take your time and just be safe in getting here, but I'd like you to come when you can, okay? Okay, all right. I love you. I think Jane might, I have the car here, but Jane might take me. I'm not gonna be alone, so I have a lot of support and I'll be fine. Yeah, if you could just come here, that would be great. He's in the ICU in the hospital. Okay, but be careful, okay? Okay. Okay. Okay, love you too. Bye. Mom. Oh.
You did awesome with that call. You were so stressed out about it and you handled it.
I just wanted you, I talked to Alan, okay? And just because, my suggestion to him, just because we don't know what's going on, was if he goes to the house.
Sorry, my mom might be calling back because she heard me. Mom? You did, yeah. I just wanted to ask if you could just tell Charlie for me. I just don't want to be making calls right now, so if you could just tell Charlie for me, that would be great. Okay, and just, like, it's on the news a little bit that there was a shooting on Trescott, and so I'm starting to get a lot of calls, and I'm not going to be answering them unless they're from you, so I would really try not to tell anybody what's going on just yet, just because, like, he's in the hospital, and Charlie, I talked to Charlie earlier today, obviously before any of this happened. Like, I talked to him at like 10 this morning, and he said that he was coming to visit you guys this weekend, and he had plans, and he sounded good. I just can't, Mom. So can you just tell him? Yeah, just tell him for me, and then I'm sure I'll talk to him soon. But I don't want to be on the phone unless I have to right now. Okay. Okay, all right. Love you too. Bye. My mom handled that pretty well. Could you hear her?
Yeah. I think, you know, because you're a mama, but moms always go in that natural instinct to kind of protect and help and.
Yeah. I'm waiting to hear from you whenever you can. That's Jane. When she said she's here if I need company or a ride, do you think she meant here like metaphysically or here like in the lobby?
No, I think I would hope metaphysically. And again, remind me, Jane's the neighbor down the street that oh no, Jane, okay.
Are you here?
Yeah, I think it sounded like Joanna said she talked to her recently though, right?
Alright. Hey, I just wanted to say, I talked with Alan, my recommendation for you tonight, just because we don't know what's going on, is to stay somewhere, possibly, and he said that you are more than welcome to stay at their house. Yeah, so I wanted to let you know that.
Great.
Because I don't want you going home, just because we don't know what's going on.
I just am a little scared. So I'd really rather stay. Yeah. Are they okay with me being there? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
What we're gonna do is, just to cut to the chase, I'm gonna follow you home, or if you're not well enough, we'll get somebody else to drive your van if you want that.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna get your computer from the house and everything. And then, so you're not gonna go home by yourself.
Okay,
Just
well, I'm happy to go to the house and I can give you my password and stuff to get into the computer.
And do you want me to drive your van home? He can follow us.
Can we do that? Can you and I go home and then I'll give you my password and.
That's fine.
You're in law school, right?
I teach at the law school.
So you need this computer, or do you have backup somewhere?
I mean, I don't imagine I'll be getting much work done.
Right.
No, but you need it like next week.
I do.
Depends on how long we keep it.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I mean, obviously this is more important. So if you need my computer, you can have my computer and I just won't work for a little while. That's all.
Do you have it backed up somewhere?
It's backed up to there's a drive
hard drive,
into the law school. No, not an external, but like the law school has a server that, or I don't know.
You can work off of it in the love building or something.
I mean,
I don't think I'm gonna be going back to
I
work.
understand.
So you can have my computer if you need it, and I'll figure out what to do. Okay.
Thanks. You'll get it back.
Okay.
This email to Jeff
And then
on the 14th, I haven't looked at any of that stuff.
yeah, I could probably find it for you, like in my. Well, I'm just saying, like if we stop at my house, I can
Yeah.
go to my sent mail and find it for you.
What do you remember what you said?
Basically, just I was kind of vague, but I just said like I'm having a hard time. My head and my heart are saying two different things right now, and I just would really appreciate if I could have a week of no contact from you to figure things out.
Okay.
That's basically it. I mean, you'll see.
But you didn't telegraph anything at yoga. You waited till after you got home, right?
He was really like, let's go out tomorrow, let's do this, let's do that. I was having trouble saying no, but I was feeling kind of pressured. And so I just, no, I mean, I'm a little bit on the passive aggressive side. So I was having trouble like with the confrontation.
And then he left and you left separately from yoga? Okay. And then that's when you went home and
I
decided.
went home. I actually was having a conversation with a friend who suggested the no contact for a week just to get some heads, like just to clear my head. And so I thought it was a good idea, and I wrote on.
But I want to clarify, that's because
That's because I was trying to decide whether to get back together with him.
Well, because of the lapse in time from the 28th of June,
That lapse in time was because I was in Miami with my family. So
but it was separation,
there was separation, but I was
only for the trip.
24/7 with the kids. I wasn't like, I don't know. I was just in full on mommy mode. I wasn't like thinking of what was going on with Jeff. I kind of wanted to be in Tallahassee and like feel his absence and be here and know like, am I missing Jeff or am I missing having a boyfriend in general? Like, I just wanted to get some clarity for myself.
All right. When you're in Miami or South Florida, I guess Coral Springs, isn't it? When you're down there, are you and Jeff constantly in communication?
This 2-week period, you mean?
The one after?
The one that just happened? We weren't in constant communication. I'd say we were in communication. We talked a few times. Over the 12 days, we talked maybe 3 or 4 times. We texted a little bit. I would tell him something funny the kids did or something. But I honestly didn't have a lot of privacy or time to myself. And so I was feeling sad about what was going on, but I wasn't communicating with him that much.
You're feeling sad about?
Well, I felt like he and I were in a great relationship, and he had done this thing to kind of make it not so great.
How would you describe his actions in Gainesville as far as the coming back from dinner?
Yeah.
Going through your phone?
No, that he did like months earlier.
I'm sorry.
So that didn't happen that night. He came back and he was upset, and he said, like, I was asking about this, like every year FSU picks a book for all the freshmen to read, and this year they picked my book, and so I'm giving this speech in August in front of the whole freshman class, and he was like, I was going to wait until your big speech was over in August to tell you this, but like I just can't like keep it in anymore. Like I know that you were cheating with Daniel. Like I know that you were seeing Daniel. And then he just kept talking about it, and the way he was going about it, it just felt very much like he was like, I have evidence, and you know, it was very kind of legal in a way, and it just seemed, I don't know, like he just didn't trust me, and I was kind of feeling like that was going to be the end of us.
Okay, I misunderstood. So he did not go through your phone or anything?
He did previously. He had said to me like, well, on March 19th, where were you? And I was like, I don't remember what I ate for breakfast. And so he was like, well, when I looked at your agenda book, it said that you were supposed to see Daniel that day. And he's like, and I looked on your phone, and like you used to have all your old text messages up, but now you've erased them all. And I was like, I don't know. I just went through my phone and erased stuff sometimes.
He's bringing this up on the 28th.
He brought all this up of like past stuff that had happened since February.
Did he ever show any jealousy or any anger towards Danny, or was it all Daniel?
He was jealous of Daniel. He was not jealous of Danny. He spent a lot of time talking to me through, like, it's been a contentious divorce. I mean, it's been a hard time. And so he would talk to me through things I would be upset about. Sorry, it's gonna happen now, I guess. So, you know, I mean, he's he's a therapist, so he would sit and let me talk for long periods of time about how sad I was about certain things or how upset I was about certain things. And he would just listen and offer ideas of like, well, what if you tried, like, you know, if it upsets you that you hear from him so often, we have a parenting coordinator. Like, what if you ask the parenting coordinator to only have emails from him like twice a week instead of all day long every day, 5 days a week? You know, like he would listen and say, I'm so sorry you're going through this, and then offer alternatives. But he was never like, I'm so pissed, or, you know, he wasn't.
He never
like,
showed emotion towards any of this?
I mean, in the sense of like, I'm so sorry for you, like this sounds really hard, I'm sorry you're dealing with this. He would hold me, you know, that kind of stuff, but not like, I'm so angry.
Did he ever meet Danny?
Yeah, he met him a few times. Sometimes Danny would be late to pick up the kids, and there'd be like an overlap where Jeff would come, and so he had met him. There was like the boys sang at the Capitol one time, and Danny was there and Jeff was there. And Danny seemed, I mean, I'm sure it's not fun to see your ex-wife with someone new, but Danny seemed, he was very pleasant and very fine about it. He was really appropriate. And Jeff was like, you know, they'd say, hey, you know, they wouldn't really like make a lot of small talk, but fine.
Had Jeff ever been to your former house on Trescott?
No,
Would he have any reason to go there?
no.
Does he know where?
I think he would know where it is because I would sometimes take Trescott and sometimes not, kind of depending. Like if I knew the kids were there and I thought I might have the chance of like running into them, then I didn't take Trescott. If it was like nighttime and we were driving back from somewhere, sometimes I would take Trescott and I would be like, there's my former home. You know, like it's, you know, I would point it out.
With him in the car?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
This is
remember
the
like a
ex-wife.
specific instance in which I did that, but I'm sure that would be something
the victim.
I'd say like, wow, that was my house. Like, isn't it pretty? Or, you know.
So you never took him there specifically to pick up the kids or
No.
exchange anything or
Mm-mm.
anything along those lines?
No.
What was the most recent time from now, the most recent past time
Yeah.
that you had this discussion about the trials and tribulations of your ex-husband and so forth with Jeff?
It was all the time.
All the time. Okay.
I can't pin down a date, but I'm trying to think of like what the most recent issue would be. I haven't talked to Jeff all week, so it wasn't now.
You didn't talk to him since Monday night, and
Not
you
since
emailed him with
Monday.
no response after that.
Yeah, so it wasn't this week. But I'm trying to think of I mean, there were always things like when he first started dating Amy, he would Skype from bed with Amy. And so I would talk to him about that of like, I don't think this is that appropriate. Like he's Skyping, you know, from bed. You and I would never do that. But I think that was more like a month ago. What was the last?
Just wondered if there was anything recently that kind of
There was nothing
sparked.
like a huge thing of like, oh, I can't believe he did X, Y, or Z. And in fact, Jeff, like we were trying to figure out the school decision this week, but that happened, I got the call like on Tuesday or Wednesday, so Jeff didn't even know about that. I honestly can't think of a.
Right. Did you have a contact person at this prospective school for one of your kids? Who was that?
Danny and I both talked to her. So it's a woman named Erin Lombardo. I think she might be the assistant principal there. So
What's the name of the school?
It's the School of Arts and Sciences.
Okay.
It's a charter school in town, and I had put in an application for Ben, and he got picked from the lottery to go. And so they called. I can find when they called. I think they probably called Monday. I can't actually remember what day. They called at some point this week, maybe Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday maybe. And then Danny and I were trying to figure out whether this was a good option for him. And so what night did I was at work on Thursday morning. So I talked to Erin Lombardo Thursday morning, and she said that she'd had a lengthy conversation with Danny the night before. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry, you have to do this twice. And she was like, I'm used to blended families, it's okay. And so he had a long conversation with her Wednesday night. I had a long conversation with her Thursday morning.
This past.
Erin, yesterday.
All right. You did a note to yourself referring to something about, if you want to look it up on your phone, I was I was,
I think I had to buy super glue.
no, it was before that. It was to JRL, or it was in reference to JRL as a note to yourself.
What did I say?
He said, I can't remember what exactly it said, something to the effect of.
Note
something
like
about-
in the notes?
Yeah, you have a note thing or a date book thing or something.
Yeah. I don't see it. I don't see a JRL thing. But okay,
And
what's
do you refer to, do you ever type anything?
Jeff? That's Jeff.
Is
It's
that, do you
Jeff.
refer to it as JRL?
Sometimes when I write his name down just because I have other friends named Jeff. So
Okay, I'll have to go get it.
Yeah.
If I'll see what exactly, just want to check on that
Okay.
reference.
I'm running out of juice.
Do you drink soda? You can see if you can find like a Diet Coke or something, or.
I meant juice on the phone.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like running out of juice and like.
I sure am. Getting some emails.
Is Jane still here, or did she?
No, I think she meant metaphor.
Okay.
Oh my God. Well, my parents sounded really surprised, so
No, I'm sure they were.
it's at least a relief. I was trying to think of who would be angry enough to do something to him. My parents would be angry, but they're not capable of this. Thank God. I really couldn't handle that right now.
What?
Yeah. No.
What?
Can I ask Robin why Jimmy needs to talk to me, or just leave it alone? Leave it alone.
I can't.
I know.
I hate to
I just-
advise on kind of those like legal situations.
Oh, here.
Hmm.
I mean, this is Lisa Frank, just like a friend of mine. I just read that there was a shooting on Trescott today. I hope you and the boys are safe. It's weird though. It's like, I guess the reaction is they're worried like that Danny did something, right? Because otherwise they know Lisa knows I don't live on Trescott. So I don't know. Wait, Jane is on her way to TPD, but I don't need her here, right? Because I'm going to Ellen's.
I think from my read when Joanna came in here, that someone was going to drive you and Joanna was going to drive your car last step to kind of, so that way your car would be somewhere safe.
Okay.
But maybe something has changed because things have to change.
Okay. I'll just leave her here for the minute.
And I think,
She
you
lives
know what,
pretty
your
close.
friends want to be here for you, and if things change, they're flexible, especially if she's a social worker.
Yeah.
Used to flexibility.
Thank God I have so many social workers in my life. Jeff sounds crazy when I talk about him like this.
I don't think so.
I really hope he didn't do this.
Is there something that would make you feel like he would be capable of something? Because you said
who is capable of doing something like this? I don't know anyone that, like, I represent victims of trafficking, but like, I don't know the traffickers. And like, I don't spend time with them. And so in my mind, like, someone who's capable of like extinguishing a human life.
Okay, I guess a lot of y'all are saying you missed it. She said that when she called her parents, she was glad that they sounded confused, or glad they sounded surprised, because she was trying to think of who all would be angry enough to do this, and her parents would be angry enough to do this. So she was glad that they sound surprised.
For like thinking someone else's life is less than theirs.
It's
Like, I work
nuts.
with the victims who have been thought as less than human, but not with the people who think that's okay.
You can look at the full one. It's kind of hard to see here because it's printed sideways. Do you think there is insecurity that has nothing to do with
But is
something?
this like a
It's a calendar thing. So it's telling you to talk to JRL.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I have been talking to friends this week about like what to do about Jeff, whether to get back together with him. And yesterday I talked to my friend Joey, who had some ideas. And so I put that in my calendar for Monday because that'll have been a week since I've not talked to him. So I
Right.
put it in to remind myself, like, okay, now it's been a week, and of like to ask him these questions. Like, these are the things I was thinking about and things I want to talk to him about.
And when you're referring to this, you're saying Daniel, not Danny.
Daniel Sack.
That's who you're saying, his aggression or his jealousy, however you want to however you want to describe it,
Yeah.
is towards Daniel Sack.
Because Jeff really felt like, yeah, no, it's all about Daniel Sack, because Jeff just felt like everything was fine now that Daniel has moved to Amherst, and I kind of felt like if you're gonna be insecure, it's gonna be someone else some other time, that it's not just Daniel, that it's like something going on.
But this has never happened. This is for this
This is
coming
my
Monday.
calendar for Monday I'm writing down things to talk to him about.
Okay.
Makes me sound like a total weirdo.
No, that's fine. I just was curious because I saw
What it is,
Daniel, and I
yeah.
know you told me it's to
Well, because I
your
dated him,
ex-husband
and
is
it's
Danny.
like, and he goes by Danny, like anyone who's friends with him, nobody calls him Daniel.
Okay.
I mean, it's just his given name, but there's not a person on earth that calls him that knows him. So he goes by Dan or Danny, and his niece and nephew call him Bo. A lot of the family calls him Bo as a nickname. But Daniel Sack is Daniel Sack.
When's the last time you talked to Daniel Sack?
I talked to him this week.
Okay.
Um,
Everything's fine with him?
Yeah, he's living in Massachusetts. He's happy.
Okay.
We had a nice chat.
Okay.
I mean, he's my friend, and
All right.
yeah.
Okay. We're gonna get ready to leave here just a minute.
Great.
And I think we've determined
I'm
that,
gonna go to my house. I'll
Right.
give you my computer.
right, and passcode or whatever,
Yeah.
and then from there, you're gonna go to the friend's house.
I'll pack a bag and we'll go. Okay, so Joanna is gonna come with us.
Yeah.
I think my friend Jane is outside. She said she's parked outside TPD in case I need her. So we can tell her, I guess, that
Jane
that was here.
McPherson?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that I don't need her, I guess. I mean, she can come with, but
We just want to make sure you get someplace that you're comfortable, and you've already told me enough reasons that you feel like that maybe whoever did this.
I don't wanna go home.
Right. So we're going home just to get the
Okay.
clothing, the computer, and then we can get you onto the
Okay.
other, I can't remember their names now.
Alan and Lynn.
Right.
They live really close to me.
Okay.
You look like you've had a long day.
I have. Okay, so we'll be getting ready to go in just a minute, okay?
He does, doesn't
I don't
she?
have a lot of stuff to take with
I
me.
know,
Can
I
I
know.
throw out the tissues in the trash can?
Yeah, but we're not there yet. I just wanted to.
I'll get a trash can for you before you go, don't worry.
They're finally getting her a trash can. Finally.
Do you want me to go with you on any of this?
You're really sweet. I'm okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not.
I mean, I'm gonna call you
I'm-
to check.
I'm
gonna call
most
you.
definitely not okay. But
I'm on call this weekend.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you my number. I'm gonna give you my cell phone, and I'm available. Okay.
I know, I
so
just
any-
I have friends, and I don't really
that's
get
good. And
into.
you know, friends will know more than I. But you might have questions that come up.
No, I mean, there's a lot that you can answer, and I'm sorry. I can't believe this is happening.
And I'm sorry this is happening.
God, everyone's sorry this is happening. You know, it's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else. He hurt their daughter, but listening to my mom just like cry and be horrified on the phone and be like, "Oh, good." She sounded like
That's horrible. And normal, good-hearted people don't wish
nobody wishes
things like this to happen. You know, like you might say like, I get frustrated. You might be like, I hate someone, but you don't ever. Saying stuff out of emotion isn't something you really want sometimes to happen.
This is a very strange day.
Using the word strange is very kind of you because you could use a lot of other explicitives to probably describe today for yourself.
I want to write Renee just because if there's any way I could. It's so strange that she's here today of all days.
Is she going for like a Title IX position or something like that at Florida State?
It's not a Title IX. It's actually like a social entrepreneurship position. I call it the wrong number. Or maybe she's lost her cell phone. She's run out of money. I can't even like.
No, you're okay. I'm sorry. I'm asking you. You're irrelevant.
Renee is. Yeah. Hopefully that'll work. it's really messed up that people are worried when they hear gunshots on Trescott that they think like something happened to me. I guess it makes sense. It's divorce and people do crazy things. I really would like to get out of here.
Very soon.
I'm sure you would too.
I know. And I'm on call this weekend, so.
Yeah, it's a really hard job.
It is, but
Yeah.
you know, it's something I think's needed, and somehow I'm able to do it. And I don't know if it'll be my forever, but it's.
I think it's probably got a lot of burnout. It'd be hard to do this forever. My stomach really hurts.
Just those little things too to keep in mind when you're kind of going through the motions, because that's what you're probably going to be doing the next few days.
To eat. When they're like, you need your work computer, I'm like, work. Take my computer. There's nothing on it you're gonna find that's gonna. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's something they'll find that's useful, but.
Well, you know, they're used to thinking. A lot of times things will happen like burglaries, or they deal with suspects who don't aren't cooperative and don't, you know, they're like, give me my stuff back. And
Yeah.
the main thing, your parents will get here.
Yeah.
Focus on the boys.
I will.
Meet them where they're at. Maybe talk to your friends at the, did you say psychologist?
Psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist.
Child psychiatrist.
She might have some good pointers, but you know, I always say meet kids where they're at. Be honest, let them know, you know, when you're sad, if they get sad, if they see people around them that are sad, that's okay, you know, because people are gonna be upset.
It's Sarah.
Yes. And I'll give you my card and write down my number too for you.
I was calling him General. I mean, I just am not okay.
Well, this is a traumatic experience, and your brain's gonna kind of process the stuff differently, so.
Is it good, like, should I be taking the kids to school when Monday comes around? Like, is it good to have like a routine for them?
I mean, it's up to if you want to keep that. And yeah,
Well, I say it, and now I'm like, I don't want those kids away from me. Like, what if there's like a deranged gunman in town? Like,
and I'm hoping as the weekend and time kind of goes on, hopefully the police department will be able to give you some more information. You know, and this is just a basic kind of how a criminal investigation works. They may know more than they're telling you, but they don't disclose much because if it gets out to someone who tells someone who tells someone, and
yeah,
it
and
gets
of
back
course,
to,
I'm gonna tell a friend, and they're gonna be like,
right,
because I need to talk to someone.
Right. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. So, you know, it can be frustrating sometimes dealing with us because you're like, well, what are you doing? Why haven't you told me this or that? And it's kind of all to protect the integrity of the case.
I know.
So,
I just, as he was driving me here, I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, I wonder if I could be like framed for something. Like if I didn't do something, but I'm still gonna end up in jail.
I mean, that's your attorney mind probably thinking, but you've been more than forthcoming with information and you're doing everything you can to help.
I can't imagine who would do this. I can't imagine that Jeff would do this. I see why he's a good suspect. And Jane thought of him right away, but I didn't. I don't know why that is. I wasn't trying to be protective of him. I even thought of my own family.
Maybe you weren't really thinking of him at all right now in your brain?
Mm-hmm. I feel like a fierce mama cat right now. Like I just want to get to my boys. And I know they're fine with Alan and Lynn. Like, and I think
that you want to hold them and see that they're okay with your own eyes. And
yeah, I really need to be with them. Will I tell him? I can't see it. I don't want to. Okay, so we think like Danny's not waking up. Like, is that? That's the thing. Is like I don't want to tell my kids that their father is gone if he's not. Like, I don't want to have that.
Do you think you can be around them tonight without maybe disclosing to them?
I do.
Then maybe it's something you could just wait till the morning till you know a little bit more certainty.
Is somebody going to tell me? Like, if he doesn't make it and it's like official, is someone going to?
What? I mean, I'll know because they'll notify me because then as when incidents like this happen, they'll have to do an autopsy and things like that. So I can ask the investigator to let me know when they get, because they'll have to notify the police.
They'll figure this out, right? They'll figure out who did this.
That will be their goal, and they figure it out
There are unsolved crimes, aren't there?
I mean, there's always unsolved crimes, but I would say these guys that work here are really good. They're going to be working really hard, probably throughout tonight into
I
the
don't seem to be
weekend.
worried about my safety. Why is that? I'm not saying they're like, they don't care about me, but they don't seem to be worried about
Probably
me.
because there's, from whatever they're looking at, there's not any indications as of yet, and I think they're taking the good precautionary measures to say.
Let's stay at home.
And it's good for you anyway to have support.
I will, like, I have an alarm system, right? I
Mhm.
just don't necessarily, like, I got the alarm because my parents were like, you're a single woman that lives with 2 kids, like, you should have an alarm. I just don't think they're that useful. Like, I think by the time they call to be like, hey, was there, I feel like it's always too late.
Well, and you know, I think it's good for you tonight to just stay somewhere, and if
I'd rather
anything,
be with them
have
than-
support.
Yeah.
And kind of a little bit of a distraction.
It'd be nice just not to worry about, like,
drama.
I don't know, I'm just picturing, like, getting up and trying to, like, you know, the kids being like, they're 3.5 and 5, right? Like, they'll wanna eat ice cream or do whatever, and like, I don't have the energy to like impose any restrictions right now.
And then, you know, it's difficult time. They might not need those restrictions, and
those poor kids.
But I think, you know, if you think you'd be comfortable tonight, just kind of waiting to see. I do.
You think that makes sense? Like, not just because I am still not.
Well, you know, because this is. I would say maybe yes, it would make a little bit of sense, and talk it over with your, you know, family and friends. But the thing is, because then if not, you're gonna have to tell them something along the lines that he's seriously hurt. You know, you can't see him, you know, and stuff like that.
Exactly.
And that might, and then you're gonna have to come back and be like, oh, well, actually, you know.
What do you tell your children when their father was murdered? It's not like Daddy had cancer and he's sick and he's, you know, he's around for a long time.
I don't think you tell them all that right away. And
No.
again, I'm not, you know, I don't work with children very often. But I would tell them, you know, just that, you know, he was really hurt and he had to either, you know, go to heaven, whatever kind of concept that they have on that.
I don't know how, I mean, I said, like, I don't know how much they get this. But, like, he was fine, he was healthy, he was strong. It's not like he was sick and they saw him get sick, like.
Well, and that's why you say he was hurt, you know, because, and I know they don't understand this, but think of this, he could have gotten in a traffic crash or something.
I have questions, though, and I don't want to lie to them.
And you don't.
Like, I don't want to say he was hurt. How was he hurt? He felt like.
Well, you could then say something like, some very bad person harmed your dad, you know. Do you think they're going to ask?
I don't want to. I
You don't
don't
wanna
want to
expose
say
them to
something,
that?
but like.
Well,
They're
and
going to
then-
be so scared. Like, what if the very bad person comes and harms me, and then they're going to be orphans?
We'll talk to, and again, take it one day at a time, though. We're kind of getting ahead of ourselves again.
I know, but I'm just trying to figure out how do I go to the house and tell them what's going on.
You know, when you were talking to your parents, you were very composed given the situation.
I'm usually a really good advocate for other people, just not for myself. So
oh,
yeah,
Lord.
I mean, I can like put on my big girl pants if I have to. But talking to my parents and talking to my kids.
Well, and then you, when you do talk to them, you know, like I always look, I could be there with you, but they don't know me. So
I think that would freak them out more to have you there. Be
Right,
like, "Who's this
exactly.
and why do we need her?"
So
and they
I
would
think-
ask you like, "Who are you?"
Right, and then we'd be little friends, but still the same, you know, but have a support there for you. So if things get a little bit hard on you.
Can I text Ritu and just my friend who's a child psychiatrist? And ask her,
Absolutely.
She always names drop all these people, just like my friend is this,
Yeah,
my
and-
friend is that.
And I'm not.
I have so many friends, and they're all so
I don't work
professional.
directly with children. On
Do
a
you
regular
mind if I
basis.
talk to her? Like, I'm sorry, I just
No.
keep feeling like I'm a suspect and I need to ask. Like,
No.
no.
And she'll probably call you after you send her this text, and I'm
I'm gonna run out of battery soon. I can't believe it's almost 8 o'clock at night.
How bad is your battery?
I have 36%, which isn't
I
terrible.
was gonna say I might have a cable at my desk.
It's an older one. It's not one of the.
Get off your
Oh,
phone,
then-
Wendy.
Just been to you. Sorry.
I really wish I had taken a shower this morning. My plan was to go to this lunch and then come home and work out and shower and then be ready for this party tonight with the boys. Plans are funny, all kinds of plans that will not be happening. I was taking my dad on a trip for his 70th birthday on the 2 weeks when Danny goes with the kids to Canada. I was thinking about that before of like, if the situation were reversed, I want to make sure that his family has access to the kids, you know, that like they can feel like they didn't have a good relationship with them before. They're pretty difficult people, but these are their grandkids, you know. So I want to make sure that they can have a relationship with them.
And that would be good too, because that would be kind of giving them a relationship with their dad.
How did this happen? I feel like either Amy's ex-husband did this or somebody did this on my behalf. Some crazy deranged person thought that this was a good way to support me. And that's why I feel responsible. Unless it was something to do with Amy, and then I don't feel responsible. But then I'm still responsible because I'm the one who left Danny. If I didn't leave him, he would never be with Amy. And now my kids don't have a father.
I can see why you'd have that logic of that blaming, but and it's going to take some time. But that's not the way to think.
They're still in the process of it. They're thinking that it might start Wednesday. Possibly Thursday.
You did what was best for you and your kids. And you said it yourself, if anyone took this on their part, they were clearly not in their right mind.
It's a good point, Rebecca. She
I feel
never
like
says
by
anything about it
complaining
being
how difficult it
random.
was, like I inspired this lunacy.
Do you? Okay.
Nurse for God gives you
went through
membership.
divorce.
Thank
You're
you.
not the only person that complains about their soon-to-be ex-spouse.
Thank you, Nurse for God.
Divorces aren't really things that happen to people that are completely happy and together, and each person's going to talk to their person. Okay, you did what you needed to do for yourself. And just because you confided in friends and family and got the support that you needed, doesn't give anyone in your friends or family the authorization or even to conclude that that was an okay thing to do, if it was even something like that. And you don't stay with someone for forever just in case something might happen.
I do this, like, what if it's Jeff? Like, then I did this by asking for some time away from him. I made him crazy.
But you haven't said anything that would indicate that you would think Jeff had anything against.
I mean, he didn't like Danny because Danny hurt me, you know?
Right. But what would make you think he'd go to this extreme?
Nothing. Nothing
So-
would make me think that. He's a therapist.
He's a social worker.
Yeah.
So-
He felt for me. He was sad for me when I was sad. He would help me reason out things and figure out how to like.
But even
that, it's like we have a parenting coordinator, and Danny didn't like our last parenting coordinator, so he fired her. And so we've been without one for a while, and like it's just all been dragging on. But we had a meeting July 24th, so next week, with this potential parenting coordinator, and Jeff helped me Like I didn't ask him to, but he wrote this long email of like, because I was like, yeah, the parenting corner asked if I have any issues, and I said I don't really, just like it's just hard, co-parenting, but I don't have any like things I'm mad at.
And as a parenting coordinator, are they?
Their role is to help you basically.
That was it. Like the last few seconds are cut off of that one, but that was pretty much it. She goes away finally. She sure does talk a lot. Man. Let's get our feet finders back up. They're supposed to be done like any moment now, because they're only going until 5 and it's 5:03. So they should be done with this part any moment now, and then they'll continue on tomorrow. I hope that we get to hear what they say tomorrow about juror number 33 getting crunk. You're brainwashed. I want to hear it. I want to know all their drama, all their tea. If they do it behind closed doors, I'm going to be mad. We'll have to send our member who's there, we'll have to be like, go knock on the door. Or like put like a cup to the door like this so you can listen and report back and tell us what they're saying. We're going to end up getting her arrested. What happened with juror number 33? That was the one earlier that when they came back, they said that juror number 33 stood up and was like, said something about one of the other jurors who was dismissed and said, you're brainwashed, or she's brainwashed, or something like that. So now they're going to question some of them about it tomorrow and find out what was said. Very interesting. It's already getting spicy, and they're just in jury selection. I think they're saying that jury selection could go until, he said, through Thursday, but possibly starting Wednesday. I hope that we know better by, like, if they can give us a little bit of warning, because I plan on going for the first day. That's the only day that I think I'm going to go. And I don't know. Actually, when do I have to go back to my oncologist? Because I'm going to have to be in Tallahassee anyway for that. Let me check my handy dandy digital calendar that I had to make because y'all made fun of me for using a different one. Let's see. Oh, not till my PET scan, which is not during this time. It's going to say 2 birds, 1 stone. Of course, it's too good to be true. That's all right. That's all right. I don't know. I've been saying this whole time I wanted to go the first day, but I kind of want to watch the opening statements with y'all. Maybe I'll go on a different day. Maybe I'll go when somebody that is expected to testify that I really want to see. Patches, all of this is in Central Time Zone. So this is in my neck of the woods. So they're doing 9 to 5 Central Time Zone, which is 10 to 6 Eastern, 9 to 5 Central. I'll have to think about it, about when I want to. When I want to go. It almost makes me a little bit uncomfortable with their feet like walking by. It's like it makes me kind of feel like we shouldn't be looking. Feet pics, get your feet pics. We got no. I believe that she is on the list, but I don't know that she's going to be. I don't know if she's going to or not. Because with it being, her brother's trial, they wouldn't call her as a state witness. So it would have to be defense witness. And I don't know that that would be a good idea, especially based on that interview that we just saw. So with her, throwing her brother under the bus, like first thing. So I don't know. Is Katie testifying? I am not sure, because at this point, I don't think that they can offer her any time off or anything for it. But it wouldn't surprise me if, unless they were able to work that out. We are going to start at 9. We'll start just before, maybe 5-10 minutes before 9 o'clock tomorrow, Central. Here, I'll go ahead and set the stream up. And that way you'll be able to find it. You'll be ready, be rocking and rolling. This will be great. They should be coming any moment to release. Justice for Dan Markel. Charlie Adelson trial. Oh gosh. Put my little handy dandy. Oh my gosh. Okay. Downloads. Tomorrow. All right, we'll do 10 minutes before. Does that sound good? That'll give us time to get woke up, chit chat, all that good stuff. All right, I got it created. So if you go to the chat for tomorrow and you hit the little notify me thing, it will notify you when we go live. So that way you don't miss a thing. Because you live here now. This is where you live. This is where you belong. I am surprised that they have not come out and let them go yet. The judge said he wanted to be kind of, punctual for this, that he would go over if he needed to. And maybe they're wanting to, they're willing to go over a little bit just so that, they can get the jury selection done. So we'll see. But we've got some other testimony that we can watch so that we're not just staring at feet finders all day. Because here's the thing, knowing that there's like the whole feet finders thing makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable when they're walking by and we're looking at their feet. It makes me feel a little dirty, I'm gonna be honest. So I don't want to just focus on their feet walking by all day. So we have more testimony. We have more things from the previous trials that we can watch. There are more things that will keep us occupied. It starts at 9 Central in the morning, so we're going to start about 10 minutes before that. We're going to start at 8:50 Central. 8:50 Central. Hello. How come some of y'all are just now showing up? Y'all realize it's late, right? You late. Y'all are late. Hey, Donnie Campbell. You're late, Roxy. Hello. I see some of y'all coming in now. Feet finders. Judy D says, what makes me nervous is Charlie sitting for 18 months and smiling in court. Transcript of the calls aren't allowed. We need very detailed jurors. Transcripts of the calls aren't allowed. They'll get to hear them though, right? They'll get to hear the calls, right? Did you already watch The Sister on the Stand? The sister, like Charlie's sister, Wendy, we watched her. Yeah, they played them in the last trial, but that's why I was asking there. I'm making sure they're going to be able to be played in this trial. We're not going to watch those because we'll hear them in this trial. Soul Glow. Soul Glow gave us the feet emoji. Hold on. I got to make it red so you can see. Look, feet emoji. Feet finders. Also, while I have you all here, Thursday evening, we are going to be doing a very, very special show. Very, very, very special. For those of you who, if you follow 13th Juror page on Twitter, it is, it's posted there, and I've retweeted it and stuff. But we are going to have this. Her name is Oakley Carlson, sweetest little girl in the world. She was last seen in February of 2021, but wasn't reported missing for almost a year. And she was in like a very loving home with, you know, 2 wonderful foster parents. She was taken from the foster parents' home and returned to the biological parents, and she's believed to be dead now. It's tragic. It's awful. She's the sweetest. And follow the 13th Juror page, because there's the like some pictures and stuff of her, and she's just the sweetest, cutest little thing in the world. And we're going to have her her foster parents on with us on Thursday. So sad. So we're trying to get the word out. Oh, everybody sees my moving water on the back. It's just supposed to be relaxing. Good night, those of y'all leaving. I'm going to hold out to the bitter end and wait and see if the judge has anything else sassy to say. Oh, I know. I was just teasing y'all. I know a lot of y'all have been watching the Maya trial. Feet finders. See what I mean? Thank you very much. I actually got some sleep this weekend. By Friday, I'm going to look, I'm going to look a whole mess again. But as of right now, I've had sleep. As of right this moment. It won't last. Yeah, Lucy can tell when I'm getting off stream. She's already like, I know, I see your tail wagging. I'm not done yet. I know. I see the flip-flops. You still got your friends over here. She's been like everywhere but her bed today. Probably because I didn't take her on a very long walk this morning. We just went on a shorter walk, so she's like not as tired. Feet finders. It's like he's modeling for us. And he's gone. Right now, there are 2 flip-flops. And they do match. She's also been, like, for whatever reason, she's got this, like, one little spot under my bed where she's been, like, cozied up for whatever reason. Maybe because she likes it because it's dark and stuff. I keep my shades open, like, all the time. Because I love the natural light. So I think sometimes she just wants it to be dark. So she'll go in this one spot. And I could not find one of my other flip-flops the other day. And I looked forever. And finally, I looked under the bed and she had drug it to her little hideout. I know, I see you. You're looking shaggy. She's got an appointment with the doggy spa on Saturday. I have FOMO bad and always say to the end, yeah, I know. I feel like I'm doing the same thing. I'm like, ain't nothing else going to happen. But what if it does? What if the judge has another sassy moment and we miss it? So I have to stay here. Bitter end. Another great day being a third teacher. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening. I will see you tomorrow. 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 Yeah. I'll go see what Vinny has to say about the trial. Vinny. Soul Glow. Brandi, just wanted to say thank you for all your hard work on the intricate details in the Karen Reed case. I was able to follow along. Crime for Dummies. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's a lot, but it's so interesting. Feet binders. Tonight is unfortunately not my bingo night. Wednesday is bingo night. Wednesday's bingo night. Tonight is take a little break and then work on the podcast night. I have made the executive decision to stop trying to have every episode out on Tuesdays. You can get it when you get it. I can't run myself into the ground anymore. So I'm trying to do, one every week and a half. It is killing me trying to have a Tuesday deadline. And so I've been staying up all night every single Monday and then can't get my sleep schedule back. And it's gotten to the point where I could barely even function. So I just am not doing it anymore. So I'm going to work on it for a while tonight, work on it for a little while every night. I can't do any more of the all-nighters. It's killing me. Too old. Too old for that. Feet finders. Is it like a book on tape? Somebody else, Dino Kelly said that too, that it was like, it felt like a book. It's a good thing. I've always liked writing. It was like he was posing for us, wasn't it? He even had like pageant feet for a minute. Am I the only one who ever did? Like, I'm sure some of y'all did pageants before, right? Like, how like you have pageant feet, where you point your front toe and then you do this one off to the side. Pageant feet. He did that for a minute. Thank you. It's funny because I have like, when y'all hear me talking to y'all here, it's just like I'll sit here and talk and I'll say whatever's on my mind, and half the time I don't even remember most of the stuff I say. But for the podcast, like I actually write it out so I can make sure what I write, and I have to focus on like toning my voice down and stuff. So it's like my professional alter ego who's not talking about fornication in a tiki hut and stuff. It's like that's like professional Brandi versus whatever y'all get here. They need to come let us go. I see you. She's like staring at me with her little nub just a wagging. She gets so excited that her nub wags so much that her whole like little booty shakes. We'll go in a minute. I promise. I know. I promise. We're just waiting on the judge to let us go. I see you. There's Tiki Hut Brandi. There's professional Brandi. Don't you fuss at me. I told you in just a minute. Hold on, you're going to be able to hear again in a minute. Let me move my microphone. Compton Brandy is a whole nother story. Sleep deprived, crazy Brandy. Off the chain. Do you hear her? Can you hear that? What is it? What is it? What's she mad about? What is it? What is it? What is it? Get it. Get it. Look, you hear her? When I do that, she like jumps around like, what? Skid. Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Go get him. Skid him. Who's that? Get him. Protect your mama. Go get him. She's staring at the door. Get him. Yeah, get him. I just have her barking at people that aren't there. All right, come here. Good girl. You saved mama's life. Come on. Come. Oh, good girl. You want a treat? Come here. Come here to your mama. You want a treat? For saving my life? Good girl. Good girl. I don't know. Look, I'm going to go and tell y'all right now. Anybody who tries to mess with me, this guard dog over here, she'll whoop you. Yeah. Yeah. I love her. She's so scary. With her little ponytail. Super, super scary with her ponytail. Yeah, she loves to bark at the birds too. The seagulls. She loves barking at seagulls and pelicans. She don't like pelicans. You have tore up ankles. Yeah, until you tell her she's a pretty girl, and then all of a sudden she's like, oh, okay, well, in that case, I'm a pretty girl. That means you're going to scratch me behind my ears and give me treats. She's a sensitive dog. Yes. Yes. This child of mine. I'm about to call it a day. I don't know how much longer they're going to be. It's already 5:31. All right, so this is what we'll do. Let's call it a day. And tomorrow morning, we can take a look at the very end of this stream and see if there's any sassy judge moments that we missed. So that way we're not sitting here waiting all for nothing to happen. So let's do that. Let me see if I'm going to redirect us over to Surviving the Survivor because they've got the Dan Markel stuff going on that. So I've got that situated. So if y'all, feet finders. So if y'all want to hold on to your portals, I'm going to send y'all over there to Survivor the Survivor so we can take a listen to see what they have to say about the case and hear their take on it. Otherwise, I will see y'all bright and early in the morning. We're going to start about 10 till 9, and that's Central Time. So And then also, I've already got the stream set up for tomorrow. So if you want to go over there and hit notify me, you'll be sure to be notified when we go live in the morning. I love y'all, and I will see y'all either over at Surviving the Survivor or I'll see you in the morning.